Chapter 718. Why are you looking for me? Is it because Zhen Qingchen appeared and stared at Du Xiaofu with his triangular eyes? Before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed. He turned around and looked at the black fog outside the karst cave. His eyes flickered and his hands moved slightly. Strange runes appeared in the air around him. Black Hell Shield. This is actually Black Hell Shield. Zhen Qingchen was shocked. He seemed to have discovered something surprising. Brother Qingchen, what is Black Hell Shield? It is extremely terrifying and difficult to resist. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly at Zhen Qingchen. The Black Hell Shield is not an ordinary thing. However, the Black Hell Shield here is still very weak compared to the real Black Hell Shield. However, it is still enough to kill ordinary cultivators. In addition, this place is also sealed by someone relying on the Black Hell Shield. This is not a good place. Zhen Qingchen looked at Du Xiaofu and asked, "Why are you here? How did you get involved with the Black Hell Shield?" Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly and told his brother Zhen Qingchen the rough situation. "Sigh, it seems like the Ancient Heaven sect is not very harmonious. The big sects all have a golden exterior. However, you became a breakthrough point for them to compete with each other. You can be considered as being involved in some kind of whirlpool." Zhen Qingchen sighed softly. Then he asked Du Xiaofu, "What do you plan to do now?" "I have no plans." Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Looks like it won't be easy for you to get out. Looking at the layout of this place, it's quite extraordinary. It relies on the black fiendish astral chi to create an extremely ingenious layout. However, it's a bit overkill to use the black fiendish astral chi to create a cage. If this black fiendish astral chi could be used to create an indestructible barrier for the Ancient Heaven sect." Zhen Qingchen muttered softly. Then he shook his head and said, "Perhaps the Ancient Heaven sect does not have a talisman master that can do this. I am afraid that even at my peak, I would not be able to do this. However, the Ancient Heaven sect has this Black Hell Shield. It seems like this place is very special. This Black Hell Shield is impossible to resist. Brother Qingchen, are you not afraid?" Du Xiaofu was puzzled. Zhen Qingchen's soul spirit did not seem to be affected by the Black Hell Shield. The black evil gang chi has a greater effect on the body of the primordial spirit. However, my primordial spirit is very special. It is different from the primordial spirit of ordinary people. Otherwise, I would not have been able to survive until now. Therefore, I am fine in the black evil gang chi," Zhen Qingchen said to Du Xiaofu, seeming to be extremely complacent. Besides him, there probably weren't many people in this world that were able to withstand the black, fiendish astral chi without suffering any damage. It would not take long for the soul spirit of an ordinary soul spirit to be completely destroyed in the Black Hell Shield. Is there any way to resist the Black Hell Shield? Du Xiaofu could not help but stare at Zhen Qingchen. The old man could resist the strange Black Hell Shield, but it was difficult for him to resist it. Not many people are able to resist the black fiend astral chi. Most people would give up on this idea. However, you do have a way. Zhen Qingchen smiled. "What is it?" Du Xiaofu suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. "Your desolate ancient space is not an ordinary object. After hiding in it, the Black Hell Shield will not be able to enter at all. Naturally, you will be fine." Zhen Qingchen frowned slightly and said, "However, this place is not very safe. If you use the desolate ancient space, it will be very easy for the Ancient Heaven sect to find out. At that time, there will be a lot of trouble. This object is too extraordinary. Don't tell me the Ancient Heaven sect will not be tempted." Du Xiaofu understood. Then his face turned serious. He asked Zhen Qingchen, "Is there any other way?" "Of course there is a way. It is with you." Zhen Qingchen smiled and said, "However, this method will probably make you suffer a lot. However, if you can persevere, it will be a great opportunity for you. What should I do? Du Xiaofu looked puzzled and asked Jin Qingchen. The golden winged rock is the most masculine and masculine. The black hell shield is the most masculine and masculine. It is said that in the golden winged rock race, there are golden winged rocks who seek the most een and cold objects in the world to forge their bodies. However, only the top golden winged rocks can succeed. Without yang, there is no een and no een. Yin and yang are the Tao of heaven and earth, the outline of all things, the parents of change, the origin of life and death, and the abode of the gods. Zhen Qingchen looked at Du Xiaofu and said seriously, "You practice the golden winged rock cultivation method, which is the most masculine and masculine. Although the black hell shield is not the most een and cold object, the black hell shield here is still some distance away from the real black hell shield. However, it is just right for your current strength. Otherwise, you would not have the fortune to enjoy it. However, I am afraid that this suffering is not ordinary. Moreover, this is only a legend. I don't know whether it is real or not. The most een and cold to forge one's body." Du Xiaofu murmured. In this case, if he could obtain the black hell shield to forge his body, he would gain great benefits. "You must be careful now." Suddenly, Zhen Qingchuan's voice rang out. He looked at the black fog in front of him that had intensified at some point and said, "This place is not a place to hide. Instead, it is a place of great danger. The seal here is changing. When the time comes, the black hell shield will wreak havoc in this cave." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. No wonder there were so many white skeletons in this cave. Some people, like him, had probably treated this place as a safe place, but in the end, only white bones were left. Huff, huff! The black fog rippled and whizzed over. At the same time, in the entire bottomless space, the terrifying black fog rippled violently, accompanied by a real storm, like boiling steam. Rumble! At this moment, the entire space trembled. Suddenly, the terrifying black hell shield intensified. Then, from outside the cave, an overwhelming amount of black hell shield surged into the cave, like a wave sweeping over a submerged reef, filling the karst cave. The terrifying black fog formed a vortex in the cave, enveloping Du Xiaofu. The terrifying black hell shield surged out from the black fog. Compared to the black hell shield that Du Xiaofu had encountered before, this one was many times stronger. The vortex of black hell shield spun, like countless sharp blades scraping the surface of his body. When they entered his body, they could cut off his flesh and blood. There was no way to resist. Be careful. If you can't do it, you can enter the desolate ancient space first. The black hell shield and the seal have changed. Zhen Qingchen said loudly, reminding Du Xiaofeng. The vortex of black hell shield in the cave seemed to be able to devour sound. "Come on, forge my body." Du Xiaofu clenched his teeth. If he could absorb the black hell shield to forge his body, it would be an opportunity for him to become stronger. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged in the terrifying black hell shield and forcefully activated the golden rock cultivation technique. Qi! A golden glow gushed out, causing an indescribable intense pain in his body. However, when the golden glow enveloped his entire body, Du Xiaofu discovered that the effect of the Black Fiend constellation on him was indeed significantly reduced. Walala! Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged in the vortex, activating the golden rock cultivation technique and absorbing the black hell shield to forge his body. The vortex of black hell shield raged and immediately tore Du Xiaofu's purple robe away. The purple strip of cloth on Du Xiaofu's purple gold celestial palace was also directly blown away by the black hell shield, revealing the silent purple gold celestial palace. Under the naked body, Du Xiaofu's muscles and bones could be seen on the surface of his body. They were wrapped in golden talisman engravings and released a dazzling golden light. The black hell shield was the strongest in Yin. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to avoid it. However, it was rare for the Golden Rock clan to encounter it. It could forge the rock body and nourish the muscles and bones. Walala! In the terrifying black hell shield, Du Xiaofu seemed to be wrapped in black flames and burned. His body looked like it was about to be torn to pieces. Boy, it hurts, right? You must hold on and maintain your true spirit. After 1,000 tempering, you'll naturally be able to strengthen yourself. Zhen Qingquan's illusory primordial spirit appeared in the black hell shield vortex, and his voice echoed in Du Xiaofu's ears. Forge my body internally and externally, Du Xiaofu shouted loudly. His hand seals condensed, before he suddenly opened his mouth and sucked. A golden glow erupted from his mouth, as a suction force gushed out, directly sucking the terrifying black fiend astral chi into his mouth. Walala! In an instant, the black hell shield surged and was drawn toward Du Xiaofu's mouth. Swallowing the black fiend astral energy to refine one's body was extremely terrifying and dangerous. Even a true golden-winged great Peng would not dare to do so. However, Du Xiaofu was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. He actually did it. Ouch! In the black hell shield, Du Xiaofu screamed miserably. The pain was unbearable. It was as if countless sharp blades were rotating inside and outside his body, penetrating deep into his cells and bones. Walala! Du Xiaofu grimaced in pain. He could feel blood seeping out of his body. His skin began to crack, and pale golden blood seeped out. It was as if his flesh and blood were about to be scraped away and turned into white bones. However, Du Xiaofu's flesh and blood had not been completely scraped away. Under the Golden Rock's technique, he resisted, absorbed, and refined the black fiend astral energy. At this time, Du Xiaofu's skin was cracking and pale golden blood flowed out. However, golden talisman patterns gushed out of the cracked skin and resisted the further erosion of the black hell shield. Faintly, the cracked skin began to heal and became even more crystal clear and strong. However, it cracked again, healed again, and improved again. This cycle began. This guy is really ferocious. Zhen Qingquan was surprised, and a look of shock flashed across his eyes. It was said that only the top Golden Rock could forge their body in this way, but this guy really did it. Chapter 719. If he could go through this ordeal, he would be able to obtain great benefits. He would not be a true golden-winged great rock, but he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top golden-winged great rock. So painful, so unbearable. Du Xiaofu cried out in pain. However, the golden light on his body and the mysterious runes on his talisman shone brightly. He seemed to be cheering and excited. The black, fiendish gang energy was absorbed into his body, refining his body from the inside out. Du Xiaofu activated the golden-winged great rock technique to absorb the black, fiendish gang energy and refine it. He realized that the black, fiendish gang energy could be converted into Xian Qi and entered his god's watchtower. Time passed. 3 days, 5 days, 10 days. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The black, fiendish gang energy in the cave seemed to follow a certain pattern. It would only appear 3 times a day, and each time it would last for 4 hours before disappearing. Du Xiaofu swallowed the black fiendish gang energy to refine his body. He left the cave and sat cross-legged in the bottomless vacuum outside the cave. He opened his mouth to absorb the black fiendish gang energy, causing the black fog around him to surge and turn into a black whirlpool. Over 10 days, the surface of Du Xiaofu's skin cracked and healed, and the cycle continued without end on the surface of Du Xiaofu's body. The tough golden color started to soften. It made him look even more crystalline and shone with a golden light. At this moment, the golden light in the black whirlpool became denser and denser. A rising aura also started to rise rapidly, causing the space to tremble. I did not expect the black fiendish gang energy to have the effect of increasing one's cultivation. Zhen Qingquan's illusory body was in the cave. He looked at Du Xiaofu, who was shining with a golden light in front of him, and his gaze was filled with surprise. Time continued to pass. In the black prison, under the corrosion of the black fiendish gang energy, Du Xiaofu's body felt like it was being cut into pieces. However, by relying on the golden rock art, Du Xiaofu turned destruction into nourishment, recovering once again. The cycle continued endlessly, tempering his body endlessly, causing his physical body to become even more tyrannical, and his aura continued to rise. After adapting to the pain, Du Xiaofu felt much better. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged in the middle of the black fiend astral energy, absorbing the black fiend astral energy and refining his body. Closing his eyes, Du Xiaofu did not let out any more screams. There was not even a ripple in his heart. It was as if he had already forgotten himself. Only his body was becoming more and more translucent and powerful. If someone from the Ancient Heavens sect saw this, they would be shocked. Not only was there someone who was safe in the black prison, but he was also absorbing the black fiend astral energy to refine his body. What kind of torture and torment was this? But Du Xiaofu had actually done it. There's a reason why this guy is so strong. Zhen Qingchen sighed. Absorbing the black fiend astral energy to refine his body was something that only a few top golden-winged rocks could do. But Du Xiaofu had a great perseverance and a great perseverance to become an expert. In order to become an expert, he was not willing to miss any opportunity. Even in the face of this kind of torture that ordinary people could not bear, he still persisted. Zhen Qingchen was shocked and nodded inwardly. He knew that after this training, it would be a blessing and not a disaster. It would not be long before the terrifying guy in front of him would undergo a great transformation. In terms of physical body alone, there were few people among the same generation of the human race who could compete with Du Xiaofu. His physical body was enough to be compared to the real golden-winged rocks. If such a terrifying physical body was discovered by others, who knew how shocked they would be. In the Ancient Heavens sect, Du Xiaofu had not exposed his most important trump card, nor had he completely exposed the strength of his physical body. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Du Xiaofu had not used the divine light thunderstorm and the lightning destruction finger of the divine light court. Du Xiaofu wanted to become an expert, a true expert. This belief was deep in his soul and bones. Therefore, when he heard that the black fiend astral energy could refine his body, Du Xiaofu did not hesitate to choose to refine his body. Being refined by the black fiend astral energy, his physical body endured tremendous pain that ordinary people could not bear. It was as if he had been tempered thousands of times. Du Xiaofu only wanted to become a true expert one day. Just by absorbing the black fiend astral energy, he could also increase his strength. This was also beyond Du Xiaofu's expectations. Time slowly passed. Finally, the rising aura in Du Xiaofu's body reached its peak, and the golden light around his body began to dazzle, like an eternal divine radiance. His aura came to an invisible barrier and stopped, but it was ready to attack. Break! Suddenly, Du Xiaofu roared, and a terrifying and domineering aura swept out from his body, shattering the surrounding black fiend astral energy. The entire vacuum was trembling because of it. Bang! Finally, at the end, a soft sound came from the divine watchtower. From his body, mysterious runes rushed out and turned into a golden-winged rock phantom in the vacuum. Gee! The golden-winged rock phantom flapped its wings, and endless storms swept out. The black fiend astral energy rolled endlessly. But at this time, Du Xiaofu's physical body seemed to have gotten used to the black fiend astral energy and did not feel too uncomfortable. In the cave at this moment, the vacuum shook. Zhen Qingchen seemed to have suddenly discovered something, and suddenly looked down at the vacuum. Chi. In the vacuum, after a long time, the aura gradually calmed down. Du Xiaofu opened his slightly closed eyes and a golden light shot out from his eyes, as if there was a golden winged rock phantom in the air. He broke through just like that. Zhan Qingchen looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled bitterly. In just a dozen days, this guy had profited from a disaster and broken through from the initial Martial King realm to the mystery level of the Martial King realm. It should be known that even a peerless genius would need a few years to break through. But Du Xiaofu had done it in a dozen days. If others knew about this, they would want to dig a hole and hide in it. The mystery level of the Martial King realm. Du Xiaofu murmured. His body stood in the air, and he waved his hand, shaking the space and letting the black fiend astral energy wrap around him. At this time, he was able to get used to it. Du Xiaofu was very satisfied with this progress. Not only had he broken through to the mystery level of the Martial King realm, but his physical body had also become much stronger. This kind of strengthening of the physical body had nothing to do with bone marrow cleansing, but it was equally important, or even more important to some extent. How do you feel? Zhan Qingchen looked up and asked Du Xiaofu. I feel pretty good. Du Xiaofu smiled, and his body slowly descended from the void to Zhan Qingchuan's side. But at this time, the black prison could still suppress one's cultivation, and it affected him greatly. I just found something special. There seems to be a special wave below. The wave is different. Zhan Qingchen said to Du Xiaofu, Is there someone imprisoned in the black prison? Du Xiaofu was puzzled. This black prison was a prison, and there might be other people imprisoned there. The wave doesn't seem to be from a human. I can feel that there are some powerful people imprisoned here, but they should be separated by some kind of seal. But the wave I just found doesn't seem to be from a human. Zhen Qingchen said, Just now, when Du Xiaofu had broken through, it had affected the seals of the black prison. Only when the fluctuations had appeared did Zhen Qingchen sense them. Let's go take a look. Maybe we can find something below. Du Xiaofu hesitated for a moment, and then looked at Zhen Qingchen and said, It might be dangerous. Zhen Qingchen said seriously, This is the black prison and it's dangerous. Du Xiaofu smiled. Whoosh whoosh! A moment later, Du Xiaofu took out a new robe from his Qingquan bag and wrapped it around his body. The purple gold heavenly tower was wrapped around his body, and the two of them directly entered the black prison. There are seals and seals all around, and they are very ingenious and extraordinary. As they fell, Zhen Qingchen explained to Du Xiaofu. He condensed his hand seals, and the runes in front of him and the black prison formed a kind of resonance, resisting the seals in the black prison. As for the black demon astral chi, Du Xiaofu had already adapted to it. But as they fell, the black demon astral chi became denser. In the dark vacuum, the surroundings were rugged, like a bottomless pit, and the vacuum area was getting bigger and bigger. It's still down there. The two of them didn't know how long they had fallen, but they still couldn't see the bottom. Zhan Qingchen felt that the space below began to descend in a certain direction. In the space, in addition to the aura of the black demon astral chi, Du Xiaofu also gradually felt a special aura, which was quite powerful. The main hall of the ancient heavenly sect was full, and the powerful aura was fluctuating. Sima Taxing sat upright in the main hall and said with a dignified look, The matter has been investigated clearly. Chao Zhao, Chong Qinghai, Fei Qingming, and Bai Yichen attacked first, and they were taught a lesson. Du Xiaofu was defending himself. Although he was a little heavy-handed, being in the black prison for half a month is enough for him to be punished. Master, you are wrong. The elders have voted that Du Xiaofu was cruel and merciless to his fellow disciples. The chief of the Talisman League should be removed, and he should be sent to the black prison for a year as a warning to others. Chao Zhao and others were wrong, but they were seriously injured, and they should be taught a lesson. Protector Hao stood up and said, How could he let Du Xiaofu go so easily? Since Du Xiaofu was already in the black prison, he couldn't let him out easily. 1 year in the black prison. Sima Taxing's face darkened slightly. No martial king realm cultivator could stay in the black dungeon for a year. It was already against the natural order if he could endure for a month. If he did not let Du Xiaofu out, something big would happen. Today's update is complete. Chapter 720. Gu Qingyang returns. Sima taking Xing's face turned gloomy as he looked at the elders who had already discussed the matter. They were a cancer that had accumulated in the Manchu. Suddenly, Sima taking Xing's deep glass-like eyes flickered with brilliance as he raised his head and looked outside the main hall. Outside the main hall, a figure appeared silently. He was thin and slender and looked to be in his 70s. He wore a green and white-colored robe and carried an ancient sword on his back. The old man's white hair fluttered in the wind. A few strands of white hair fluttered along with his white beard. He looked like an immortal who had descended to the world. However, he looked like he was in a hurry and was travel-worn. "Where's my disciple, Xiaofu?" The old man appeared in the main hall and asked as he looked at everyone in the main hall. His originally clear eyes flickered with brilliance at this moment. "Elder Gu Qingyang. He's back." Elder Hu and the others in the main hall looked at the old man who appeared outside the main hall. Some of them felt their hearts tremble for no reason. "He's finally back." Hu Sanquin and the others looked at the old man secretly. Their slightly solemn faces relaxed a little. They were against punishing Du Xiaofu, but they did not have the upper hand in the elders' group. There were many elders in the Manchu who had formed cliques and factions. Du Xiaofu had violated their interests in the Manchu tournament, so they would not let Du Xiaofu off easily. "Master, you're finally back." They want to throw junior brother into the black prison for a year. It's been half a month now. I don't know if junior brother is still alive in the black domain. In the main hall, Yuanli immediately rushed up when he saw the familiar figure. His solemn face revealed a joyful expression. During this half a month, Yuanli had been thinking of a solution every day. He had been waiting for his master's return every day. When Elder Gu Qingyang heard this, his clear eyes flickered with brilliance as he looked up at Sima taking Xing and asked, "Sect Master, what crime did my disciple, Xiaofu, commit to be thrown into the black prison for a year?" Hearing Elder Gu Qingyang's voice, everyone was able to tell that Elder Gu Qingyang was furious. This was especially true for Elder Hu and the others. Their expressions all changed nonstop. Sima taxing Xing smiled bitterly. He stood up and said to Elder Gu Qingyang, "Martial uncle, Du Xiaofu's violation of the sex rules is not enough to send him to the black dungeon. It's just that some elders of the Elder Council have discussed and decided to forcibly send Du Xiaofu to the black dungeon. We are still discussing this. Some of the elders in the elder group are discussing whether you are the ancient heaven sex sect master, or whether the elder group is the ancient heaven sex sect master. In the ancient heaven sect, do you have the final say, or do some of the elders have the final say?" Elder Gu Qingyang's priest, Sima Taxing, did not give up. "Martial uncle is right." Sima taking Xing nodded. He looked at the hall and said, "The Manchu has investigated clearly. This matter was not Du Xiaofu's fault. Now, I announce that Du Xiaofu will be released from the black prison." When Sima taking Xing's voice fell, many people in the hall looked happy, worried, and complicated. Elder, who clenched his teeth, gathered his courage, and asked Sima taking Xing, "Sect Master, is the voting result of all the elders in the elders group going to be changed?" "Master," Elder whose disciple, Chong Qinghai, Chao Zhao, Fei Qingming, and Bai Yichen, led more than 5,000 disciples to besiege youngest junior brother. Youngest junior brother's injuries are not light, but Chao Zhao, Fei Qingming, and the others' arms were chopped off by youngest junior brother in self-defense. However, some people think that youngest junior brother's actions were vicious and merciless, so they want to throw youngest junior brother into the black prison. Yuanli said to Elder Gu Qingyang, "I see. Where are the sect rules?" Hearing this, Elder Gu Qingyang shouted, His voice was like thunder, shaking the entire hall. His voice billowed. More than 5,000 disciples besieged my disciple and wanted to throw him into the black prison. Are you bullying me because I'm old? Hearing this thunderous shout, everyone in the hall felt their hearts tremble. Everyone could feel that Elder Gu Qingyang was really angry at this time. His anger was monstrous. Elder Gu is too serious. More than 5,000 disciples were not besieging. They were just watching the fun. Only 20 or 30 people actually attacked. There were also several people who attacked Du Xiaofu. More than 5,000 people besieging him is pure nonsense. Elder, who clenched his teeth and said, he looked at Elder Gu Qingyang and his heart trembled for no reason. What nonsense! Is it not enough to besiege him with dozens of people? Elder Gu Qingyang looked directly at Elder Hu and shouted, Hu Zhishan, is it because your disciple suffered a loss that you want to punish my disciple severely? Elder Gu Qingyang's shout made Elder Hu's face turn pale for no reason. His eyes lost focus, and he was so shocked that his blood and qi almost became chaotic. He could not speak. An elder beside him said after a while, Elder Gu, what do you mean by that? Du Xiaofu attacked his fellow disciple mercilessly. Punishing him severely is only the sect rules. I only have one question. Who was right and who was wrong in that dispute? Elder Gu Qingyang shouted. His eyes were surging with anger. Elder Hu and the other elders heard this and felt their hair stand on end. They knew that Elder Gu Qingyang was difficult to deal with and was not someone to be trifled with. Therefore, they wanted to take advantage of Elder Gu Qingyang's absence to throw Du Xiaofu into the black jail to settle the matter. By then, even if Elder Gu Qingyang came back, it would be too late. However, they did not expect Elder Gu Qingyang to come back so quickly. As far as they knew, Elder Gu Qingyang was out of town dealing with important matters in the Manchu. He would not be able to come back in such a short time. Otherwise, they would not have dared to act like this. Elder Qingyang, the Manchu has investigated thoroughly. Du Xiaofu was not at fault. It was Cao Zhao and the others who provoked him first. Elder Hu Sanquin stood up and said, although Du Xiaofu made him lose a lot of Taoist instruments and elixirs, and even defeated his disciple, he had always supported Du Xiaofu. Hearing this, Elder Gu Qingyang's eyes swept across the crowd. His furious expression calmed down. However, there was an invisible pressure that made people feel like he was a dormant volcano. He said, do you think my disciple Xiaofu is easy to bully, or do you think I, Gu Qingyang, am easy to bully? Elder Gu, this is the vote of the elder group, Elder Hu said. He looked at Elder Gu Qingyang and trembled for no reason. Is the elder group more important than the sect master? Don't think that I don't know what you are doing in the dark. Just get rid of some black sheep. Elder Gu Qingyang sighed and said softly, actually, it's all my fault. It's my fault for being soft-hearted. That's why you think I'm easy to bully. Hearing this, many elders and protectors in the hall became dignified. Elder Gu, you've gone too far. Although your seniority is very high, you should know what the elder group represents. Although Du Xiaofu is your disciple, the result of this matter has been voted by the elder group. It can't be changed. Elder Hu gritted his teeth. His disciple was seriously injured, and it was related to their future interests in the Manchu. He certainly couldn't let Gu Qingyang make trouble. Sect master, nephew, what is my status in the Manchu? What are my duties and authority? Elder Gu Qingyang raised his head and strode forward a few steps, asking Sima taxing. Martial uncle is the second elder of the Manchu. You are the leader of the elder group and above all the elders. When necessary, you have the right to punish any disciple of the Manchu, including the elders. Sima taxing said. He looked at the hall. His glazed eyes were deep and bright. I've forgotten that I'm the second elder. When necessary, I have the right to punish any disciple of the Manchu, including the elders. Gu Qingyang softly said. His clear eyes flickered like lightning, causing Elder Hu and the others to feel a chill when they looked at him. Their bodies trembled for no reason. Then, Elder Gu Qingyang looked at Protector Hao and the others and said, "Hu Zhishan, do you know your crime?" Hearing this, Elder Hu and Hu Zhishan suddenly staggered. They looked at Elder Gu Qingyang and said, "Elder Gu, I don't know what crime we have committed in the Manchu. You and the others connived at your disciples to commit outrages and offended your superiors. What is your crime?" Elder Gu Qingyang said calmly, "Elder Gu, when did our disciples commit outrages and offend our superiors?" Elder, who was not convinced, he gritted his teeth and said, "My disciple Xiaofu is of the same generation as you. Your disciples are naturally the younger generation. The younger generation dared to offend their superiors and besiege the elders of the Manchu. Aren't you conniving at your disciples to commit outrages? Aren't they offending their superiors?" Elder Gu Qingyang said. Hearing this, Elder Hu and the others were speechless. Chao, Zhao, Chongqing Hai, and the others were naturally one generation younger than Du Xiaofu in terms of status in the Manchu. Offending one's superiors was a crime that could be big or small. "Hu Zhishan, you and the others were disrespectful to me and did not put me in your eyes. This is your second crime." Elder Gu Qingyang looked directly at Hu Zhishan and the others and shouted, "You will be punished for both crimes. Today, you will be removed from your positions as elders and sent to the Black Prison for half a year." What? When everyone in the hall heard this, their expressions changed drastically. Hu Zhishan and the others stood up and trembled. Their eyes flickered. "Elder Gu, you have no right to do this. Removing an elder requires the presence of both the great elder and the third elder." An elder spoke, but his voice was trembling and he looked flustered. "Master, little junior brother was sent to the Black Prison by the great elder." Yu Wanli was afraid that his master did not know, so he spoke to his master, Gu Qingyang. "I understand." Elder Gu Qingyang nodded calmly as if he was not surprised. He looked at Hu Zhishan and the others and continued to shout, "I will say it one last time. Do you admit your crimes?" "Elder Gu, don't go too far." Hu Zhishan gritted his teeth and shouted. He was an elder after all, and he could not be so weak. "Presumptuous!" shouted Elder Gu Qingyang in a deep voice. His voice was like thunder. It made the entire palace shake. A terrifying qi erupted from his body like a volcano. It looked like there were talismans in his eyes. He walked towards Hu Zhishan step by step. The elders on both sides moved back one after another. Seeing Elder Gu Qingyang walking towards them, Hu Zhishan and the other elders also retreated. Their eyes were filled with fear and their bodies were trembling. "Hurry up and find Elder Tianlu." Elder Hu and the others looked at each other. Seeing that the situation was not good, they retreated and tried to leave the hall. "Stop right there!" Elder Gu Qingyang shouted loudly. The entire hall trembled as if it was about to collapse. His white robe fluttered in the wind as a terrifying aura accompanied by dazzling talisman markings spread out. It struck Hu Zhishan and the others like lightning. Chapter 7:21. Puff, 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 puff. Elder Hu Zhishan and the others were all experts, but in front of Elder Gu Qingyang they were all sent flying. Blood spurted from their mouths as they crashed into the chairs in the hall and fell to the ground. In the hall, Hu Sanquin and the other elders were dumbfounded. "Elder Gu, you've gone too far." Hu Zhishan got up. As an elder, he was embarrassed and embarrassed. He was furious, but he was even more terrified. He knew Elder Gu Qingyang's strength very well. Although the disciples under him were not too good, Elder Gu Qingyang's strength was abnormally strong. "How dare you disrespect me? How dare you? This is unforgivable." Elder Gu Qingyang waved his hand and the ancient sword on his back was suddenly unsheathed. It swept out like lightning, accompanied by a dazzling sword light. "Don't!" Hu Zhishan suddenly shouted. His eyes were filled with fear and his pupils contracted. There was a fear that came from his soul. In front of that terrifying aura, he did not even have the strength to resist. Chi La, the sword light, swept past, and Hu Jishan's body was directly pierced through between his eyebrows. There was no blood, only runes. In the end, Hu Jishan's body went limp and fell to the ground. Even his primordial spirit could not escape. The entire hall was silent. Everyone was shocked. The elders who were originally with Hu Jishan trembled and did not dare to leave. Their eyes were filled with fear. No one thought that Elder Gu Qingyang would actually kill someone, and he even killed Elder Hu Jishan. It turned out that when Elder Gu Qingyang was angry, he was also so decisive. Sima Taxing, Yuanli, Elder Hu Sanquin, and the others were all astonished. Elder Gu Qingyang held the ancient sword, and his body emitted light. At this moment, he no longer had the temperament of a transcendent being. Instead, he was like a dormant, fierce beast that had been awakening and was about to erupt. Malignant tumor, if I had endured the pain and acted earlier and disregarded the feelings of others, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. Am I too merciful, or do you think I'm easy to bully? As Elder Gu Qingyang spoke, his white hair fluttered in the wind. He slowly walked towards the trembling elders, causing the elders' faces to turn deathly pale. Their bodies were like frightened little rabbits as they trembled incessantly. However, they didn't dare to retreat in the slightest. Chi! Elder Gu Qingyang stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. Space was distorted, and there seemed to be lightning flashing in his clear eyes. In the end, he sucked an old man into his palm and held him in front of him, not daring to resist. No, no! Under the incessant pleading of the old elder, his face was as pale as ash. However, he did not dare to resist. This old man knew very well that given his strength, he simply stood no chance against Elder Gu Qingyang. Slap! Elder Gu Qingyang fiercely slapped the old man's face. Blood dripped from the old man's mouth, and his body was sent flying. In the end, he heavily crashed onto the floor of the palace, causing the entire palace to shake violently. Many people in the main hall were dumbfounded. Elder Gu Qingyang's attitude today had shocked everyone. No one had expected that Elder Gu Qingyang would have such a fierce side to him. It was frightening. All of you will be stripped of your position as elders and thrown into the black prison. Your sins will be judged by the sect leader. Elder Gu Qingyang said. His voice rumbled, and no one dared to resist. He then leaped and left the main hall. Elder Gu must have gone to the black prison. He's going to bring Du Xiaofu out. Elder Tianlu will be guarding the black prison for the next few days. I'm afraid that there will be some clashes. As they watched Elder Gu Qingyang leave, the elders in the main hall lowered their heads and discussed, their expressions changing. All of you will be punished. If you dare to leave, you will be severely punished according to the sect's rules. Sima Taxing shouted at many elders who were trembling in fear. He looked down at the world, but then his face turned serious. Many people left the hall and headed for the black prison. In the dusky sky, there were continuous peaks that towered into the clouds. This was the location of the black prison. Usually, no one would dare to come here. The Gu Tian Manchu also had a rule that forbade the Manchu-esque disciples from approaching this place. Swoosh! In the calm sky, a long rainbow suddenly swept across the sky and appeared in the sky in a flash. Junior brother Qingyang, have you returned to the sect? Just as the long rainbow swept across the sky, a calm yet majestic voice rang out from the dusky sky. Although the voice was calm, it was enough to make people tremble for no reason. I've returned. If I didn't return, I'm afraid that my disciple would be gone. Senior brother Tianlu, you've crossed the line this time. The long rainbow figure floated in the air. As the light dissipated, Elder Gu Qingyang appeared. His eyes were like lightning as his white robe fluttered slightly. Why do you say that? Junior brother Qingyang, you seem to have a complaint against me? A faint voice rang out from the 5 towering peaks in front of him, causing the space to fluctuate. Swoosh, swoosh! In the distant sky, a large number of flowing light figures swept over and landed in the distance. They were Sima Taxing, Elder Husanquin, Yuanli, and the others. Senior Brother Tianlu, you've rarely walked outside these years. You're too numb and confused about some things. So many malignant tumors have appeared in the Manchu. Not only did you turn a blind eye to them, but you also secretly protected them. You've crossed the line. Runes flashed in Elder Gu Qingyang's eyes. For no reason, an aura slowly spread out from his body. Junior Brother Qingyang, you're offending your superior. Don't forget that I'm the great elder of the ancient heaven sect. In the mountain ahead, the majestic voice began to be filled with anger, causing the sky to fluctuate endlessly. Senior Brother Tianlu, I think the position of great elder is not suitable for you. Let me take it. Elder Gu Qingyang's voice was calm as he stood in front of the priest. At this moment, everyone's eyes trembled. No one had thought that Elder Gu Qingyang would treat the great elder in such a way. Ha ha! The mountain ahead was silent for a moment. Then, a burst of laughter resounded through the sky, causing the space to fluctuate. The voice then became cold as he shouted, Junior Brother Qingyang, are you trying to seize the position? I'm not seizing the position. I just think that you're confused. You're no longer suitable to be the great elder of the ancient heaven sect. You've caused a malignant tumor in the elder group. I think I'm not bad. I can become the great elder. Elder Gu Qingyang still said calmly, Junior Brother Qingyang, it seems that you think you can beat me. Then let me see how much your strength has improved over the years. The voice in the mountain ahead was extremely cold. Suddenly, a dazzling rune light spread out from one of the mountain peaks. Boom! A huge spatial handprint pressed down on Elder Gu Qingyang like Mount Tai. The entire space trembled as layers of spatial ripples spread out. The pressure was extremely powerful and terrifying. As the spatial handprint pressed down, Elder Gu Qingyang didn't move. He stretched out his hand, and a beam of light pierced through the space like lightning and landed on the spatial handprint. Chi la la! The spatial handprint was directly penetrated. It turned into dazzling runes and spread out, illuminating the sky like countless gorgeous fireworks. Chi chi! On the mountain peak in front of them, a figure landed. A vast aura rippled and rushed towards Elder Gu Qingyang like lightning. Elder Gu Qingyang moved. His figure turned into a beam of light. The runes were dazzling, and the two figures collided like meteorites. Bang, bang! The collision between the two was like a bomb exploding. It caused the sky to rumble. The spatial ripples spread out violently, shocking everyone's soul. It immediately attracted the attention of the entire ancient heaven sect. What's going on? There seems to be a big movement. At this moment, many disciples of the ancient heaven sect walked out and looked up at the sky. Rumble. The two figures were like lightning, constantly colliding in midair. Runes flickered, divine light surged, and boundless energy fluctuations made people's hearts tremble. However, no energy leaked out from this terrifying exchange. It was as if the two were deliberately controlling the situation in a controlled place. They didn't let the ground below be razed to the ground and cause a great loss of life. Elder Tianlu and Elder Gu Qingyang have sealed the space. They want to compete. Chapter 722. Their strength is too strong. It's hard to see their moves clearly. Too strong, too terrifying. Many elders exclaimed. Even they couldn't see through Elder Tianlu and Elder Gu Qingyang's strength. They couldn't be compared. The intense battle in the sky could not be seen clearly. Only the thunderous explosions and dazzling runes could be heard. Junior Brother Qingyang, I didn't expect you to improve so quickly. Come out with your sword. That's your strongest move. Elder Tianlu shouted and waved his hand. His body was covered with rune armor and his eyes were glowing with a yellow light. His attack was peerless and terrifying. As you wish. Elder Gu Qingyang unsheathed the ancient sword on his back. Sword radiance flashed and turned into a thunderous sword radiance. In the sky, he defended against Elder Tian Lu's attacks. What a powerful sword technique! Only Elder Gu Qingyang can cultivate the bright saint sword art to such a level in the entire ancient heaven sect. Elder Tian Lu is also strong, the surrounding people exclaimed. Although they could not see their moves clearly, they could feel their terrifying aura. Rumbled the commotion in the sky was incessant, shaking the universe as if it could destroy the heavens. The incomparably terrifying aura fluctuations were enough to destroy everything if it wasn't for the two of them sealing the sky. So strong! The surrounding elders felt their hearts ripple as they watched. That level of strength was something they couldn't compare to. Bang bang! Elder Tian Lu's figure was blurry and his body was covered in yellow light. His palm print covered the sky. Swoosh swoosh! Elder Gu Qingyang's sword radiance exploded. His sword radiance was like lightning and runes were blazing. His aura was vast and mighty, wreaking havoc in the sky. There was a shocking battle in the Black Prison. However, it was still calm in the Black Prison. Zhen Qingchen and Du Xiaofu were still falling. The Black Prison was like a bottomless pit. It was extremely terrifying, and the black fiendish aura was getting denser. That aura seems to have disappeared. Du Xiaofu could already feel the aura, but then he realized that the aura had suddenly disappeared. Someone is spying on us. It doesn't seem to be a prisoner. All of a sudden, Zhen Qingchuan's illusory figure stopped. Then, as if he had suddenly discovered something, his body transformed into a ray of light and burrowed into the small pagoda in Du Xiaofu's arms. Du Xiaofu was slightly taken aback. While he was puzzled, an ancient and overbearing voice suddenly came from the bottomless pit and echoed in the vacuum. "Kid, why are you here? Why have you come to Black Prison?" After the voice sounded, a figure rushed out from the bottom of the bottomless Black Prison and appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked over and saw an old man in a loose golden robe. He was over 50 years old, and his eyes rippled with golden light. He looked like an overlord. He was staring at Du Xiaofu as if he was searching for something. "It's the venerable golden rock." When he saw the figure clearly, Du Xiaofu's eyes immediately rippled. He did not expect it to be the venerable golden rock that he had seen in the sealed land. He was actually in Black Prison. He immediately bowed and said, "Disciple greets the venerable golden rock." No need for formalities. The venerable golden rock smiled. The aura around him was as vast as the sea. His golden eyes were sharp and intimidating. Just looking at him would cause one's soul to collapse. However, he was full of smiles at Du Xiaofu. The spying earlier disappeared and was replaced by some confusion. "Venerable golden rock, why are you here?" Du Xiaofu asked in confusion. The appearance of the venerable golden rock made Du Xiaofu very confused. Could the aura that he had sensed earlier be the venerable golden rock? The venerable golden rock had comprehended the beastability of the golden-winged rock, so his aura was extremely special. The black demonic aura here can refine the body of the golden-winged rock. "I came here to cultivate in seclusion in hopes of improving the beastability of the golden-winged rock," the venerable golden rock said. "Cultivating in seclusion here?" Du Xiaofu was shocked. The venerable golden rock had the body of a human, but he used the black demonic aura to refine his body. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. It seemed like this venerable golden rock was not an ordinary person either. "Not long ago, I sensed the aura of a breakthrough in the Black Prison. It seems to be related to the golden-winged rock race." "Could it be you?" Suddenly, the venerable golden rock's gaze fell upon Du Xiaofu. His expression changed, and he said, "The martial king realm is mysterious. Did you really break through?" Du Xiaofu smiled and said, "I felt that the black demonic aura could refine my body, so I tried to use it to refine my body." I did not expect to gain so many benefits. So I took the opportunity to break through. You broke through so quickly. The venerable Goldenrock's eyes were filled with astonishment. He clearly knew that Du Xiaofu had just broken through to the martial king realm in the sealed land. In such a short time, this little guy had already broken through to the martial king realm. How could he not be shocked? In this world, how many people had such talent? Why are you in the black prison? After being stunned for a while, the venerable Goldenrock looked at Du Xiaofu in confusion. Du Xiaofu was stunned. He then smiled bitterly and said, "Venerable Goldenrock, let's not talk about this. You committed a crime and were sent to the black prison?" The venerable Goldenrock frowned. He knew what the black prison was for. "I'm not guilty. I just offended someone I shouldn't have," Du Xiaofu said. "Tell me about it." The venerable Goldenrock looked at Du Xiaofu's expression. An invisible aura fluctuated, revealing an unconcealable domineering and fierce aura. Du Xiaofu raised his head and then told the venerable Goldenrock about the situation. "It seems that they are getting more and more out of hand." Hearing this, the venerable Goldenrock looked at Du Xiaofu. His golden robe fluttered slightly as he murmured, "I didn't expect that after so many years you would be so bold. You even dared to ruin the hope of the ancient heaven sect. Unforgivable. This is not a good place. You're not strong enough. Leave this place first. It's dangerous down there. It's not a place you can go." The venerable Goldenrock then looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "I'll take you out of the black prison. Don't worry, I'll give you justice. Let's see who dares to touch you." Boom! In the sky above the black prison, the battle between the heavenly deer elder and the past elder lasted for half an hour, but the outcome was still undecided. In the terrifying light, superpowers were displayed and the beast energy was activated. It was a soul-shaking battle between the two top experts. Huff! The terrifying fighting intent and might caused the many elders of the ancient heaven sect to suck in a breath of cold air. If the two of them had not sealed off the battlefield, the entire ancient heaven sect would have been razed to the ground. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, tens of thousands of sword rays erupted in the sky like thunder. The dazzling sword rays and runes bloomed at the same time. The space fluctuated, and then someone was sent flying. Dang, dang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the great elder staggered back dozens of feet. His long hair was disheveled, and his yellow eyes were cold. At this moment, there was a bloody sword mark on the heavenly deer elder's shoulder, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The heavenly deer elder is suppressed. Elder Gu Qingyang is really strong. Some elders were endlessly shocked. Elder Gu Qingyang was so valiant. Not bad. It seems that junior brother Qingyang has not been idle these years. The heavenly deer elder's voice was cold. As soon as his voice fell, the aura around him began to swarm and tremble. The terrible energy suppressed the world and roared. The heavenly deer elder could not stand being suppressed by Gu Qingyang. He waved his hand, and a thunderous light gushed out from his palm, which then turned into an ancient dragon. Is he going to use his full strength? The surrounding elders whispered with shock in their eyes. Sima taking Xing floated in the air with a solemn expression. His glass-like eyes flickered with light, so deep that no one could see through them. Roar! The ancient dragon roared, making people tremble. It was connected to the world, and its pressure was unparalleled. It swept toward Gu Qingyang. Elder Gu Qingyang raised his head. The ancient sword in his hand floated in front of him, and when it left his hand, it buzzed like a dormant, fierce beast that was about to awaken. Gee! Suddenly, at this moment, a bird's cry resounded through the sky. The world suddenly trembled as if there was an extremely terrible qi appearing in the world. It really made everyone tremble in fear. Then, in the sky, a golden light suddenly shone, and a terrible, golden-winged rock phantom appeared. It covered the sky and the sun, and a domineering aura swept through the world. Boom! The terrible golden-winged rock phantom soared through the sky, and its wings made the world rumble. Whoosh! Golden light permeated the surroundings, drowning out everything. The golden-winged Pung bird that blotted out the sun easily destroyed the ancient serpent dragon that Elder Tian Lu had condensed. The golden-winged rock is a beast. It's the venerable golden rock. Looking at the sky with trembling eyes, some elders guessed the identity of the newcomer and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The venerable golden rock had left many legends in the entire Zhongzhou. He was a powerhouse that the ancient heaven sect was proud of. He had a very high status in the Manchu. The venerable golden rock has come out. At this moment, Sima, taking Xing's tightly knitted brows, slightly relaxed, as if he had expected it. He murmured softly, "Did that kid alarm the venerable golden rock? It seems that he's fine." At this moment, Elder Heavendeer and Elder Gu Qingyang were also looking at the sky, and their eyes were changing. "All of you, stop!" At this moment, in the black dungeon, a domineering voice rose into the sky and resounded through the sky like thunder. Chapter 7:23. As the voice faded, two figures soared into the sky from the black prison. Then they appeared before the eyes of the crowd. A golden-robed figure stood in the air with a domineering aura. His eyes were like torches and flashed with golden runes. The golden-robed figure made people feel like they were facing a huge rock. It was so heavy that they couldn't breathe. His vast and domineering aura was boundless. Behind the golden-robed elder, a purple-robed youth stood. He was resolute and determined. His hair moved slightly and his eyes were deep. It was Du Xiaofu. "Greetings, Grand Master Golden Rock." "Greetings, Grand Elder Golden Rock." Seeing the golden-robed elder appear, the surrounding elders and protectors were stunned. They then bowed. Even the sect master, Sima Tashing, was no exception. He seemed to have expected the appearance of the Honorable Golden Rock and thus wasn't surprised. "Greetings, Grand Master Golden Rock." Elder Gu Qingyang and Elder Tianlu were also surprised when the golden-robed Honorable Golden Rock appeared. They then bowed respectfully. The Honorable Golden Rock looked around and finally his gaze landed on Elder Gu Qingyang and Elder Tianlu. He said, "Du Xiaofu can enter and leave the black prison freely in the future." Hearing this, everyone was surprised and puzzled. They didn't understand the Honorable Golden Rock's words. No one could understand what he meant by allowing Du Xiaofu to enter and leave the black prison freely. "Grand Master, Du Xiaofu is cruel and merciless to his fellow sect members. He needs to be punished severely." Elder Tianlu looked up and said to the Honorable Golden Rock. "Tianlu." The Honorable Golden Rock roared like a demon god. He took a step forward and said, "Don't you understand my words? As an elder of the Manchu, you should act like one. I see that you have reached a bottleneck in your cultivation, and it's time for you to break through. You are now the Grand Elder of the Manchu. Step down and cultivate in seclusion for 20 years. I hope you can break through within 20 years. The roar of the demon god was so overbearing that it seemed as if it was going to shatter the space. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more they could feel how terrifying that aura was. Elder Heavendeer's face was pale, and his yellow eyes were slightly lifeless. He didn't dare to say anything else. The surrounding elders were in awe. They never thought that the Golden Pung Supreme Expert would appear. Venerable Golden Rock's words were tactful. He wanted Elder Sky Deer to go into seclusion for 20 years, but in reality, he was directly removing Elder Sky Deer from his position as the Great Elder and forcing him to reflect on his mistakes for 20 years. With Elder Tian Lu's current status in the Manchu, this punishment was extremely severe. "Xiaofu, are you all right? Were you affected in the Black Dungeon?" Moments later, on Tianmu Peak, Elder Gu Qingyang carefully sized up Du Xiaofu in front of him. He was afraid that Du Xiaofu was missing a single hair. This disciple is fine. I even took the opportunity to benefit from the disaster and broke through a layer. Du Xiaofu looked at the old man in front of him. He knew that his master had rushed back to the Manchu, killed Elder Hu Zhishan in the main hall, and fought a great battle with Elder Sky Deer. His heart was filled with warmth, and his clear eyes were filled with gratitude. It's good that you're fine. I heard from your third senior brother that you won 3 championships in the Talisman League competition. Good job. Elder Gu Qingyang grinned, revealing his 2 front teeth. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being. His aura of a peerless expert was gone, but he still looked kind and benevolent. Elder Gu Qingyang's rosy face and clear eyes were filled with love and pride. The disciple in front of him was his pride. He broke through again. Yuan Li stared at Du Xiaofu as though he had seen a ghost. He then smiled bitterly. Even Hu Zhishan and the others would never have thought that after trying so hard to get Du Xiaofu into the black prison, it would be a blessing in disguise for Du Xiaofu and allow him to break through to the next level. After chatting with his master, Elder Gu Qingyang, for a while, Du Xiaofu left Tianmu Peak and went to the Outer Sec's World Pavilion. The main streets that had been razed to the ground had been completely renovated in this half a month. It was even more spacious now. Under the planning of Gu Zong, Gu Zhanyu, and Wang Mingqiao, the World Pavilion was once again established. However, the rules of the World Pavilion didn't change. They only opened 4 times a month. These days, the news of Du Xiaofu being imprisoned in the Black Prison had spread like wildfire in the Manchu. It had caused countless discussions, and the members of the World Society were even more worried. Fortunately, the World Pavilion wasn't affected. On the contrary, after the incident with Chao Zhao and the rest, some factions didn't dare to provoke the World Society. When Du Xiaofu appeared in the World Pavilion, Gu Zhanyu and many other disciples were pleasantly surprised. However, Gu Zong, Wang Mingqiao, and the rest were cultivating and weren't in the World Pavilion today. After learning about the situation in the World Pavilion, Du Xiaofu was relieved. Elder Hu Zhishan was killed by his master. Elder Gu Qingyang and Elder Heavendeer was punished by the Golden Rock Grand Master to reflect on his mistakes for 20 years. The World Pavilion could be considered to be stable now. In the Ancient Heaven sect, many big things happened in the next few days. Perhaps ordinary disciples wouldn't feel anything, but to the upper echelons of the Manchu, it was undoubtedly a violent upheaval. Elder Gu Qingyang became the Grand Elder of the Ancient Heaven sect, and no less than a dozen elders and protectors were directly sent to the Black Prison. Many protectors and deacons were removed from their positions, and many positions in the Manchu were replaced. Later on, news came out of the Manchu that Chao Zhao, Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming by Yi Chen, and the other disciples had offended their superiors, acted recklessly, and didn't respect their elders. They were transferred out of the Manchu and exiled. Du Xiaofu won 3 championships in the Talisman League tournament and became the Manchu-S Talisman League leader, while Guzong and Mi Zixiao became the 2 vice leaders. When the news spread, the disciples understood that some of the results had already been decided. The World Association had become the biggest winner. 5 days later, Du Xiaofu came out of the ancient desolate space and learned that the sect master's senior brother, Sima Taxing, was looking for him. When Du Xiaofu arrived at the main peak of the Ancient Heaven sect, it was the time for the sun to set again. The winding mountain peaks were illuminated by layers of clouds and mist, painting the distant mountain peaks and the high and low clouds with a golden luster. The cliff in front of the main peak was as straight as a knife. It was as if someone had used a giant axe to split the peak in half. The cliffs pierced the sky, and the sunset glow illuminated the clouds. It was a magnificent and unforgettable scene. I heard that you benefited from the disaster and broke through to the Martial King realm. In front of the cliff, Sima Taxing looked at Du Xiaofu with a strange light fluctuating in his eyes. It was a coincidence, just an accident, Du Xiaofu said with a smile. Sima Taxing glanced at Du Xiaofu. He knew how long it was to reach the Martial King realm from the initial stage to the Martial King realm. Even the most talented people had to put in a lot of time. This guy was simply a freak who could break through at will. Suddenly, Sima Taxing looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "About the Black Prison, do you blame me? Or do you think that my senior brother was too cowardly and couldn't protect you?" Du Xiaofu looked at Sima Taxing, shook his head, and said with a smile, "I know that senior brother is in trouble. I think that senior brother must have known that the Golden Rock Grandmaster was in the Black Prison." Sima Taxing Xing looked at Du Xiaofu and was taken aback. The corners of his mouth twitched as he said, "You seem to know everything. However, this time your master actually lost his temper because of you. It's rare for him to be angry." Du Xiaofu smiled. When he thought of his master, Gu Qingyang, he felt warm in his heart. This kind of warmth was like when he drank with his alcoholic father. The warmth could spread from the bottom of his heart to the whole body. "I've called you here today mainly because there are a few things that I want to discuss with you." Sima Taking Xing looked at Du Xiaofu and said with a smile, "Your Xian Yuan pill and Berserk pill have appeared in the outside world and have already caused quite a stir. Also, your Xian Qi practitioner weapon that has been infused with beast energy is extremely popular outside. If you can sell it outside, there should be a huge market for it. My energy is limited. I'm afraid that I won't be able to pay attention to the outside world for the time being." Du Xiaofu looked at Sima Taxing as some ripples flashed across his clear eyes. "Your energy is limited. The Manchu can help you." Sima Taxing looked at Du Xiaofu and said seriously, "Speaking of which, we are brothers of the same generation. I won't be polite with you. The Manchu thinks that your Xianyuan pill and Berserk pill are pretty good, and the spirit increasing powder is a treasure. There is also the weapon forging method that infuses beast energy. As long as you hand over the pill formula and the method, you can ask for anything from me. As long as the Manchu can do it, we will satisfy you." Du Xiaofu did not hesitate and directly shook his head. He forced a smile and said, "To tell you the truth, before I entered the Ancient Heaven sect, I had a master. The spirit increasing powder, Xianyuan pill, Berserk pill, and the weapon forging method were all taught by my master. Without the permission of the sect, I really can't make a decision." Sima Taxing stared at Du Xiaofu. He was not surprised by Du Xiaofu's words. The deacon was curious. What kind of expert was behind a disciple like this? The Xianyuan pill, spirit increasing powder, and the weapon forging method were extraordinary. They definitely did not come from an ordinary person. There is room for negotiation. Xianyuan, think about it carefully. Once you have made up your mind, you can come find me at any time." Sima Taxing stared at Du Xiaofu with a strange smile on his face. He said, "If you want to develop the Xianyuan pill and Berserk pill, I'm afraid you alone won't be enough. Are you going to rely on the World Alliance or the Stone Dragon Empire?" The World Alliance, the Stone Dragon Empire. Du Xiaofu's heart suddenly trembled after hearing this. He stared at Sima Taxing. Chapter 724. Looking at Du Xiaofu's nervous expression, Sima Taxing smiled and said, "You are the brave God King of the Stone Dragon Empire. There is no need to be nervous. The Manchu has no ill intentions in investigating your background." Du Xiaofu was stunned. He took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. He said to Sima Taxing, "It seems that the Manchu has put in a lot of effort. Of course, it is not easy to find your background after searching for so long. However, you can rest assured in the future. The Manchu has already removed the traces you left outside. It is unlikely for outsiders to find your background. However, you have to be careful of the Divine Light Court. According to my understanding, the grudge between you and the Divine Light Court is not shallow." Sima Taxing paused for a moment and looked at Du Xiaofu. He smiled and said, "Well, you should think about my suggestion and give me your answer tomorrow. Also, the Symbol League has made its decision. You can go to the Symbol League to take a look when you have time. After all, the Symbol League has a special position in the Manchu. Okay, I will think about it. Du Xiaofu nodded. After chatting with Sima Taxing for a while, he returned to the outer sect. He handed over some matters to Gu Zhangyu before returning to the Heaven Eye Peak. Tianwu Academy. This kid is actually from the Tianwu Academy. As the last rays of the setting sun dissipated, Sima Taxing looked at the sunset in front of a magnificent cliff and muttered, I wonder if the rumors are true. Is this kid's arrival a blessing or a curse for the ancient Heaven sect? At night, Du Xiaofu returned to the Heaven Eye Peak and entered the ancient desolate space. It seems that the ancient Heaven sect has their eyes on the Xianyuan pill and the Berserker pill. However, their more important target should be the spirit increasing powder and the refining method left behind by your master, the venerable weapon. Zhen Qingquan's eyes moved slightly on his illusory face. That is why I came to ask for your opinion. If I am not willing, I believe the ancient Heaven sect will not make things difficult for me. Du Xiaofu said, That depends on how ambitious you are. Zhan Qingquan looked at Du Xiaofu and said softly, If you are not too ambitious, you do not need to care about the ancient Heaven sect. The pill formula Taxing Qingquan, I will listen to you. Du Xiaofu said to Zhen Qingquan, Kid, if you are not ambitious, why do you care about the World Pavilion? If you are not ambitious, how would you have the World Alliance? Zhen Qingquan glanced at Du Xiaofu and said, Du Xiaofu, is Qingquan's SS, is NDA, is S's? Actually, the Profound Origin Pill and Berserk Pill recipes are not that big of a deal. You can give them to the Ancient Heaven sect, but you must sell them for a good price. You cannot let the Ancient Heaven sect take advantage of you. Zhan Qingquan looked at Du Xiaofu and sternly said, However, the spirit increase powder is too precious, so you can't reveal it so easily. It'll be a great trump card for you in the future, and it'll give you a sliver of power to resist the Ancient Heaven sect. The more ambitious you are, the more trump cards you have. What do you mean, Brother Qingquan? Looking at Zhan Qingquan, Du Xiaofu was slightly taken aback. Zhan Qingquan rolled his eyes at Du Xiaofu and said, Stop pretending in front of me. Follow your heart. Just don't lose out. Thank you, Brother Qingquan. You are my real brother, even closer than my real brother. Du Xiaofu smiled, his face full of smiles. The next morning, Du Xiaofu went to the main peak of Manchu again. In the side hall, Sima Taxing looked at Du Xiaofu. His eyes flashed without leaving a trace as he said, Have you thought about it? I really cannot take out the spirit increasing powder's recipe and refining method, but I can discuss the Profound Origin Pill and Berserk Pill recipes. Du Xiaofu said, You cannot take out the spirit increasing powder and refining method? Sima Taxing frowned slightly. Then he looked at Du Xiaofu and said with a smile, It's good that you can discuss it. What do you want? A batch of cultivation resources, Profound Origin Pill, and Berserk Pill. I want 30% of the profits from the outside world unconditionally. In addition, I want 10 Taoist weapons, 50 high-grade Taoist weapons, 100 middle-grade Taoist weapons, 500 low-grade Taoist weapons, and 3,000 spiritual weapons. Du Xiaofu said. Hearing this, Sima Taxing immediately stood up and looked straight at Du Xiaofu. His glass-like eyes seemed to be about to pop out. He said, Boy, are you kidding me? You only took out 2 pill formulas. That's absolutely impossible. The price of the Xian Yuan pill and the Berserk pill is already 3 times that of the same level of pills. In the Ancient Heaven sect, the price can already be increased by dozens of times. However, the starting cost is not high. The profit is huge, and the popularity of the pills has already been proven. The Profound Origin Pill and Berserk Pill recipes are also very special. They have no grades. The higher the quality of the main ingredients, the higher the grade of the pill. Du Xiaofu said to Sima Taxing seriously. That won't do. You are asking for too much. Sima Taxing looked at Du Xiaofu and shook his head. This boy was asking for too much. He was even more ruthless than him. Then forget it. Du Xiaofu recorded his words and immediately turned to leave. Boy, stop right there. Sima Taxing was taken aback. He gritted his teeth and immediately stopped Du Xiaofu. He said, let's discuss. Of course, there is room for discussion. We can have a good discussion, but your request is too high. It must be lower. Du Xiaofu hesitated for a moment. He turned around and said to Sima Taxing, my request is already very low. It can't be lower, but we can still discuss it. Soon after, from early morning to early afternoon, there were sounds of argument coming out from the side hall for half a day. They won't fight, right? Protector Hao had been waiting quietly by the side outside the side hall. He could not help but worry that the two people inside would have the impulse to fight when he heard the loud shouts that occasionally rang out from within the side hall. However, Protector Hao could only smile bitterly. In this world, how many people of the younger generation could be like Du Xiaofu, who could negotiate with a dignified ancient heaven sect master, Sima Taxing, in the side hall until his face and neck were red? Okay, then it's a deal. I can give you the pill recipes for the Xianyuan pill and the Berserk pill. In the future, I will provide the ancient heaven sect with the spirit increasing powder for 100 spirit symbol masters every year, but the price cannot be low. Even blood brothers have to settle accounts, clearly. I can also provide the refining method. Du Xiaofu squatted on the ground of the side hall and used a dagger in his hand to carve many numbers and lines on the ground. He pointed everywhere and said to Sima Taxing, who was also squatting on the ground with a red face, but the ancient heaven sect must not give me any less cultivation resources. In addition, 5 middle-grade Dao treasures, 20 initial-grade Dao treasures, 100 high-grade Dao treasures, 200 middle-grade Dao treasures, 1,000 initial-grade Dao treasures, and 5,000 spirit treasures. In the future, I will receive 30% of the Xianyuan pills and Berserk pills. I can agree to other things, but you can only get 10% of the benefits from the Xianyuan pills and Berserk pills. Otherwise, there is no need to talk about it. Sima Taxing looked at Du Xiaofu with a red face. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the sect master of the ancient heaven sect, he would have wanted to kill this little vampire before him. No need to talk then. Du Xiaofu did not budge an inch. You are still a disciple of the ancient heaven sect. Brat, no matter what, I am still your senior brother and the sect master of the ancient heaven sect. You really won't give me any face? Sima Taxing's glass-like eyes were red. It was as if the two of them were not having a discussion, but were having a battle. Even blood brothers have to settle accounts, clearly. Du Xiaofu did not back down. He stared at Sima Taxing and said, if I wasn't a disciple of the ancient heaven sect and you weren't my senior brother, I wouldn't have been able to provide the spirit increasing powder, the refining method to fuse beast energy, or the pill recipes for the Xianyuan pills and Berserk pills. For the sake of your master's love and protection, I will give you less. You should also give me some face. Sima Taxing glared at Du Xiaofu like a fighting cock. Unfortunately, no one could see this scene. 20%, at most 20%. This is my bottom line. If it really doesn't work, then I have no other choice. Du Xiaofu cursed in his heart. This sect master was really shameless. He was using his master to pressure him at this time. Okay, deal. Sima Taxing fiercely gritted his teeth. He felt that he could not go any further, so he could only nod. After all, the spirit increasing powder and the refining method were extremely important to the development of the entire ancient heaven sect. Chapter 7:25. Okay, deal. Du Xiaofu smiled. That batch of cultivation resources was quite a lot. With that batch of cultivation resources, it would be of great use to him. Prepare the spirit increasing powder as soon as possible, as well as the refining method and the pill recipes for the Berserk pill and the profound origin pill. Sima Taxing said to Du Xiaofu, "Give me the cultivation resources in 10 days. I'll also send the pill recipes and the refining method." Du Xiaofu chuckled and said, "However, 100 spirit increasing powder for a year is not a small amount. The Manchu must first give me some materials, and then we'll settle the accounts. You can go to the Manchu to get the materials. If there's nothing else, you can go back and prepare." Sima Taxing waved his hand. He really didn't want to stay with this brat any longer. Du Xiaofu smiled and left. He was quite satisfied with the result. With Du Xiaofu's departure, Protector Hao walked into the side hall. He looked at the lines and numbers carved on the ground, as well as the sect master Sima Taxing's flushed face. He said, "Sect master, how was your talk with that kid?" "That little bastard is simply a pain in the ass, a vampire," Sima Taxing scolded. At this moment, he didn't have much of the image of the ancient heaven sect's sect master. He then told Protector how about Du Xiaofu's conditions. "That brat is really ruthless. He's a living pain in the ass." After hearing Sima Taxing's words, Protector Hao couldn't help but curse. He then frowned and said, "Sect master, that brat wants so many cultivation resources. He should be leaving them for the so-called World Alliance. It seems that brat's ambition isn't small. Not only is he ambitious, but he also has the strength and boldness. I've also heard of the Dark Forest. It's not an ordinary place. That brat is able to control the Dark Forest at such a young age. It seems that he has already shown mercy to Chao Zhao's group." Sima Taxing sighed and then said to Protector Hao, "Prepare those cultivation resources. That brat is someone who won't act unless he sees a rabbit. If we don't see these cultivation resources, I'm afraid he won't take out the pill recipes and spirit increasing powder we want. So many cultivation resources. It seems that he doesn't have much intention of staying in our ancient heaven sect." Protector Hao frowned, and he was quite a bit of worry. Moreover, he's the brave god of the Stone Dragon Empire, and most importantly, he is a disciple of Tianwu Academy. A small Stone Dragon Empire can't keep him. I didn't expect that after so many years the last bit of Tianwu Academy's legacy would be destroyed. I'm afraid the person who did this is after that item. Sima Taxing sighed. Light flickered in Protector Hao's eyes as he said, "It seems that some people don't care about the legends that have been passed down. Give all the cultivation resources to that brat. The Central Continent has been in turmoil these years. If the Heaven Alliance can really develop in the future, it will be beneficial to the ancient Heaven Sect. After all, the brat is still a disciple of our ancient Heaven Sect. If the Heaven Alliance can really achieve something, it will be beneficial to our ancient Heaven Sect." Sima Taxing said after a while. After leaving the Manchu's main peak, Du Xiaofu went directly to the World Pavilion and met with Gazong, Wang Mingqiao, and the others. After everyone sat down, they exchanged some pleasantries. Then Du Xiaofu handed over the many pills and spirit artifacts that he had refined in the past few days to everyone. Then he informed everyone that he would be going into seclusion for 10 days. "President, now that the Talisman League has been decided and you are the chief of the Talisman League, it's time for you to take a look around and meet all the members," Gazong said to Du Xiaofu. "I don't have much time these days. You can decide the matters of the Talisman League. It's enough to have you here." Du Xiaofu thought for a while and said to Gazong, "With Gazong as one of the deputy chiefs, the World Pavilion wouldn't suffer any losses. As for the benefits of the Talisman League, Du Xiaofu didn't think too much about it. He was afraid that the Manchu would pay attention to what benefits he wanted from the Talisman League after he settled accounts with his senior brother. It was best that he didn't get involved in that. After all, his position as the chief of the Talisman League was just a title. All right." Guzong could only nod when he saw that Du Xiaofu wasn't interested. The next day was the opening day of the World Pavilion. There was a sea of people, and it was unusually popular. It was the most abundant cultivation resources ever. Some time ago, Du Xiaofu had swept through more than a dozen trading companies. At this time, all of them were taken out and sold by Du Xiaofu. Of course, he still kept some if necessary. Someone complained to the Manchu about the looting of the trading companies, but in the end, no one could find any evidence. The people of the trading companies didn't even see with their own eyes who looted everything from the trading companies. The World Pavilion didn't admit it either. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. Moreover, no one dared to provoke Du Xiaofu at this time. They could only swallow the bitter fruit in silence. On this day, Du Xiaofu entered the ancient, desolate space again. The amount of spirit-increasing powder used by 100 talisman masters in a year wasn't a small amount and required a lot of time to refine. More importantly, for the sake of the World Pavilion, Du Xiaofu had to refine some other cultivation resources. As for the pill formulas for the Profound Essence Pill and Berserker Pill, he had already sold them to the ancient Heaven Sect. Du Xiaofu also took the opportunity to rope in 3 6-star alchemy talisman masters. It didn't take much effort. Like Guzong, they all joined the World Pavilion permanently. The pill formulas for the Profound Essence Pill and Berserker Pill were also given to the 3 of them. Du Xiaofu also knew that it wasn't enough to prepare the Berserker Pill and Profound Essence Pill by himself. 10 days later, Du Xiaofu came out of the ancient desolate space with a smile on his face. 10 days in the outside world was an entire month in the ancient desolate space. With the help of his elder brother, Zhen Qingchen, he had refined quite a lot of things this time. After that, Du Xiaofu directly went to the main peak of the Manchu. Several hours later, the sun was setting in the west. Du Xiaofu stroked the bulging Qinquan pouch in his arms and left with satisfaction. Under the setting sun, the evening glow covered the sky. Outside the hall, as Sima Taxing Star watched Du Xiaofu leave, his handsome face twitched a few times in pain. "All right, but you have to come back as soon as possible. The journey will be dangerous. How about this? I'll let your 3rd senior brother accompany you back. What do you think?" Elder Gu Qingyang said to Du Xiaofu on the Heaven Eye Peak. Du Xiaofu had mentioned that he wanted to leave the ancient Heaven Sect and return home. He didn't hide that he came from the dark forest of the Stone Dragon Empire. Disciple doesn't dare to trouble 3rd senior brother to personally escort me back home. Du Xiaofu knew that if his 3rd senior brother were to personally send him off, the journey would naturally be much safer. Especially this time, he had brought a lot of cultivation resources with him. However, if his 3rd senior brother were to personally send him off, he would naturally feel a little fearful. "It's no trouble at all. Master, let me escort little junior brother. It will be safer this way." Yuanli immediately nodded. "Well, it's settled then. You escort your little junior brother back home," Elder Gu Qingyang said to Yuanli. He remembered that before his precious disciple entered the ancient Heaven Sect, he had encountered a lot of trouble, especially the people of the Divine Light Court. "Okay, I will definitely escort little junior brother." Yuanli was very happy. "Thank you, 3rd senior brother." Du Xiaofu nodded. With his 3rd senior brother escorting him back, it would naturally be much safer along the way. If it was any other time, Du Xiaofu would be fine. With his current cultivation, he was not afraid of ordinary cultivators. However, this time he had brought a lot of things and could not allow any accidents to happen. "Xiaofu, when do you plan to leave?" Elder Gu Qingyang asked. "The earlier the better. Let's leave tomorrow." Du Xiaofu said. The matters of the World Pavilion were more or less settled. There was no delay and he could leave at any time. He also hoped to go back early and see Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger when he returned. He hoped that Du Xiaoyao was safe and sound. Go early and come back early. Don't delay on the way and come back early. With your current cultivation, the ancient silver space and ancient gold space are suitable for you, Elder Gu Qingyang said. Du Xiaofu nodded. This time he also planned to return to the ancient heaven sect and continue to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. The most important thing now was to improve his cultivation and strength. The next morning, the light of dawn lifted the veil of the night sky. It was like a sharp sword of light, splitting the night sky apart and spitting out brilliant morning light. Whoosh, whoosh, two figures flew across the sky above the mountains and left the ancient heaven sect. The mountains were connected as the morning sun poured down. In midair, two figures flew across like rainbows. Thank you, third senior brother. In midair, Du Xiaofu's figure flew across the sky and thanked his third senior brother Yu Wanli. Little junior brother, you're too polite. It's rare for me to go out. Master has never allowed me to go out. Yu Wanli smiled. It was rare for him to go out. This time, he did not have many chances to go out because he was escorting his little junior brother. Why? Du Xiaofu was puzzled. With his third senior brother, Yu Wanli's identity, he should be able to leave the sect at any time. Yu Wanli smiled bitterly and said, Little junior brother, you don't know. Master thinks that my cultivation is not strong enough and usually doesn't allow me to leave the sect, lest I embarrass him. Today's update is complete. Chapter 7:26. The distance from the ancient heaven sect to the dark forest was not short. However, with Du Xiaofu and Yu Wanli's cultivation and speed, they were also extremely fast. Naturally, they did not encounter any trouble. In the sky above the mountain range, they would occasionally encounter some groups and escort agencies. However, when they sensed Du Xiaofu and Yu Wanli's aura, they would avoid them. They did not dare to get close to them. Therefore, in less than 7 days, Du Xiaofu and Yu Wanli had arrived at the bank of the central province's Long River again. They had to pass through the 8,000 miles of Zhong Province Long River and millions of mountains before they could be considered to be in the dark forest. Along the way, Du Xiaofu and third senior brother Yu Wanli kept each other company, chatting and laughing, causing the relationship between these two senior brothers to improve greatly. The 8,000 miles of Zhong Province Long River was vast, and there was a fishy and salty smell in the air. Looking from afar, the water was boundless and vast. It was as if there was a line between the sea and the sky. It made people feel small. Little junior brother, according to what you said, your sister might have entered an ancient seal. It's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. You don't have to worry too much, Yu Wanli said to Du Xiaofu. Not long ago, Du Xiaofu had told his third senior brother everything that had happened in the Zhong Province Long River. Now that they were back at the Zhong Province Long River, Du Xiaofu was even more worried. So much time had passed. He did not know whether Little Qing, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger were lucky or not. He did not know where they were now. Hearing third senior brother Yu Wanli's words, Du Xiaofu smiled. However, there was a hint of helplessness and anticipation in his smile. There seems to be something special in front. Yu Wanli looked at the vast sea in front of him. He seemed to have sensed something. It seems to be a little strange. When Du Xiaofu heard this, he looked at the vast sea. There was no one around, but the waves were not small. They rippled like the tide, and there were waves rolling in from afar. Whoosh, whoosh! Suddenly, many figures appeared in the sky above the vast sea. In the distance, a huge ship appeared in their line of sight. They're fighting. I didn't expect them to fight again. Let's leave this place quickly. We don't want to be affected. Too terrifying. It is said that the mysterious Dragon King, the Flame Carp King, the Golden Condor King, and the Absolute Sword King are all extremely terrifying. The surface of the water is densely packed with demonic beasts. There's no way to get close. This is the 8,000-li long river of the Central Prefecture. It is the world of the demonic beasts in the water. Fortunately, we ran quickly when we saw that the situation was not good. Many people are trapped inside, and it bodes ill rather than well. A moment later, many figures in the air flew to the shore. In the distance, a few huge ships swayed and slowly approached the shore. The faces of the figures were pale, and their hearts were filled with lingering fear. Above the water, the waves surged from afar, becoming more and more intense. Wave after wave crashed into the shore like a tidal wave, causing large splashes of water to splash everywhere. "Excuse me, what happened up ahead?" Du Xiaofu asked a burly man who looked to be in his 40s, hurriedly coming from the front of the water. From the whispers around, Du Xiaofu heard the familiar words of the mysterious Dragon King and the Flame Carp King, which made his heart tremble. When he first came to the central prefecture, he was chased everywhere by the mysterious Dragon King. The burly man looked at Du Xiaofu and Yu Wanli, who was beside him, looking at the two of them, one old and one young, but both of them had extraordinary bearings. He faintly felt a pressure, and his expression changed. He said, "In the water up ahead, the mysterious Dragon King and the Flame Carp King are fighting. There are also many martial king experts, like the Golden Condor King and the Absolute Sword King. It has been half a month. In the past half a month, many people who came to the central province could only stay on both sides of the river, unable to cross the river. If you want to cross the river, wait for a few days. Recently, the central province Long River has not been peaceful. If you are affected by them, it will be disastrous." "Is that so?" Du Xiaofu's face was filled with joy instead of worry when he heard this. He reckoned that it shouldn't be too much of a problem for him to deal with the mysterious WYRM King with his current strength. Not to mention, he still had his third senior brother. He was not a gentleman if he did not take revenge. This was also Du Xiaofu's style. Before returning this time, Du Xiaofu had thought that if he had the chance, he would naturally settle the score with the mysterious Dragon King. "Thank you." After nodding to the burly man, Du Xiaofu looked sideways at his third senior brother, Yu Wanli, and said, "Third senior brother, in the central prefecture Long River, there is a scarlet cloud dragon of the Beast King realm at the peak of the Nirvana realm. I have a grudge against it. I have to go look for it." A scarlet cloud dragon of the Beast King realm at the peak of the Nirvana realm is not weak. It is a demonic beast on the heavenly beast ranking. If there is a chance, it would be great if we can capture it. Hearing this, Yu Wanli's interest was immediately piqued. There were not many demonic beasts on the heavenly beast ranking in the ancient heaven sect. If they could capture a scarlet cloud dragon of the Beast King realm at the peak of the Nirvana realm and bring it back to the Manchu, it would be of great benefit to the younger generation of the ancient heaven sect. Let's go. Let's go look for that scarlet cloud dragon." Du Xiaofu smiled. Suddenly, his figure flashed as he stepped into the air and left. Yu Wanli was filled with anticipation as he soared into the air and followed Du Xiaofu. Where did these two people come from? They can't be serious. When the burly man heard Du Xiaofu and Yu Wanli's words, he was shocked. They were both looking for the mysterious Dragon King to settle scores and capture it. It took him a long time to recover from his shock. The vast water surface was vast and the air was salty. The blue waves were vast and majestic. However, at this moment, the waves were roaring continuously. Swoosh, swoosh! In the middle of the water, in the air, there were many figures fleeing in panic. Rumble! Deep in the central region's Long River, in the stormy waves above the water, there were ships rocking in the huge waves. They were on the verge of collapse, as if they would sink at any time. Roar! In the boundless water, there were the cries of demonic beasts. Shocking roars resounded. In less than an hour, in the air above the sea, Du Xiaofu and Yu Wanli saw many demonic beasts and humans fighting fiercely in the water. However, it seemed that they were all scattered underwater demonic beasts and humans. There were not many experts on either side. Although the battle was fierce, it did not attract Du Xiaofu and Yu Wanli's attention. With Du Xiaofu's current cultivation and strength, it would take some time for him to cross the 8,000 miles long central region's Long River. However, compared to when he first came to the central region's Long River, it was naturally much better. Thinking back to when Du Xiaofu crossed the river, He had to hide and hide along the way. He was chased everywhere and spent a lot of time. Rumble! In the distance, thunderous, muffled sounds came from time to time. Along the way, many things were overturned, leaving behind traces of an intense battle. At dusk, the setting sun was like blood, shining a golden light on the water. Many waters were blood-red, with demonic beast and human corpses floating. Many demonic beasts in the water were waiting for an opportunity to devour the corpses. On a messy mountain, the ground was cracked, the rocks were turned into dust, and the towering trees were all broken. You only looked around at the mess for a while, and then said, there should be at least beast lord, realm, demonic beasts, and martial king, realm, cultivators fighting here. There might be beast king realm and martial king realm cultivators involved. The main battlefield should still be in front. I wonder if it's over. Du Xiaofu pursed his lips. He was familiar with this area of water. Back then, he had hidden on many parts of the 8,000 miles long Central Region's long river. Continue looking. As Yu Wanli's voice fell, the profound qi beneath his feet surged, and his figure leapt out again. Swish! A wisp of golden profound qi surged beneath his feet, and Du Xiaofu's figure rose into the air. Wrapped in golden light, he merged with the setting sun. After a few flashes, he disappeared without a trace in the sky. At night, the water rippled, and a bright moon shone on the boundless water. Not long after, the shocking cries of demonic beasts resounded in all directions. At night, the moonlight decorated the sky. The vast water was quiet, vast, and mysterious. The densely packed stars were like sparks in the rippling waves of a body of water, flickering and flickering. On the water, there was a faint sound of waves sweeping and splashing on the beach. The sound of waves splashing on the beach was endless. We are unlucky this time. Fortunately, we escaped quickly when we saw that the situation was bad. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. I didn't expect the Absolute Sword King and Golden Condor King to team up with the Flame Carp King and Stone Turtle King. What should we do? We can't just watch them get the treasure. Such a treasure is hard to come by. If we can get it, we won't have to fear the Mysterious Dragon King anymore. Mysterious Dragon King, Ice Python King, Flame Carp King, Stone Turtle King, Golden Condor King, Absolute Sword King. These people are not to be trifled with. Furthermore, they are on the Central Region's long river. It will be extremely difficult for us to get the treasure. In the canyon, the sound of waves splashing could be heard from all directions, for figures sat cross-legged, and 4 Martial King Realm auras were faintly leaking out. Everyone, can you tell us what kind of treasure has appeared in the Central Region's long river? Suddenly, as the 4 Martial King Realm experts were discussing, a faint voice rang out. In the air, 2 voices slowly landed in the canyon. Who is it? Hearing this, the 4 people's eyes trembled, and they immediately stood up. Their auras fluctuated, and 4 pairs of bright eyes stared at the 2 people who had just arrived. Chapter 7:27. The 4 Martial King Realm cultivators felt uneasy as the 2 of them appeared silently. Under the moonlight, the 2 people who had suddenly appeared were an old man and a young man. The old man looked to be in his 60s and was wearing a plain robe. There were traces of spatial fluctuations around him that were difficult to detect. With one look, one could tell that the old man was not weak. However, it was difficult to detect his cultivation aura. The young man was wearing a purple robe and carried a strange broadsword on his back. On his resolute face, there was a faint smile in his clear eyes. However, the smile on the purple-robed young man's face made the 4 Martial King Realm cultivators feel a sense of déjà vu. It's him. It's that brat. I remember now. It's that brat. That's right. It's that brat. In a short period of time, the 4 Martial King Realm cultivators' faces changed drastically as they immediately recognized the young man. A few months ago, on the Central Province Long River, the four martial king realm cultivators had seen the purple-robed young man fight with the mysterious Dragon King. After that, the mysterious Dragon King and the golden Condor King chased after the purple-robed young man. The four of them had also interfered, but in the end they were trapped by the talisman array that the purple-robed young man had set up. In the end, when they saw the purple-robed young man enter the ancient heaven sect's new disciple testing area, they, the solitary Sword King and the golden Condor King, did not dare to chase after him. Be careful of this brat. Watch out for the talisman array that he has set up. In an instant, the four martial king realm cultivators' auras locked onto Du Xiaofu. The four of them focused, and there was some fear in their eyes. They knew that the young man in front of them was not to be trifled with. Looking at the four martial king realm cultivators in front of him, Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a smile. Naturally, he would not forget that these four martial king realm cultivators had chased after him on the central province Long River. You still haven't told me what kind of treasure has appeared in the middle continent's Long River recently. Du Xiaofu asked the four martial emperor realm cultivators. I've heard that the relic of a true dragon appeared in the Long River of the central region, but it hasn't been opened yet. However, it's very likely that there's dragon saliva left behind by the true dragon. The mysterious Dragon King, the Flame Carp King, the Stone Turtle King, the Ice Python King, and the others have already fought among themselves several times. Among the four people, the leading man looked at Du Xiaofu and Yu Wanli, seeming to have sensed something. His eyes were filled with suspicion and fear as he said, "That's all we know. The two of you, it's better for us to mind our own business. How about we part ways here? Brother Shan, that kid has a treasure on him. Don't let him go." A middle-aged man looked at Du Xiaofu. A few months had passed, but he still did not forget that the purple-robed young man before him had a treasure on him. Although he could not do anything to the solitary Sword King or the mysterious Dragon King, this young man was not afraid. "Brother Tsang, it's better for us to mind our own business." When the burly man in the lead heard this, he immediately smiled bitterly. "Haha, it seems that there are still people who are thinking about the treasure." Du Xiaofu looked at the four people and smiled. "However, I'm also thinking about you. Since we meet again, it's time to settle the score. Kid, you're boasting shamelessly. You're courting death." The middle-aged man who had just spoken raised his eyebrows. He knew that the purple-robed young man before him was not ordinary, but he was not afraid. If it was not for the talisman formation and speed, this kid would have been caught by them long ago. "This time, you have nowhere to run." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man stepped on the rock and soared into the sky. His figure was like lightning as he flew towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! In an instant, the middle-aged man's mysterious martial king realm aura surged, causing the air to tremble violently. He waved his hand, and a fist print wrapped in runes appeared before Du Xiaofu like lightning. Sigh! Taking a breath, Du Xiaofu's expression did not change. Instead, he smiled slightly. In the next moment, Du Xiaofu's purple robe fluttered. He shook his right arm and stretched out one hand. His 5 fingers were slightly bent, and he suddenly clenched his fist. A golden light burst out. It seemed slow, but in fact it was as fast as lightning. Bang! In the eyes of several people, the 2 fists collided directly. Then, a muffled thunder resounded through the sky. All of this happened too fast. Before some people could see it clearly, they saw the middle-aged man flying horizontally. His body was like a kite with a broken string. He fell directly and violently hit the huge rocks. Rumble! The earth shook and the mountains shook. The entire mountain trembled. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and the rocks collapsed and turned into dust. Puff! In the pile of rocks, the middle-aged man's mouth was dripping with blood. His face was full of surprise, and his eyes were full of shock and fear. The middle-aged man in the black robe had never thought that he, a mysterious martial king realm expert, would be so severely injured in one move. The blood in his body was surging, and his internal organs were almost shattered. His right arm that had just punched out was almost completely shattered. However, his opponent seemed to be showing signs of holding back. Du Xiaofu stood in the air without moving. The mysterious martial king realm expert was now at the same cultivation level as Du Xiaofu. Who else at the same cultivation level could compete with Du Xiaofu? Who was this abnormal? It could be said that if Du Xiaofu had not held back just now, the middle-aged man in the black robe would have been killed instantly. Huff, huff! Seeing that the middle-aged man in the black robe had been severely injured in one move, the remaining 3 people's faces changed in shock. Their eyes were filled with shock. Run! That kid's strength has skyrocketed. We can't compete with him. Run! In a short moment, the 3 of them came back to their senses. The 3 figures were like lightning. The middle-aged man in the lead rushed to the side of the burly man who had been severely injured in one move. He lifted him up and flew away. Stay! An indifferent voice rang out. Then, an old man in a white robe appeared beside the middle-aged man in the lead. Faint spatial ripples rippled around his body. He stretched out his hand and crushed and distorted the space. A handprint covered the sky and landed on the chest of the middle-aged man at an incredible speed. Bang! The sound of the energy fluctuation was not too loud. One could see the body of the burly man leading the group fall in front of you, wanly, like a bird, with broken wings. Following which, the middle-aged man who had been seriously injured by Du Xiaofu was once again violently smashed onto the ground. Bang, bang! Almost at the same time, a golden light gushed out in front of the other 2 middle-aged men who had just soared into the air. Layers upon layers of golden light gushed out, and an overbearing aura gushed out along with the mysterious patterns of golden talismans. It turned into a huge shadow of wings and swept across the 2 men's bodies. Walala! The shadow of the golden light wings swept across, causing the 2 men to be unable to resist. The profound energy halo on their bodies shattered, and they heavily smashed onto the ground. Puff, puff, puff! The 3 of them spat out blood. The impact caused the rocks on the ground to crack and turn into dust. Their faces were incomparably pale, and the seriousness in their eyes had turned into shock and fear. Du Xiaofu's body was in front of the 4 men. His clear eyes were filled with coldness as he said, "I didn't ask you to leave. You'd better behave yourselves. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. You can try and see if I can kill all of you on the spot." "What exactly do you want?" The leading burly man stood up. He wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. His pale face was filled with fear as he looked at the old man in the white robe. The fact that the old man could easily trample him with a single move made the leading burly man understand that it would be an easy task for the 2 of them to kill the 4 of them. "I've always been a vengeful person. The 4 of you, hand over your chinquan bags, talisman weapons, and spiritual weapons." Du Xiaofu had a smile on his face as he spoke as if it was a matter of course. The other 3 middle-aged men also struggled to get up. The 4 of them looked at Du Xiaofu and Yu Wanli. Their gazes were complicated and filled with fear and dread. Although the 4 of them were unwilling, they knew that the young man was not a kind person. Back then, he even dared to drink the blood of the mysterious Dragon King. In the end, the 4 of them pondered and could only take out their chinquan bags and the talisman weapons and spiritual weapons nourished by the God's Gate in their bodies and hand them over to Du Xiaofu. The 4 of them all had incomparable pain on their faces. However, compared to their lives, worldly possessions seemed to be a little more insignificant. Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and a wave of profound energy gushed out. A suction force surged and took the chinquan bags and talisman weapons into his hand. His gaze was somewhat complicated as he looked at the 4 of them. "We've already handed over our talisman weapons, spiritual weapons, and chinquan bags. Sir, you should let us go." The leading man looked at Du Xiaofu and said with a complicated gaze, "A few months ago, they were still able to hunt down the young man in front of them. However, at this moment, they were already in the bag and could not withstand a single blow. This change was too fast. I didn't agree to let you go, Du Xiaofu said to the four of them. He had no intention of letting them go. What else do you want to do? Hearing this, the four of them became even more fearful. The four of them clustered together and their auras fluctuated. Once there was an unforeseen event, they could only fight with their lives. Junior brother, there's no use keeping these four trash alive. Since they dared to attack our ancient heaven sect, just kill them. Yu wanly glanced at the four of them. Although the status of the elders in the Manchu was not high in the outside world, he naturally did not care about a few martial kings. Ancient heaven sect, hearing Elder Yu Wanli's words, the four martial kings trembled as if they had been struck by lightning. Chapter 7:28. The three words, ancient heaven sect, were like a huge mountain pressing down on the hearts of the three people. You are from the ancient heaven sect. The four people's faces changed and the fear in their eyes intensified. If they had known that the purple-robed youth was from the ancient heaven sect, they would not have dared to chase after him. In front of the ancient heaven sect, they were like ants in front of an elephant. They could not fight against the ancient heaven sect at all. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He did not expect the name of the ancient heaven sect to be able to shock the four people to this extent. Little junior brother, what should we do with the four of them? Yu Wanli asked Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu nodded at Yu Wanli. He then looked at the four people and said, Now, there are only two choices in front of you. First, follow me as my servant for 10 years. After 10 years, you will regain your freedom. Second, I will kill you on the spot. When the four people heard this, they looked at each other. They were martial kings after all. Now that they were going to be servants, it was naturally difficult for them to accept it. However, it was a matter of life and death. The four of them knew that they could not escape. Even if they could, they knew that they would not be able to escape from the powerful ancient heaven sect. The four of them looked at each other with complicated expressions. After a while, they looked at Du Xiaofu's sharp eyes and knelt down on one knee. They bowed and said, We are willing to be your servants. Greetings, master. Get up. Just call me third young master from now on. Du Xiaofu saw this, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. After a while, the group sat cross-legged on a wide rock in the canyon. Du Xiaofu found out from the four people that the leading man was called Shan Yuxiu. He had just stepped into the martial king realm and was at the nirvana realm. The middle-aged man who was severely injured by Du Xiaofu was called Sang Yi. He was at the mysterious martial king realm. The other two were called Yan Huai and Yu Qiji. One of them was at the profound level of the martial king realm, while the other was at the peak of the martial king realm. From the four, Du Xiaofu and Yu Wanli learned that a few months ago, these martial emperor realm cultivators had gathered at the middle continent's long river. They had unintentionally heard the news that there were the remains of a true dragon in the middle continent's long river, and the eerie ancient seal was only an interlude. In the end, they were unable to pursue and kill Du Xiaofu. After obtaining the treasures, they all returned to the central region's long river, waiting and searching for the true dragon's relics. Recently, there were finally signs of the true dragon relic, which led to several great battles. The first few battles were all chaotic battles. The mysterious Dragon King, the Ice Python King, the Flame Carp King, the Stone Turtle King, the Golden Condor King, and the Absolute Sword King were all involved. Other than that, there were also many small and medium-sized forces and experts who participated. However, their strength was slightly weaker than the mysterious Dragon King, the Solitary Sword King, the Golden Condor King, the Flame Carp King, and the Stone Turtle King. However, recently the Golden Condor King, the Solitary Sword King, the Stone Turtle King, and the Flame Carp King had joined forces for some reason, forcing the Ice Python King and the mysterious Dragon King to retreat. Many small and medium-sized forces and experts were greatly affected. The weaker ones no longer dared to step into the middle continent's long river. Chan Yu Xiu, Tsang Yi Yan Huai, and Yu Qiji saw that the situation was not good, so they retreated in advance. They wanted to wait for an opportunity to avoid the mysterious Dragon King, the Flame Carp King, and the absolute Sword King's limelight. However, in the end, the four of them did not expect to meet Du Xiaofu here. From the four of them, Du Xiaofu found out that the mysterious sealed space on the middle continent's long river had never appeared again. It had disappeared without a trace. So those two guys are called the Solitary Sword King and the Golden Condor King. Du Xiaofu's eyes glowed with a golden brilliance. He had inadvertently learned from Chan Yuxiu and the others that the two Martial King realm experts who had chased after him the most ruthlessly were called the Golden Condor King and the Extinctive Sword King. Both of them were Martial King realm experts at the peak of the Nirvana realm. They were both extraordinary people with a reputation. Real dragon's relic. There is indeed a chance for the dragon's saliva to exist. Listening to the four of them, Yuanli's eyes moved slightly. He was also very interested. Dragon's saliva, Du Xiaofu mumbled softly. Rumor had it that the dragon's saliva was left behind by the real dragon. If the level was high enough, it could allow the dragons to evolve into real dragons. It was the most precious treasure among the demonic beasts. To human cultivators, the dragon's saliva was definitely a precious treasure. If the news of the dragon's saliva spread to the ancient heaven sect, it would be enough for them to send many experts to search for it. Little junior brother, the dragon's saliva is a treasure. If it really exists, we can't miss it, Yuanli said to Du Xiaofu. Since we have encountered it, we naturally can't miss it. Du Xiaofu smiled. Not to mention the dragon's saliva, he still had to settle the score with the mysterious Dragon King, the Golden Condor King, and the Solitary Sword King. After that, Du Xiaofu returned the talisman weapon, spiritual weapon, and Qinkuan bag to Chan Yuxiu, Tsang Yi, Yan Huai, and Yu Qiji. He said, "The four of you should heal yourselves first. Tomorrow morning, we will search for the real dragon's relic." The next morning, the sun rose and instantly lit up the cliff. In the blink of an eye, the clouds above the boundless water region disappeared. The continuous stretch of water covered a patch of green. When the bright sunlight shone on the vast water region, the water was charming. "Third young master, what are you?" In the morning, when Chan Yuxiu saw Du Xiaofu's face covered by a black veil, he asked curiously, "We should meet the Golden Condor King, the mysterious Dragon King, and the others at the real dragon's relic. It's best if I don't expose myself." Du Xiaofu lifted the black veil and smiled at Chan Yuxiu and the other three. Hearing this, Tsang Yi, who had been severely injured by Du Xiaofu the day before, recovered a little. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Third young master, I'm afraid they will recognize the item on your back." "It's okay. They probably won't think it's me." Du Xiaofu smiled. There was no way to hide the purple gold, heavenly tower on his back. He said to the four, "Moreover, the Golden Condor King, the mysterious Dragon King, and the others won't think I'm with you. Even if they find out, it's nothing." Whoosh, whoosh! After a while, the six figures soared into the sky and disappeared into the sea region in a few flashes. Roar! Countless demonic beasts roared in the lush green water, causing waves to surge. Above, many demonic beasts were entrenched. Four figures stood there, all of them middle-aged. One wore a golden robe, while the other wore a gray-white robe. There were two others. One wore a crimson robe, while the other had bulging muscles under his clothes. His exposed shoulders were covered in green ancient runes that were extremely eye-catching. The true dragon relic should be opening soon. The mysterious Dragon King must be nearby, waiting for an opportunity. The middle-aged man in the golden robe had deep eyes and a high-nose bridge. He looked at the special waves in the water region ahead with some anticipation. He was the Golden Condor King, who was rather famous in the Central Plains. The solitary Sword King wore a gray-white robe. He was tall and slender, and what made him memorable was the numerous lifelike long swords embroidered on his robe. Hearing that, the solitary Sword King looked at the sea region ahead and raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes were filled with radiance, as if a sword was about to shoot out. He said softly, "The mysterious Dragon King is difficult to deal with. We have to be careful. The Ice Python King is already injured, so there's nothing to be afraid of. If the true dragon relic opens, we have to be wary of the mysterious Dragon King. There's nothing to be afraid of. With the four of us working together, the mysterious Dragon King can't do anything but run." The man in the crimson robe looked at the solitary Sword King and the golden Condor King and said, "According to the agreement, if we see the dragon's saliva, the four of us will split it equally. You humans don't have much credibility. I hope you can keep your promise when the time comes." "Don't worry. Since we've already formed an alliance, we'll definitely keep our promise," said the solitary Sword King. "Roar! Rumble!" The demonic beasts in the surroundings suddenly roared even louder, and there were endless sonic booms. Many demonic beasts appeared in the sea region in the distance again. The two groups of demonic beasts began to fight, causing waves to surge. Many of the waves were dyed red by blood. The mysterious Dragon King and the Ice Python King are here. The Stone Turtle King, with bulging muscles and green ancient runes on his shoulders, said softly. His forehead was slightly protruding, and his eyes were exceptionally deep. "There are still many humans who want to take advantage of the situation. Looks like we have to get rid of all of them to avoid trouble later." The Flame Carp King in the crimson robe said in a deep voice. His eyes were slightly red, and then a low roar came from his mouth. Roar! As the Flame Carp King roared, countless demonic beasts roared in the distance. The demonic beasts in the water emerged from the water region and covered the vast water region. "Do it! Think of a way to get closer. Deal with these demonic beasts in the water." Vaguely, there were loud shouts from humans in the distance, and a few huge ships appeared in the distance. The huge ships were filled with rippling radiance, and there were many figures standing on the deck. Many pairs of eyes shone with sharp radiance in the night sky, and streaks of spiritual weapon energy attacks swept in all directions. Rumble! Huge waves surged into the sky, and the huge ships shook as energy swept out. "Bastard, you're courting death!" There were loud shouts from the shaking ships, and streaks of rune energy attacks swept out, bombarding the demonic beasts in the water region. "Kill all these humans!" The demonic beasts roared. There were two groups of demonic beasts in the water, but at this moment they were more disgusted with the humans. They roared and attacked, and their huge bodies rose above the water surface. Runes covered their bodies, and their ferocious auras surged. Bang, bang, bang! The battle in the sea region was intense, and the vast energy covered the sky and covered the earth, illuminating a large area of the water region. The waves surged into the sky, and there were many demonic beasts roaring in all directions. There are more updates. Today's extra update should be released at around 11 o'clock. Chapter 729. Attack! Attack with all your might. Everyone retreat. Amidst the beast horde, there was a huge gray ship swaying in the raging waves. On the third deck of the ship, a man in his 40s shouted. Miserable cries could be heard from the surrounding sea. Many figures stumbled out of the huge ships. There were also people who were blasted into the water in midair. Immediately, the demonic beasts in the water leaped out of the water and opened their bloody mouths. Their bodies were bitten into pieces and swallowed into their mouths. Kill! Loud shouts resounded. Dazzling sword radiance, saber radiance, and energy runes covered the sky, blocking and killing a large number of demonic beasts. In the intense battle, blood dyed the surrounding waters red. The huge gray ship swayed. The middle-aged man had a gray scarf tied around his long black hair. He had a muscular body, and his gaze was deep. He did not hold back at all as he unleashed his full martial lord cultivation to defend against the attacks of the demonic beasts in the water. Rumble! The densely packed demonic beasts in the water surrounded the huge gray ship. It was as if there was a layer of light covering the ship. Huge waves appeared on the surrounding water. Although the ship wanted to quickly retreat from the battle, it was blocked by countless huge demonic beasts in the water and could not escape. First head, we are surrounded. What should we do? On the deck, the faces of many people were solemn. We shouldn't have been so close. We can only use all our strength to fight our way out. The middle-aged man shouted. As the first head of the Long River Escort Agency, he knew that he had made a mistake this time. He did not resist the temptation of the treasure and allowed the ship to get so close. Now, they were in deep danger and could not escape. Bang, bang! A few huge demonic beasts in the water, all of which had the aura of the Beast Lord realm, slammed into the huge gray ship and broke the light covering the ship. Rumble! Huge waves surged, and the huge gray ship swayed from the huge waves. In the end, the ship was forcefully stabilized, but the ship's body was already cracked. First head, we can't take the second hit. If we hit again, we will fall apart. On the deck, someone shouted. The situation had reached the most critical point. If there's really no other way, we'll abandon the ship and escape first. Every single one of us that can escape is one of us. The middle-aged man shouted. His body was wrapped in Xian Qi as he used all his strength to kill the surrounding demonic beasts. He was the head of the Long River Escort Agency, the Marquis of Waves, Zhou Tianyang. Kill all these humans who want to fish in troubled waters. In front of the giant ship, waves of water violently trembled and swept down like a torrential storm. Then, under the shocked gazes of many people, a huge fish leaped out of the water. This giant fish was enormous, like a small mountain. Its entire body was covered in runes, and it had a pair of wings on its back. The sharp fangs in its mouth were like that of a devil's, causing the surrounding water to surge into the sky. It was extremely shocking and terrifying. A devil sparrow fish with 1 foot in the Beast King realm. The Marquis of Charin's gaze turned serious. The devil sparrow fish was a terrifying existence. He had been at odds with the Marquis of Charin ever since. In the blink of an eye, the devil sparrow fish had already attacked Zhou Tianyang. A beam of rune light shot out from its mouth like a thunderbolt, causing waves to surge into the sky. It was fierce and powerful. The Marquis of Churning Waves, Zhou Tianyang, was unable to dodge. If he were to escape, the giant ship under his feet would be directly smashed into pieces. Humph! Zhou Tianyang snorted and clenched his teeth. He immediately sent out a fist seal. Bang, bang! In the blink of an eye, the 2 energy attacks collided, causing the giant ship to tremble and sink into the water. The surrounding space rustled as countless waves surged into the sky. Thump, thump! Zhou Tianyang's body was forced back 3 steps. The deck of the giant ship cracked, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Zhou Tianyang, you're no match for me. I have long wanted to kill you. This time you have come to seek death. The devil sparrow fish roared. Its huge body rose into the sky and was about to attack again. Something's not right. Suddenly, the huge devil sparrow fish seemed to have sensed something. It was alarmed and quickly retreated. It had a bad premonition. A figure silently appeared in the sky. He was wearing a cloak, and his face was covered by a black aura. He wore a purple robe and carried something that looked like a broadsword on his back. He appeared silently. Where did this human come from? You are courting death. The devil sparrow fish's eyes were cold. It opened its mouth and spat out a fong. This sharp fong was only about a foot long. It was sharp and fierce. Then it shone brightly, and the runes were dazzling as it rapidly enlarged. Numerous talisman markings appeared on the sharp fangs, and an extremely powerful and terrifying aura spread out. Immediately, it shot explosively towards the person whose face was covered by the black veil that had appeared without a sound. Evil creature! Under the black veil, a faint voice sounded. There was a hint of coldness in the voice. Then his arm shook. In a short moment, a hand seal was formed. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. A lightning finger seal condensed. Swoosh! The finger seal swept out from the black-veiled person's hand. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Lightning flashed from the fingertip and directly destroyed the sharp fang into broken runes. Chi! Then, the lightning finger seal had yet to dissipate. It was filled with a domineering and destructive aura. Under the fearful eyes of the devil sparrow fish, it fell directly between its eyebrows. Swoosh, swoosh! The lightning finger seal pierced through the ruined defense of the devil sparrow fish's body like lightning. It pierced through its eyebrows, and a bloody hole appeared at the back of its head. Rumble! The scarlet eyes of the huge devil sparrow fish froze in fear. Then, everything came to a standstill. The gigantic devil sparrow fish's body fell straight back into the water, stirring up countless huge waves. The devil sparrow fish was killed by a finger. Its blood dyed the sea red. A pungent smell of blood spread. It had died a tragic and unjust death. After the devil sparrow fish was killed by a finger, the surroundings seemed to have calmed down. On the giant black ship, many people's gazes were trembling. Many people were trembling as a chill spread out from their bones. The devil sparrow fish, which had 1 foot in the Beast King realm, couldn't even withstand a single blow. What powerful strength! On the huge ship, Lord Churang was also shocked as he looked at the mysterious person who had appeared in front of him. Boom! The person with the black veil landed on the deck of the huge ship. A powerful and domineering aura surged, causing the huge ship to shake. Many people on the ship inadvertently took a few steps back. Then, the person with the black veil didn't say a word. An ancient and domineering aura fluctuated from his body. His purple robe fluttered slightly as lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky above the sea. It was as if a storm was about to descend on this part of the water, causing the surrounding space to darken. Boom! In the next moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky. The person with the black veil threw a punch at the water. On the fist, streaks of lightning shot out from the water. It was dazzling, and the rumbling of thunder resounded in the water. Then, under the shocked gazes of the people on the huge ship, the fist landed on the water and turned into countless silver lightning bolts that wreaked havoc. With an unstoppable force, it destroyed countless demonic beasts in the water around the huge ship. Roar! Huge waves rolled in the water. In the distance, huge demonic beasts were attacked by lightning bolts and floated to the surface. The surrounding waves surged violently and were terrifying. They hurriedly escaped. All of you run. After doing all this, the person with the black veil soared into the sky and went deep into the fierce battle of the demonic beasts in the water. On the huge ship, the people came back to their senses after a while. Retreat! Quick! Zhou Tianyang shouted and controlled the huge ship to escape quickly. Looking at the back of the person with the black veil, he frowned. It seemed like he had seen him before. Third young master, do you know those people? In the sky, 6 figures appeared. Shan Yuxiu asked Du Xiaofu. The person with the black veil was Du Xiaofu. Hearing Shan Yuxiu's question, he said to Shan Yuxiu, "They are some friends that I used to know. Since I saw them, I would like to lend a hand." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Shan Yuxiu was slightly moved. In his mind, the young man in front of him was fierce and cruel. At this moment, he seemed to feel something different. Rumble, roar, in the vast water area, the sound of energy was endless. Countless dorsal fins floated to the surface of the water. Numerous, astonishingly huge demonic beasts in the water filled the entire water region, stirring up monstrous waves as they roared and hissed. The fierce battle was extremely chaotic. There were demonic beasts killing other demonic beasts. There were humans and demonic beasts fighting. Waves of shocking auras spread out, making people tremble in fear. Third young master, it should not be far ahead. Looking at the situation, we should be able to enter the true dragon relic. Tsang Yi said to Du Xiaofu. He frowned as he looked at the huge ships and the experts of the human race in the distance. The vast water region had been dyed red by the blood. Humans, go to hell! The sound waves rumbled, resounding through the water area. Among the sea of demonic beasts below, a huge demonic shark wrapped in runes jumped out of the water. It stirred up waves like a tsunami, causing the space to tremble violently. The huge demonic shark soared into the sky like a flying dragon. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow the 6 people in the sky. A terrifying aura gushed out from the bloody mouth, like a tornado vortex, capable of sucking people down from the air. A beast at the peak of the beast, Lord Realm dares to come and seek death. Chapter 730. Chan Yu Xiu struck with his fist and smashed it into the shark's bloody mouth like a thunderbolt, smashing its huge head into pieces. Splash! The shark's blood splattered everywhere as its mountain-like corpse fell into the water. Waves of water spread out in all directions. Roar! Countless beasts roared and hissed as they no longer dared to attack the 6 people in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh! After a while, 6 figures landed on the highest point of a mountain that was occupied by countless beasts. Damn humans, you're courting death. A giant crab that was shining with golden light streaked across the sky. The golden runes around its body soared into the sky, causing space to ripple. The sound waves caused the space to rumble, causing the souls of those who heard it to tremble. This is the thunderous soul subduing crab. Its defense is terrifying, and it can affect one's mind and soul power. Yu Wanli said, "It's a pity that it's an aquatic beast. It's only half a step into the Beast King realm. If it's stronger, I can keep it as a mount." As his voice fell, Yu Wanli waved his hand and a claw print pierced through the air, causing the space to ripple. It was as fast as lightning and had a powerful aura. Chi! The claw print distorted a large area of space and directly twisted the huge, thunderous soul subduing crab, causing it to be unable to move. Destroy! Yu Wanli shook the air and slightly exerted force with his 5 fingers. Crack, crack! The thunderous soul subduing crab that was enveloped by the claw print space started to crack in fear. The thunderous soul subduing crab could not resist Yu Wanli at all. It was torn apart and turned into a bloody mist. Roar! Seeing this, the ferocious beasts that were entrenched in the surroundings immediately roared and trembled. They fled in panic, not daring to stay any longer. Where did this human come from? How dare he kill my beasts? In the distant sky, a towering man in a red robe was furious. His eyes were filled with coldness. That person's strength is not bad. The people around him are all martial kings. Don't attack first, in case the mysterious Dragon King takes advantage of us. The muscular man with a simple green rune on his shoulder said to the red-robed, muscular man. His eyes glowed with rune light. The Golden Condor King looked ahead and frowned. It's Chan Yu Xiu and the others. The other 2 seemed to be newcomers. The person who attacked just now should be very strong. The solitary Sword King looked at a tall and faintly discernible figure in the distance. The figure carried a sword-like object on his back. His gaze wavered slightly as he felt a sense of familiarity. Ahead should be the solitary Sword King, Golden Condor King, Flame Carp King, and Stone Turtle King. Shan Yuxiu came to Du Xiaofu's side and looked at a mountain in the distance. Du Xiaofu's gaze had already pierced through the black veil covering his face and landed in the distance. Those faint figures were very familiar. Third young master, the true dragon ruins are just up ahead. A true dragon's shadow appeared up ahead. Yuqi said to Du Xiaofu. Following Yuqi's gaze, Du Xiaofu looked at an empty body of water in front of him. The body of water in front of him was surrounded by endless waves. Faintly, an extremely unique aura spread out. That aura had a special fragrance that made the surrounding demonic beasts not dare to approach. This fragrance seems very special. Du Xiaofu murmured. That special fragrance was able to calm one's mind and soul just by smelling it. Whoosh! Suddenly, the vast body of water rippled. Then the waves intensified, and the special fragrance became stronger. Whoosh! Surges of heaven and earth energy spread out from the void and gathered in the vast body of water in front of them. Roar! The surrounding demonic beasts roared. That fragrant aura seemed to have a peerless pressure that made all the demonic beasts tremble in fear. Their eyes were filled with fear. The ruins should be opening for real. Above, the Golden Condor King, Solitary Sword King, and the others were filled with anticipation. Whoosh! In the center of the vast body of water, many mysterious runes suddenly burst out. A terrifying whirlpool appeared in the body of water and absorbed the energy of heaven and earth. The huge whirlpool in the water flickered with mysterious runes as if it was a bottomless pit. Countless amounts of energy of heaven and earth gathered and rushed into the whirlpool. It couldn't be filled at all. It only made the entire body of water tremble, and there were raging waves in the distance. Roar! Suddenly there was a dragon's roar. The dazzling, mysterious runes gathered and turned into a terrifying, hazy dragon that coiled in the sky. The hazy shadow coiled in the sky, and its appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, the shadow was shrouded in radiance, as if it was alive. Its aura was extremely terrifying, and it looked disdainfully. The terrifying shadow of the dragon was too terrifying. Its deep eyes were like a cosmic whirlpool that could swallow a person's soul. That aura was the aura of a supreme being, and it made countless living beings tremble. At this moment, the Solitary Sword King, Golden Condor King, Stone Turtle King, Flame Carp King, Chanyu Xiao, Yuchi Ji, and the others were all stunned. That shadow of the dragon was extremely terrifying, and its aura was terrifying. That's the aura of real dragons. What a terrifying aura. At this moment, even you, Wanli's gaze trembled. That was the aura of real dragons, and it wasn't something that a flood dragon or mixed blood dragon could compare to. Du Xiaofu looked at the terrifying dragon in front of him. The golden rock technique in his body was activated for no reason, and that aura made the blood in his heart boil for no reason. Roar! All around the body of water, thousands of beasts roared and hissed in fear. From the shadow of the dragon, the pressure that came from the bloodline of the demonic beasts had a natural suppressive effect on them. Whoosh! The terrifying shadow of the dragon disappeared in mid-air. At this moment, that special aura and fragrance filled this part of the world. That fragrance made one feel relaxed and happy. It could strengthen one's soul and make one's body feel comfortable. It should be the aura of the dragon's saliva. The relic of the true dragon has opened. Above, the Golden Condor King was overjoyed, and his eyes shone brightly. Whoosh! Suddenly, in the turbulent sea, two huge creatures appeared. One was emitting a green-red light, and the other was shining with a white brilliance, releasing a terrifying icy aura. Both of the huge creatures were hundreds of feet long. Their huge bodies brought with them waves that covered the sky and earth as they dived into the terrifying whirlpool. Oh no, it's the mysterious Dragon King and the Ice Python King. They are indeed secretly making a move. The mysterious Dragon King and the Ice Python King have entered the relic. Chase after them. Above, the Stone Turtle King, the Golden Condor King, and the Solitary Sword King's faces changed. The four of them were like lightning as they swept across the sky. The aura of the four of them exploded, and the waves that they passed by were like countless bombs exploding. Whoosh, whoosh! In the distance, several figures swept across the sky. Their auras were also in the Martial King realm. Although the auras of those figures were not high in the Martial King realm, they were definitely in the Martial King realm. It seemed like there were even spiritual talisman masters among them. All of them quickly rushed towards the relic. Let's go too. Du Xiaofu looked at the huge whirlpool in front of him and said in a low voice, under the black veil, his eyes shone with a golden light as he swept out. Whoosh, whoosh! Shan Yuxiu and the others nodded and followed. In a few flashes, the 6 of them had already appeared in front of the whirlpool. At this moment, the Golden Condor King, the Stone Turtle King, and the few Martial King Realm and 6-star spiritual talisman masters who were waiting at the side had already entered the whirlpool. Du Xiaofu and the others did not hesitate as they swept into the whirlpool. In the passage of the water, runes flickered all around. It was like a vacuum passage that went all the way to the depths of the water. It was pitch black all around, and only the runes that flickered from time to time emitted light. Below the whirlpool was a vast underwater world. The underwater world was beyond imagination. The reefs were continuous, like the mountains outside the water. It was incomparably huge. There were all kinds of underwater creatures, like the dense forests in the mountains outside, covering the reefs and the underwater world. Colorful corals flickered and huge fishes swam around. Everything was like a dream, and it was extremely dazzling. Du Xiaofu and the others were cautious as they guarded against danger. However, they had been overthinking. There was no danger in the underwater world, and they passed through without any obstructions. It was just that the mouth-watering fragrance was getting stronger and stronger. It was accompanied by energy fluctuations that rippled in the underwater world. There in front, Yuanli took the lead and slowed down. He noticed that the people who had just entered in front of him also slowed down. Walala! In the water, the light became more and more dazzling, illuminating the underwater world. It was dazzling and dazzling, like the sun rising from the east. What's that? Shan Yuxiu was shocked. He suddenly looked in front of him. On top of a mountain-like reef in the water, there was a dazzling light and a divine radiance. Looking at it carefully, it was the size of a child. It was oval-shaped like an egg, but compared to an egg, it was much bigger. The dazzling divine radiance and the dazzling light in the water all came from that object. The rich and mouth-watering fragrance also came from that object. The last day of this month is also the last day of this year. I just checked the writing software. For the whole year, I wrote exactly 4 million words. In the first half of the year, I didn't write for 2.5 months before I started writing new books. Here, little you would like to thank all my brothers and sisters for their support. I won't say much. I wish everyone good health and happiness in the new year. Little you pays his respects. Chapter 731. Dragon saliva, that's dragon's saliva. What a huge ball of dragon's saliva. Yuanli looked at the oval-shaped ball of light and was shocked. He had never seen the real dragon's saliva before. However, it wasn't hard for Yuanli to tell that the oval-shaped ball of light was the legendary dragon's saliva. Dragon saliva was left behind by a real dragon. It was a treasure among treasures. It was rumored that dragon saliva could transform ordinary demonic beasts. It could transform a mixed dragon into a real dragon. Dragon saliva could also transform a martial artist from the inside out. It could also strengthen a spiritual talisman master's soul and transform himself. Dragon saliva was a treasure to all living things. Dragon's saliva. Du Xiaofu's gaze was also fixed on the ball of dragon's saliva. It was filled with divine light and fragrance, causing the blood in his body to boil. He was greatly affected for no reason. Swoosh, swoosh! At that moment, the Golden Condor King, the Solitary Sword King, the Stone Turtle King, the Flame Carp King, the 5 Martial King Realm cultivators who came in later, and the other 2 cultivators with the aura of 6-star talisman masters, surrounded the huge reef. Everyone's gaze and aura were fixed on the dragon's saliva. In front of the reef, 2 huge creatures were entrenched. They were at least 1,000 feet long. A green and red dragon entrenched itself in the water. Its entire body was covered in green and red light, making it look like a huge dragon. Its aura was terrifying, causing people to tremble. The other huge, white python had a ferocious body, like a dragon. Its eyes were scarlet, and the aura around it was cold, as if it could freeze the water at any time. The green and red dragon and the huge white python were naturally familiar to everyone who surrounded the reef and had their eyes on the dragon's saliva. Even to Du Xiaofu, the green and red dragon and the huge white python were familiar. They were the mysterious Dragon King's original body, the mysterious cloud, scarlet dragon, and the Ice Python King's original body in the middle region Long River. It seems to be the complete Beast King realm. It actually broke through. Du Xiaofu was shocked. At this moment, the aura on the mysterious Dragon King's body was shockingly at the complete level of the Beast King realm. Back then, when the mysterious Dragon King was chasing after him, the mysterious Dragon King was only at the peak of the Beast King realm. It seemed that during this period of time, the mysterious Dragon King's cultivation had actually made a breakthrough. The mysterious cloud, scarlet, Dragon Carp King realm, Dragon's editor. Dragons was Dragon's saliva. But it seemed that they were worried that the dragon's saliva wouldn't be that easy. Thus, at this moment, everyone was waiting in formation. No one took the initiative to attack. They were all acting according to the circumstances, waiting for an opportunity. Mysterious Dragon King, mysterious Dragon King. The Flame Carp King, the Stone Turtle King, the Golden Condor King, and the Solitary Sword King communicated secretly. To them, the person they feared the most right now was the mysterious Serpent King. They did not care about the others too much. The mysterious Serpent King and the Ice Python King were besieged by the Flame Carp King, the Stone Turtle King, the Golden Condor King, and the Absolute Sword King. TSS was Scarlet Dragon, Scarlet of this the TTT attack. Suddenly, the Ice Python King and the mysterious Dragon King seemed to have reached some kind of tacit agreement. The Ice Python King took the lead and attacked first. The aura of its huge body fluctuated with an icy cold aura. In an instant, the icy aura filled the sky and froze the water below, blocking the people around it. Roar! At the same time, mysterious Dragon King Nenen's huge body leaped out like lightning, pouncing towards the dragon's saliva on the reef. Mysterious Dragon King wants to launch a sneak attack. Attack! Golden Condor King, Flame Carp King, and the others who had been targeting mysterious Dragon King Nenen would naturally not let mysterious Dragon King do as he wished. Almost at the same time, the four of them moved. Whoosh! Runes filled the Flame Carp King's body in an instant. He transformed into a demon flaming carp that was over 100 feet long. The scorching scarlet flames on his body boiled in the water. The runes on his talisman exploded. Scorching heat filled the air. Wherever the demon flaming carp King's body passed, the surrounding frozen water cracked and shattered, destroying everything in its path. Roar! A huge green tortoise appeared. The runes on the tortoise's shell were intricate and shimmering. Its aura surged as it pounced towards mysterious Dragon King Nenen at lightning speed. Golden light burst out. At the same time, a pair of golden rune wings condensed on Golden Condor King's back. The wings blocked the water flow in the water. His speed was also as fast as lightning as he followed the giant tortoise towards mysterious Dragon King. Swoosh, swoosh! Seeing that the mysterious Flood Dragon King, the Ice Python King, the Golden Condor King, the Flame Carp King, and the Stone Turtle King had started fighting, the 5 Martial King realm cultivators and the 2 6-star talisman masters gritted their teeth. Instantly, the 7 figures rushed toward the reef in front of them as if they had agreed beforehand. The 7 of them had been waiting for an opportunity to seize the opportunity to fight for the dragon's saliva. Otherwise, they wouldn't have much hope of obtaining the dragon's saliva in front of mysterious Dragon King, Flame Carp King, and Golden Condor King. With your strength, I'm afraid it's not enough to fight for the dragon's saliva. The solitary Sword King attacked. A talisman weapon long sword appeared in his hand. He poured his celestial chi into it, and the runes surged. He swung the sword, and a vast sword chi swept out like a wave, stirring up countless waves. Let's work together. The 5 martial kings and the 2 6-star spiritual talisman masters seemed to have been prepared. With a loud shout, the 7 of them attacked at the same time. Each of them activated their spiritual weapons and talisman weapons, as well as their energy attacks. Vast and mighty, they resisted the solitary Sword King's sword chi. Rumble within the water. Rumbling sounds were endless. The energy waves swept through the surrounding reefs, causing them to shatter and collapse. The energy was monstrous. Although the auras of the 5 martial kings were ordinary in the martial king realm, with only 2 at the mystical martial king realm, 3 at the initial martial king realm, 1 at the initial martial king realm, and 1 at the initial martial king realm, and 1 at the mystical martial talisman master. The 7 attacks that surged out together were enough to shock anyone. Break! The solitary Sword King shouted as he swung his sword. Boundless sword chi rolled out and resisted all the attacks of the 7 people. The 5 martial kings and the 2 6-star spiritual talisman masters were pushed back. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. The solitary Sword King's strength seemed to be stronger than they had imagined. Ice Python King, you're still too weak. The demonic flamed carp, which was more than 100 feet long, was surrounded by rolling red flames. Its aura was many times stronger than the Ice Python King's true form. The demonic flamed carp king destroyed the cold ice aura, as if he was born to suppress the Ice Python King. He opened his mouth, and the red flames turned into a beam of light, shooting towards the Ice Python King's true form like a thunderbolt. Buffed! The terrifying impact and blazing aura forced the Ice Python King's huge body to move back. A large amount of blood mist spurted out of his mouth. You're too weak. Get lost. The demonic flamed carp shouted. In a short moment, just as the Ice Python King's body was pushed back, the demonic flamed carp king's body moved forward instead of retreating. He leaped from the water to the Ice Python King's true form like lightning. The demonic flamed carp king's body suddenly spread out. It was dazzling and terrifying. The scorching heat was so hot that it evaporated the water around it, causing white smoke to rise. Puffed. The demonic flamed carp king's true form, the demonic flamed carp king, used his body to collide with the Ice Python King's true form. His speed was as fast as lightning, and his power was like thunder. Boom! The rolling red flames were terrifying, as if they could destroy everything. They easily destroyed the Ice Python King's hard ice scales defense, causing the Ice Python King to roar and spit out blood again. Walala! The Ice Python King's back was hit by the demonic flamed carp king. Blood spurted out from the broken scales, and his body rolled violently. After a tail swing, the Ice Python King's true form fell into the water. Blood flowed into the water, and it could no longer fight. Roar! At this moment, the mysterious Dragon King, the Stone Turtle King, and the Golden Condor King were already fighting. The Stone Turtle King transformed into a huge turtle. Its entire body was ancient green, and it emitted a misty, mysterious pattern. Its aura was terrifying, and its huge body under the water was like 100,000 mountains crashing down. The mysterious Dragon King roared. Its huge body collided with a huge turtle, and it was actually able to push it back. It was shocking that it could suppress the huge turtle. Boom! The Golden Condor King appeared and slammed his palm toward the mysterious Dragon King. The mysterious Dragon King's eyes were filled with coldness. His entire body was covered in green and red light, and he spat out a beam of energy from his mouth. It directly blocked the Golden Condor King's palm and destroyed it. So powerful! The Golden Condor King's face turned solemn. The mysterious Dragon King was too powerful. If he was alone, he would not be able to do anything to the mysterious Dragon King. Whoosh! Not far away, sword radiance filled the sky. The solitary Sword King used his own strength to activate the boundless sword aura. He blocked 5 martial kings and 2 6-star spiritual talisman masters, and he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Rumble. Although the 5 martial king realm cultivators and 2 6-star spirit talisman masters were not in danger for the time being, they were still unable to get close to the towering mountain-like reef. Swoosh! The Flame Carp King had severely injured the Ice Python King. He did not have time to care about the Ice Python King's life or death. His body turned into a scarlet flame, and he charged toward the huge reef, wanting to take the dragon's saliva on the reef. The dragon saliva is not for you. The mysterious Dragon King's true form, the Shenyun Scarlet Dragon, roared like thunder. His entire body was covered in green and red light, and the mysterious patterns of the green and red talisman burst forth. Roar! Along with the roar, the aura of the mysterious Dragon King skyrocketed. In an instant, he broke through the siege of the Golden Condor King and the Stone Turtle King. Wherever the huge dragon passed, the water trembled. He pounced toward the Flame Carp King. The Flame Carp King's eyes trembled. The scarlet flame runes on his body seemed to have come alive. The scarlet flame jumped, and a beam of scarlet flame shot out toward the mysterious Dragon King. Break! The mysterious Dragon King shouted, and a green and red beam of light shot out from his mouth. The light was dazzling, and it was accompanied by a terrifying power. It destroyed the scarlet flame of the Flame Carp King. Then, the huge dragon tail swept toward the Flame Carp King. It was as fast as lightning. The Flame Carp King's eyes narrowed. He seemed to be slower than the mysterious Dragon King, and he could only use his body to collide with it. Chapter 732. Bang! The dragon tail clashed with the devil-flamed Carp King's body. Energy surged, and the devil-flamed Carp King's body was pushed back. He looked serious, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Go all out against the mysterious Dragon King, the Golden Condor King shouted. He flew over with the Stone Turtle King and attacked the mysterious Dragon King. The Golden Condor King and the Stone Turtle King couldn't trap the mysterious Dragon King. After the Flame Carp King stabilized his body, he had no choice but to join in. 3 waves of energy attacked, and the runes shone brightly. Only then did they trap the mysterious Dragon King. What a powerful scarlet cloud dragon! Impressive! Yuanli stood with his hands behind his back in the water far away. Without Du Xiaofu's words, he had no intention of joining in. Yuanli had been watching the battle. He could tell that the Scarlet Cloud Dragon was the strongest. The Scarlet Cloud Dragon at the complete Beast King realm was definitely not to be trifled with. Du Xiaofu watched the battle with a calm expression on his face. He had no intention of interfering. On the other hand, Chan Yuxiu, Cang Yi Yanhuai, and Yu Qiji's gazes were mostly on the dragon saliva on the reef. However, Chan Yuxiu and the other 3 knew their own strength. Moreover, the 4 of them were injured. Since the 3rd young master had no intention of joining in, they naturally stood at the back obediently. Rumble! The battle between the exceptional Sword King and the 5 martial king realm cultivators and the 2 6-star spiritual talisman masters was difficult to determine. They were in a stalemate. This can't go on. You guys trap the exceptional Sword King. I'll go get the dragon's saliva. Out of the 5 martial kings attacking the solitary Sword King, one of the martial kings at the mystery level immediately took advantage of a gap in the attacks to break free. Go all out. The other 6 heard him and released their auras without holding back. They attacked with all their might. Their attacks gathered and the runes shone brightly. Muffled sounds kept coming from the bottom of the water. In the end, they surrounded the exceptional Sword King and trapped him, not allowing him to escape. Humph! The exceptional Sword King's eyes narrowed. The sword radiance in his hand was terrifying. It was like a storm that could destroy the water. Whoosh, whoosh, sword radiance. The exceptional Sword King, Realm Mystery Level Master, was. However, at this moment, the Martial King Mystery Cultivator, who was originally attacking one of the solitary Sword Kings, had already taken the chance to leap to less than 100 meters above the reef. He wanted to take the dragon, Saliva. Or dragons, Dragon King Realm. Dragons, Dragon. Suddenly, from the surging waves above the reef, a purple-robed figure wrapped in a faint, golden, profound energy light leaped out. No one noticed how this person appeared. He wore a cloak on his head and a black veil covering his face, so no one could see his face clearly. Was NN of the mysterious martial mystery, of the martial of the martial king of. Looking at the mysterious figure that suddenly appeared, this martial king realm mystery level cultivator also paid attention. He was one of the few people who were originally quietly observing the situation behind him. He could feel that this mysterious person who suddenly appeared was not someone to be trifled with. However, the dragon's saliva was so precious that it was hard to resist its temptation. The martial Emperor Realm Arcane level cultivator glanced at the mysterious figure and said, "If you want to interfere, let's see if you have the strength to do so." As soon as the words were spoken, the martial Emperor Realm mystical level cultivator clenched his teeth. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and formed a fist seal. It was as if the fist seal was going to shatter the entire area of water, and was hurled toward Du Xiaofu with a muffled sound. "I've already warned you. You brought this upon yourself." Du Xiaofu sighed slightly. He didn't dodge. He shook his arm and directly punched out with golden talisman patterns. In an instant, his fist collided with the former's. Bang! The two fists collided with each other in the blink of an eye. Such a collision was like a muffled clap of thunder in the water. Rumble suddenly. The rumbling sound of the explosion spread out. A large area of water was overturned, and the surrounding reefs were shaken to the point of cracking. Countless talisman patterns exploded in the waves and spread out with the waves. Pucci, in a short moment, everyone saw a terrifying scene. The Martial King Realm Mystery level cultivator's fist began to emit kacha-kacha sounds of bones breaking. Then, in a short instant, the former's pupils shrank and fear surged into his eyes. Starting from his fists, his body shone with a golden light from the inside out. In the end, his body turned into a bloody mist and exploded in the water. With just one punch, a Martial King Realm Mystery level cultivator turned into a bloody mist. Without leaving a corpse behind, what kind of terrifying strength was needed to achieve this? That mysterious person was actually this powerful. At this moment, the entire arena seemed to have paused for a brief moment. The third young master is actually this terrifying. Tsang Yi trembled. Only now did he know that the third young master didn't use much strength when he attacked him last night. The Martial King Realm Mystery level cultivator in front of him was blown to pieces with just one punch. If the third young master had also attacked him with all his strength last night, he could imagine what would have happened to him. As Tsang Yi thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Just as the Martial King Realm Mystery level cultivator was blown to pieces, Du Xiaofu's figure flashed like lightning. In the next moment, he had already appeared on the mountain-like reef. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's figure was less than 20 feet away from the oval-shaped dragon saliva that was emitting divine radiance. At this moment, the mysterious Dragon King, Golden Condor King, Flame Carp King, Solitary Sword King, and the others were all entangled and couldn't get away. Du Xiaofu was actually so lucky that he got there first and didn't encounter any obstacles. Oh no, someone got there first. That person's strength is terrifying. He's trying to fish in troubled waters. At this moment, the mysterious Dragon King, Golden Condor King, Flame Carp King, Stone Turtle King, Solitary Sword King, and the others stopped almost at the same time. As if they had reached a tacit agreement, the few figures quickly swept towards Du Xiaofu, who was in front of the reef. They were fighting with all their strength, but they definitely wouldn't allow anyone to seize the opportunity to snatch the dragon's saliva. Once someone took the opportunity to touch it, they would undoubtedly join forces and attack him. Back off! You guys are not fated with the dragon's saliva! Yu Wanli's figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu out of thin air. Like a ghost, a large amount of mysterious runes rushed out from his hand and turned into a dazzling light in the water. The light was so dazzling that it was like a light screen. The aura was so vigorous that it made people's energy boil violently. It blocked everyone's surroundings and prevented them from stepping onto the reef. The attacks of the mysterious Dragon King, Flame Carp King, Golden Condor King, Solitary Sword King, and Stone Turtle King all hit the rune light screen that Yuanli had set up at the same time. Rumble. Immediately, a muffled sound rang out in the space beneath the water. The 5 attacks did not have any effect on the light screen. Instead, a huge repulsive force erupted, forcefully pushing back the mysterious Serpent King and the others. This is a horrifying expert. The figures retreated one by one. The mysterious Dragon King, the Flame Carp King, Solitary Sword King, Stone Turtle King, and Golden Condor King's eyes were filled with fear at the same time. These people naturally knew in their hearts that the white-robed old man was a terrifying existence to be able to withstand their attacks so easily. Seeing this, the remaining 4 Martial King realm cultivators and 2 6-star talisman masters, who were still hoping for a fluke, had completely given up at this moment. The mysterious Dragon King and the others couldn't even withstand a single blow. They couldn't fight back at all. On the reef, Du Xiaofu hesitated for a moment. He was worried that it would be dangerous to collect the dragon's saliva, but he didn't have much time to hesitate. He quickly kept the oval-shaped dragon saliva into his chinkuan bag. Why is it so smooth? The process of collecting the dragon saliva was so simple that it was beyond Du Xiaofu's imagination. He didn't expect there to be no danger in collecting the dragon's saliva. Dang dang! The mysterious Dragon King, Golden Condor King, Solitary Sword King, Flame Carp King, and Stone Turtle King stabilized themselves. Light wrapped around their bodies and blocked the water flow. A couple of gazes raised their heads and looked over. Their expressions changed drastically. They just so happened to see the mysterious purple-robed person directly store the precious dragon saliva into his chinkuan bag. Not good! The mysterious Dragon King and the others were shocked. They had waited for almost a year for the treasure, and it had fallen into the hands of someone else. Looks like we can only work together. There's a lot of dragon saliva. I will take half of it, and the 4 of you will take the other half. The mysterious Dragon King's eyes were filled with a red glow and chilling intent. He locked his gaze on Du Xiaofu. You are alone. You will take 40%, and the 4 of us will take 60%. The Flame Carp King said to the mysterious Dragon King. Originally, they planned to work together to get the dragon saliva and even take down the mysterious Dragon King to become the strongest expert in the central region. Just when they were about to succeed, the Flame Carp King didn't expect that the 2 mysterious men would barge in at this crucial moment and ruin their original plan. Now, they had no choice but to work together with the mysterious Dragon King. Last month, I knew that I had many things to do, so I didn't ask for flowers or anything else for almost an entire month. This month, little Yu has risen. I have asked for flowers every day. Today is the first day of the new year. I have asked for flowers. There will be more today. In the new year, I wish all my brothers and sisters a happy new year. I wish you all happiness and good health. Chapter 733. All right, I'll take 40% and you guys take 60%. Let's get the dragon's saliva first. The mysterious Dragon King nodded. The dragon's saliva was already in the hands of the mysterious person. The most important thing now was to get the dragon's saliva back. All right, deal. The Golden Condor King, Solitary Sword King, Flame Carp King, and Stone Turtle King looked at each other and nodded in agreement. After all, the mysterious Dragon King was the strongest. They needed him to work together. Swoosh, swoosh! At this moment, Shan Yuxiu and the other three immediately came to Yu Wanli's side. They looked at the mysterious Dragon King and the others cautiously. They knew that the mysterious Dragon King and the others would definitely be at a disadvantage this time. Du Xiaofu put away the dragon's saliva and slowly descended, stopping beside his third senior brother, Yu Wanli. Looking at the mysterious Dragon King and the others with the dragon's saliva in his hand, Du Xiaofu no longer had any scruples. He looked calm. Sir, who are you guys? It's not good to take someone's item. The Golden Condor King looked at Du Xiaofu and Yu Wanli. The rune wings on his back flapped fiercely. The treasure has no owner. The fated one will get it. You should know this. Du Xiaofu replied indifferently. He looked at the mysterious Dragon King, Golden Condor King, and the others through the black veil. He said softly, Mysterious Dragon King, Golden Condor King, Solitary Sword King, Flame Carp King, Stone Turtle King, surrender! Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the mysterious Dragon King, Golden Condor King, and Solitary Sword King were surprised. From his tone, it seemed that he was not only going to take the dragon's saliva, but he was also not going to let them go. Human, what do you mean? The Flame Carp King looked at Du Xiaofu with blazing runes in his eyes. His body was burning with red flames that burned the water. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the Flame Carp King. He said, My meaning is simple. I don't plan to let you guys go. If you know what's good for you, surrender. Maybe you can suffer less. Shameless human, you're courting death. When had the Scarlet Cloud Flood Dragon ever been looked down upon like this? It roared, and its huge body immediately rushed towards Du Xiaofu. Bastard, how dare you? Yu Wanli shouted, although he knew that his junior brother wouldn't be worried about this Scarlet Flood Dragon. However, he was ordered to escort his little junior brother this time. Naturally, he would not allow any danger to approach his little junior brother. As the sound of his voice faded, Yu Wanli's eyes instantly became frightening. He waved his hand, and the mysterious runes on his palm erupted. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000 Li palm was wrapped in symbols. They were sparkling and translucent, and their radiance was blazing like a sun. A terrifying aura erupted as the latter directly struck out with his palm at an unimaginable speed, fiercely striking the head of the profound WYRM King's true form, the Scarlet Cloud WYRM. Bang! In an instant, a muffled sound rang out. Waves of water surged, shattering the reefs in all directions. Poochie Poochie, the profound WYRM King's huge Scarlet Cloud WYRM body, retreated violently. It spat out large mouthfuls of WYRM blood, unable to resist at all. The complete Beast King Realm Scarlet Cloud WYRM did not even have the strength to resist. That white-robed old man's frightening strength and the unpredictable speed that he had displayed earlier caused everyone's eyes to tremble involuntarily. This strength is too terrifying. Martial Royal Realm. He must be a Martial Royal Realm expert. At this moment, the Golden Condor King, the Solitary Sword King, the Flame Carp King, and the Stone Turtle King saw what had happened in an instant. Fear crept into their hearts, and their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Even their souls were trembling. The profound WYRM King was injured by a single blow, and to the Golden Condor King, the Solitary Sword King, the Flame Carp King, and the Stone Turtle King, they naturally knew what this meant. It meant that they were even more vulnerable. The huge Scarlet Cloud WYRM's body retreated into the water. The blood in its mouth dyed the water red. Its lantern-like eyes were filled with unwillingness and fear as it trembled in shock. Roar. However, in just a short moment, the profound WYRM King's eyes flickered. The huge scarlet cloud WYRM turned around and fled. He did not want the dragon's saliva anymore. Bastard, it's too late to escape now. Yuanli smiled. He waved his hand, and a long rope with dazzling runes flew out like lightning from his sleeves. As the runes appeared in the sky, a majestic pressure descended upon the water. High-grade Dao artifact. That's a high-grade Dao artifact. The pressure that emanated from the long rune rope made the solitary Sword King, the Golden Condor King, and the others change their expressions. They could feel that the long rune rope was actually a high-grade Dao artifact. Those who could take out a high-grade Dao artifact were definitely people with great backgrounds. Swish, swish, the long rune rope was like a living creature. It was as agile as a spiritual snake, and its aura was like a real dragon. It wrapped around the profound WYRM King's body like a bolt of lightning, tightly binding the scarlet cloud WYRM King's body in the water. Roar, roar. The profound WYRM King roared endlessly. Green and red light exploded from his body, and runes soared into the sky as his body churned endlessly. However, no matter how the profound WYRM King struggled, he was unable to move under the binding of the long rune rope. He was suppressed in the water. Gugu! The Absolute Sword King, the Golden Condor King, and the few Martial Kings and 6-star Talisman Masters in the distance all gasped when they saw the mysterious Dragon King being captured alive with a flip of the palm. Sir, we don't want the dragon's saliva anymore. Let's part ways here. The solitary Sword King looked at Yuanli and Du Xiaofu as he suppressed his shock. He knew that there was no hope for him to obtain the dragon's saliva. The strength of the other party was far beyond their reach, and there was no way they could resist. You want to leave? If the two of you can defeat me together, I'll let you go. If the two of you can't defeat me together, then you'll have to bear the consequences yourselves. Du Xiaofu looked at the solitary Sword King and the Golden Condor King as he spoke. He then said to his third senior brother, Yuanli, third senior brother, leave these two to me. As for the rest, I'll have to trouble you. Don't let any of them go. If necessary, just kill them. There were still a few Martial Kings and 2 6-star spiritual Talisman Masters present. Du Xiaofu had no choice but to leave them behind. Du Xiaofu knew that if the news of him obtaining the dragon's saliva spread, it would attract the attention of countless experts. The trouble it would cause would be immeasurable. Therefore, he definitely couldn't let any of them go easily. Chan Yuxiu, make a decision. Don't let any of them go. Those who surrender can live. Those who want to escape, kill them. Du Xiaofu then said to Chan Yuxiu, Song Yi, Yanhuai, and Qi Ji. Yes, third young master. Chan Yuxiu nodded. Although the 4 of them were injured, it wasn't impossible for them to stop the remaining 4 Martial Kings and 2 spiritual Talisman Masters. Moreover, there were also super experts from the ancient Heaven sect. Judging from that person's voice, he should be quite young. How can he be the young master of Chan Yuxiu and the others? What is his background? Hearing the respectful tone of Chan Yuxiu and the others, the solitary Sword King, Golden Condor King, and the others were surprised. Especially the solitary Sword King and the Golden Condor King. They both frowned and looked solemn. What should we do? That person doesn't seem to want to let anyone go. He must be afraid that the news of the dragon's saliva will leak, so he wants to silence them. The 4 Martial Kings and the 2 6-star spiritual Talisman Masters looked at each other. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the 6 of them trembled with fear. After seeing that even the mysterious Dragon King couldn't escape, the 6 of them didn't dare to run away. The Flame Carp King and the Stone Turtle King were entrenched in the water. They looked at each other with solemn expressions. The ferocious aura around them had already disappeared. Sir, you must be someone with a great background. We have no fate with the dragon's saliva, so we will leave this place now. We also swear that we won't leak the news of the dragon's saliva. Can you be merciful and let us go?" The solitary Sword King said to Du Xiaofu. He knew that the mysterious person didn't want to let anyone go because he was afraid of leaking the news of the dragon's saliva. Under the black veil, Du Xiaofu looked at the solitary Sword King and said calmly, "I've said it before. If you can defeat me, I'll let you go. If you can't defeat me, you can only bear the consequences." The Golden Condor King looked at Du Xiaofu. He knew that the mysterious young man with the veil was the leader of these people. He gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, why do you have to be so stubborn? Leave us some leeway today, and we'll meet again in the future. Leave us some leeway today, and we'll meet again in the future. That makes sense, but that's why I'm here. Defeat me, or you can't leave this place." Du Xiaofu's voice was still calm. Hearing that the mysterious young man was determined not to let them go, the Golden Condor King and the solitary Sword King looked at each other with radiance in their eyes. "All right, then the two of us will have to learn from you. I hope you can keep your word." The solitary Sword King nodded. The runes on the talisman long sword in his hand erupted. The talisman long sword seemed to be alive. The runes were dazzling like the sun, and the sword radiance surged above the water. Boom! At the same time, the vast aura of the solitary Sword King's cultivation swept out, creating a huge whirlpool below the water. At that moment, the solitary Sword King's cultivation at the peak of the Nirvana realm was fully released. He was going all out. He knew that he had no other choice. Do it! At that moment, the Golden Condor King was the first to make a move. He created a diversion, and his eyes shone with radiance. The rune wings on his back flapped, and he was as fast as lightning as he pounced towards Du Xiaofu. "The third watch has arrived, and I beg for fresh flowers." Chapter 734. It had to be said that the Golden Condor King was very fast. He was famous for his speed. No one at the same cultivation level could compare to him. Hence, the Golden Condor King was the main attacker in the diversion with the solitary Sword King. At that moment, the solitary Sword King and the Golden Condor King knew that they were no match for the mysterious white-robed elder. He might be a super-existence at the martial royal realm. Hence, they could only hope that they could defeat the mysterious youth in front of them. When the time came, the other party would let them go according to the agreement. The youth was probably not too old. The two of them were both martial kings at the Nirvana realm. Now that they were working together, they were still quite confident. Chi! The water broke through the waves, and the Golden Condor King's figure instantly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. A vast aura had already crushed Du Xiaofu's body. At the same time, the Golden Condor King waved his hand, and a rune energy wave condensed. Like a thunderbolt, it swept towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! It was a short distance, but the speed was as fast as lightning. The thunderbolt-like energy had already bombarded Du Xiaofu's body. Chi! Waves surged into the sky. It was as if a deep water bomb had exploded in the water, causing the surrounding sea to tremble. In the outside world, the raging waves surged into the sky. It was as if the mountains were moving and the seas were overturning. The energy pierced through Du Xiaofu's figure. As the waves swept over, Du Xiaofu's figure shattered in the waves. However, there were no traces of blood. "Oh no, it's an afterimage." The Golden Condor King seemed to have sensed something. His face, which had been filled with joy, suddenly changed. The Golden Condor King did not expect the mysterious youth to have such terrifying speed. He could even leave an afterimage in the water. How terrifying was that speed! "Your speed is not slow, but it's not enough." A calm voice entered the Golden Condor King's ears, as if someone was whispering into his ear. Du Xiaofu, who had just disappeared, appeared in the air behind the Golden Condor King like a ghost. Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and golden talisman inscriptions swept out from his palm like lightning. They turned into a domineering phantom of golden wings that flapped onto the golden Condor King's back. Chilala! The golden Condor King was unable to retreat or escape. His back bore the brunt of the golden talisman runes. A series of muffled sounds rang out as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Poochie! After that, the golden Condor King's body suffered a heavy blow. Unable to resist, his body flew out of the water like a bird with broken wings. Huge waves rolled in all directions, and the water body trembled as if it was about to overturn the entire water body. Be careful! The solitary Sword King's expression changed drastically, but it was already too late to help. Sword light erupted from the half-alive seal weapon sword in his hand. It surged in the water region with shocking pressure. Whoosh, whoosh! The sword light seemed like it was going to cut apart the 8,000-mile Central State River. The absolute Sword King's sword slashed towards Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu stared at the sword light. Golden light rippled in his eyes under the black veil. At the same time, a dazzling golden light erupted from his body like a sun. The sword light swept over, but Du Xiaofu did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. He stomped his foot, and the water beneath his feet exploded. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's right arm shook. His 5 fingers curled slightly, and talisman inscriptions flickered on his fingertips. It was as if he was about to tear apart the Middle Prefecture River. Visible energy ripples spread out from the claw mark. Rock Chaos Crushing Claw. At this moment, the aura that spread out from Du Xiaofu's body was like a peerless beast. The claw mark erupted with golden light. The dazzling talisman inscriptions wreaked havoc like golden lightning. It was as if a golden winged rock was about to spread its wings and soar into the 9 heavens. Then, the claw mark collided with the sword light. Under such a claw mark, the martial kings around all felt their meridians and souls tremble. Their meridians and souls felt uncomfortable and fearful for no reason, as if they were facing a supreme king. Under the terrifying claw, the pressure descended, causing fear to abruptly flash across the eyes of the mysterious Serpent King, who was already bound and captured at this moment. Not far away, Yuanli, the Flame Carp King, and the Stone Turtle King had already started fighting. Suddenly, the Flame Carp King's and the Stone Turtle King's eyes trembled as they felt the overbearing aura. In a short instant, the Rock Chaos Crushing Claw clashed with the Solitary Sword King's sword light. As the two clashed, the water region around them boiled and exploded. The overbearing aura exploded, and many people were shocked. Crack, crack! The Solitary Sword King's sword light only lasted for a short moment in the terrifying golden claw mark before shattering. At that moment, the overbearing and fierce aura from the mysterious young man did not seem to exist in humans. It could only exist in demonic beast sovereigns. Golden light exploded from the claw print like countless golden lightning snakes shooting out. It destroyed the Solitary Sword King's terrifying sword light with an unstoppable force. Like a hot knife through butter, everything was routed. The talisman inscriptions in the sky shattered. The terrifying energy storm spread out in an arc through the water region. The terrifying energy seemed like it was going to tear the water region apart and reveal a vacuum. Large patches of reefs were reduced to dust. Puffed! The claw mark pierced through the air and grabbed the Solitary Sword King's talisman weapon-long sword, forcefully taking it away. Puffed! The Solitary Sword King spat out a mouthful of blood as the Solitary Sword King's talisman weapon was forcefully taken away. He staggered back and his face turned pale. His eyes seemed to have sensed something at that moment and were filled with astonishment. When Du Xiaofu had just reached the Martial King realm, he was already able to severely injure Qiao Zhao by Yi Chen, Chang Qinghai, and Fei Qingming, who were in the top 10 of the gold roll. At that moment, Du Xiaofu was still in the Mystery Martial King realm, while the Golden Condor King and the Solitary Sword King were only in the Nirvana Martial King realm. The result was obvious. In a short period of time, the Golden Condor King and the Solitary Sword King were unable to withstand a single blow from the mysterious young man. Huff, huff! The surrounding martial kings, Chan Yuxiao, Tsang Yi, Yan Huai, and Yu Qiji all gasped. Their jaws dropped in shock. You are. The Solitary Sword King, who had stabilized his retreat, looked at Du Xiaofu in horror. He seemed to have discovered something as he stared at Du Xiaofu in shock. You guessed right. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu took off his cloak and revealed his resolute face. The golden light in his eyes gradually faded, revealing his deep and clear eyes. It's you! The Solitary Sword King and the Golden Condor King, who had returned to the Solitary Sword King's side, looked at the face in front of them and trembled in shock. How could the Solitary Sword King and the Golden Condor King forget? Back then, they had chased after the young man in front of them all over the central province Long River, wanting to kill him and steal his treasures. At that moment, the terrifying young man had appeared before them once again. However, the young man's strength was no longer the same as before. Even if the two of them joined forces, they could not withstand a single blow. The Golden Condor King finally understood what the young man had said previously. Leave some leeway in life so that we can meet again in the future. They didn't leave any leeway in the beginning. No wonder the young man in front of them didn't let them go no matter what. Looking at Du Xiaofu's expression, the Golden Condor King and the Solitary Sword King's faces turned even uglier. The two of them did not need to think to know that they were probably doomed today. The young man before them had come for revenge, so he definitely would not let them go. The mysterious Serpent King's colossal body had shrunk to the size of a python less than 3 meters long under the suppression of the formation rope. He looked at Du Xiaofu with shock in his eyes. The mysterious Serpent King had already guessed most of the golden-winged Great Peng's aura that radiated from Du Xiaofu's body. When he saw the familiar face, the mysterious Serpent King's eyes turned even paler. He knew that he would not be able to resolve the situation today. Rumble! Not far away, there were continuous explosions as blinding light exploded. Energy surged, threatening to overturn the 8,000-mile-long river in the middle province as pressure spread. When the energy gradually dissipated, the Flaming Carp King and the Stone Turtle King's bodies had shrunk to the size of a baby. They were crushed by Yu Wanli's spatial handprints. Yu Wanli's handprints changed and turned into rune seals, sealing the Flaming Carp King and the Stone Turtle King's bodies, as well as the demonic Flaming Carp King and the sea-suppressing Stone Turtle. Junior brother, how should we deal with these two beasts? Yu Wanli smiled happily as he walked over to Du Xiaofu's side. In the ancient heaven sect, his cultivation might not be considered very strong, but on the central prefecture Long River, he was definitely a terrifying powerhouse. 2 beast kings at the Nirvana realm were naturally not enough for Yu Wanli to deal with. Third brother, thank you for your help. It won't be too late to deal with them later. Du Xiaofu smiled at Yu Wanli, then looked at the remaining 4 martial king realm cultivators and the 2 6-star spiritual talisman masters who did not dare to move. He said, the 6 of you have 2 choices. Follow me as my servant for 10 years. After 10 years, you will regain your freedom. Or, I will kill all of you on the spot. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the 6 of them looked at each other. They were all martial king realm cultivators and 6-star spiritual talisman masters. They were well-known figures in the outside world. Now that they had to be his servant for 10 years, they naturally could not accept it. Chapter 735. However, the 6 of them knew that their opponent was powerful. If they didn't obey, they would be killed on the spot. They had no way to fight back or escape. The 6 of them looked at each other with complicated gazes. After a while, the 6 of them looked at Du Xiaofu and knelt down on one knee. They gritted their teeth and said, "We are willing to be your servants for 10 years. Greetings, master. Just call me third young master in the future. Rise." Du Xiaofu smiled. Then he looked at the Golden Condor King and the Solitary Sword King, who were dumbfounded and had complicated gazes. He said, "The two of you have made the same choice. Live or die, it's your choice." The Golden Condor King and Solitary Sword King looked at each other with dim eyes and pale faces. "Sir, can you keep your promise and promise that we will regain our freedom after 10 years? The Solitary Sword King raised his head and looked helpless. He had no other choice. 10 years as my servants. After 10 years, you will regain your freedom. Du Xiaofu nodded. 10 years was enough. After 10 years, he believed that he wouldn't need these guys anymore. Greetings, third young master. The Solitary Sword King bowed, respectfully. Between life and death, he chose to live. Being a servant for 10 years was not too long for a martial emperor realm cultivator. Greetings, third young master. The Golden Condor King bowed. The Solitary Sword King had already made his choice, and he didn't want to die. Even if he had to be humiliated for 10 years, it was still better than being killed now. This is the goo poison pill. Give it to them. 8 black pills appeared in Du Xiaofu's palm, and he passed them to Shan Yuxiu. The black pill emitted a faint black aura, accompanied by the flickering of strange black symbols. It was like a living thing, extremely strange, releasing a pungent and unpleasant smell. Shan Yuxiu was stunned and gave the 8 pills to the Golden Condor King, the Solitary Sword King, the 2 6-star spiritual talisman masters, and the 4 martial kings. What is the goo poison pill? The Golden Condor King held the goo poison pill with a solemn expression. He could tell from the goo poison pill's aura that it wasn't anything good. The goo poison pill is rumored to have come from a man called Medicine King Iwuming. It is said that after taking the goo poison pill, a type of goo poison will spread throughout the body. However, it will not affect one's cultivation. However, the antidote must be taken once a year. Otherwise, the goo poison will act up and devour one's essence and blood. A 6-star talisman master looked at the goo poison pill in his palm and actually knew the origin of this goo poison pill. Hearing that, the Golden Condor King, Solitary Sword King, and the others were shocked. Even Shan Yuxiu and the others were shocked. Du Xiaofu looked at the 6-star talisman master and was surprised. He then smiled at the others and said, "I can only trust you after taking the goo poison pill. If you are honest, your lives will not be in danger. However, if you betray me, I don't need to tell you what will happen. You can decide for yourselves." The 8 of them were shocked. They knew that they had no other choice. They had already planned to be servants for 10 years. In short, they had fallen into their grandmother's hands. If they didn't take the goo poison pill, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gulp! The 8 of them didn't hesitate and swallowed the goo poison pill. Between life and death and being controlled by others, they chose to live. Shan Yuxiu, Cangyi Yanhuai, and Yu Qiji were shocked. They saw that the Golden Condor King, Solitary Sword King, and the others were going to take the goo poison pill, but they didn't. It was enough to show that the third young master trusted them more. Yuanli had been watching closely from the side. This time, there was a hint of shock in his eyes. Then there was a smile in his eyes. At this point, it wasn't hard for Yuanli to understand why Bai Yichen, Chao Zhao, and the others couldn't beat his junior brother in the Gudian Manchu. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in the Manchu, his junior brother would have more or less restrained. If they were outside, Bai Yichen, Chao Zhao, and the others would have been in a worse state. Du Xiaofu smiled as he watched the 8 of them take the goo poison pill. The goo poison pill was refined a while ago. The recipe came from Iwuming. He didn't expect it to come in handy this time. "Junior brother, we shouldn't stay here for long. It's better to leave as soon as possible," Yuanli said to Du Xiaofu. He then looked at the bound mysterious Dragon King and said, "And this scarlet cloud dragon, what do you plan to do with it?" "We shouldn't stay here for long." Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. The dragon's saliva had already fallen into his hands. The news of a treasure appearing in the central region's long river had already spread. It would probably attract experts. Although he wasn't worried about ordinary cultivators, it was best not to be careless. Third senior brother, let's leave this place first. After pondering for a while, Du Xiaofu nodded to Yu Wanli. He then looked at the bound mysterious Dragon King and said, "As for the mysterious Dragon King, third senior brother, please let it go." Let the Scarlet Cloud Dragon go? Yu Wanli was immediately puzzled. Du Xiaofu smiled and said, "The mysterious Dragon King chased me for a long time. It's my turn now." Okay. Hearing this, Yu Wanli immediately understood. His hand seals changed, and the long rope of runes that restrained and suppressed the mysterious Wyrem King instantly shot back like a bolt of lightning. Ao! Without the restriction, the mysterious Dragon King's body instantly roared. Runes instantly surged on its body, and green and red light shone brightly. It once again turned into 100 feet long dragon, setting off waves in the water. Du Xiaofu looked at the mysterious Dragon King and said, "Mysterious Dragon King, the same goes for you. Defeat me and you can leave. Otherwise, you'll become my mount." Ao! The Scarlet Cloud Dragon King's body roared. Its huge body erupted with terrifying power. Green and red light burst out, and then its huge body turned into a long rainbow and fled. Everyone was stunned, but it wasn't strange. The mysterious Dragon King knew that it couldn't fight back, and it definitely didn't want to become someone's mount. Therefore, it wanted to escape. The mysterious Dragon King's body was like a tiger that had grown wings in this 8,000 miles long central region's long river. It was like a fish in water. Even though stronger than it couldn't do anything to it. "Everyone, follow me to the dark forest. I'll chase after that beast." As Du Xiaofu shouted, a trace of a smile flashed in his clear eyes. Golden light surged, and his figure instantly turned into a golden rainbow and tailed after the mysterious Dragon King. Along with the appearance of the treasure, the chaotic battle between countless demon beasts and humans still continued on the 8,000 miles long central region's long river. However, from time to time, the raging waves and earth-shattering movements under the water made countless demon beasts and humans tremble. Boom! Above the water that was already surging violently, an enormous green and red light pillar suddenly shot into the sky. Then another golden streak of light shot through the sky, and 2 muffled thunderclaps resounded over the water. Splash! Above the water, the 2 rainbows shot out, and 2 enormous water pillars that were over 30 meters in diameter shot into the sky. They poured down and smashed into the water. Waves of water surged and spread out, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. Ao! A dragon's roar resounded, and a huge scarlet cloud flood dragon soared into the sky. Its huge body carried with it an astonishing power. Its body was surrounded by green and red runes, and its scales flashed with a heart-palpitating, dazzling light. The huge scarlet cloud flood dragon directly pierced through the sea of clouds above the water, and the water below surged, creating huge waves. "Beast, you can't escape!" The golden figure soared into the sky, and golden light erupted. The golden rune wings on its back flapped, and its aura was domineering. The golden figure was like a deity and like a golden thunderbolt. It quickly appeared behind the scarlet cloud flood dragon. Ao! The scarlet cloud flood dragon roared, and its lantern-like eyes turned serious, sensing that it could not shake off the golden figure behind it. Its huge body once again plunged into the water. The scarlet cloud flood dragon's huge tail stirred up thousands of layers of huge waves, and it was like a deep water bomb exploding at the bottom of the water. Rumble! The terrifying energy collided with the water and directly shook the water into a vacuum within a radius of several hundred meters. A terrifying force wreaked havoc in the surrounding space, preventing the golden figure from chasing after it. Break! The golden figure did not care. The golden wings on its back flapped, and it directly dived into the water. A low, muffled sound came from the bottom of the water, and a terrifying force spread out from the bottom of the water, creating monstrous waves hundreds of meters high above the water. Crash! The huge waves continued to pour on the water, forming terrifying waves that spread out. Ayo! Above the water, thousands of beasts howled and roared, trembling under the terrifying aura. Swoosh, swoosh! At the same time, in the distant sea, a dozen figures flew out. The figures flashed a few times and disappeared in the air, heading towards the scarlet cloud, flood dragon, and the golden figure. Crash! The water rippled, and huge waves spread out, causing the huge gray ship to sway, but it was still relatively stable. On the deck of the huge ship, many figures were pale, and their expressions were still in shock. This time, they had gone out to sea to search for treasures, and had walked through the gate of death. If it were not for someone's help, they would not have been able to return. Return at full speed. The treasures are not something that we can compete for with our strength. On the deck, Zhou Tianyang softly said. His face was a little yellow from being exposed to the wind and sun all year round. Chapter 736. However, it added a sense of sturdiness. But at this moment, Zhou Tianyang's face was still pale. First head, who do you think is the person who helped us this time? Why did he save us? A burly man in a neat outfit asked Zhou Tianyang, looking rather puzzled. I don't know either. Maybe we were lucky. This time we were protected by a noble, so there was an expert helping us. Zhou Tianyang said softly. He had a feeling of déjà vu towards the mysterious person who helped them. He also thought of a figure in his mind, but he felt that it was somewhat impossible. Rumble! Suddenly, the huge waves in the water intensified. In the distance, huge waves that could topple mountains and overturn seas surged over, causing the giant ship to sway. What's going on? Did those demonic beasts catch up? Some people were surprised, and their eyes were all solemn. Roar! A dragon's roar pierced through the waves, bringing a pillar of water to the sky and pouring down in torrents. The waves rolled over and over, and a series of thunderous sounds came from the bottom of the water. What's going on? On the giant ship, everyone was shocked. They were all guessing what had happened in the water, but no one dared to go down to investigate. Looking at the terrifying sounds in the water, the aura that spread out made everyone tremble. If he got caught in the crossfire, he might lose his life if something went wrong. There are experts fighting fiercely below. Everyone be careful, Zhou Tianyang said. He controlled the giant ship, wanting to avoid the most intense area of impact. Bang, bang! The waves rolled over and over, and the terrifying energy stirred the water. There were domineering golden rays and green and red rays of light coming out from the water. The majestic energy rushed out of the water, and on the surface of the water, it was like a bomb exploding. Whoosh! Huge waves rolled over and over, and the highest wave was already close to a terrifying height of a few hundred feet. Roar! Suddenly, on the water in front, a huge flood dragon rushed out of the water, and a terrifying aura swept across the sky. The flood dragon's roar reverberated in the water all around, bringing with it a painful howl. Within the 8,000 miles long river of the central province, the waves were rolling like a tsunami. Taking a closer look, one could see that there was a golden figure pressing down on the back of the huge flood dragon. The golden wings on the golden figure's back flapped in a domineering manner. Punch after punch landed on the flood dragon's back. Ayo, ayo! The flood dragon was in pain. Its huge body rolled over and over, sometimes leaping out of the water, sometimes diving into the water, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not get rid of the golden figure. Look, that's the profound cloud scarlet flood dragon, the profound flood dragon king. Heavens, that is indeed the terrifying existence of the mysterious WYRM king. It seems like someone is trampling on the mysterious WYRM king. I heard that the mysterious Dragon King recently broke through to the complete Beast King realm. Who is that person? He's actually so strong that he can trample on the mysterious Dragon King. Numerous gazes on the large gray ship looked into the distance. All of them were stunned as they watched all of this in shock. This scene caused everyone to feel deeply shocked. Someone was actually trampling on the black WYRM King. This scene was unbelievable. It seems like déjà vu. On the giant ship, Zhou Tianyang stared at the distant sky and muttered softly. The sight of the commotion in the distant sky gradually became blurry. The mysterious WYRM King's huge body had already disappeared into the distant sky. Only its shocking roars still reverberated in the sky above this region of water. After a long while, this vast region of water finally calmed down a little. Everyone on the giant ship watched the scene that had just happened. They had yet to recover from their shock, as if they were dreaming. As for the mysterious WYRM King and the terrifying golden figure, they had already disappeared into the horizon. Was I dreaming just now? Some people were shocked as they could not believe what they had just seen. The mysterious WYRM King roared as it fled through the 8,000 miles of the Central Province's long river. Along the way, the mysterious WYRM King had already been beaten up countless times by Du Xiaofu. However, it was only beaten up once each time. On the Central Province's long river that connected the sky and the water, the mysterious WYRM King had a hard time. It roared and held along the way, but it could not shake off Du Xiaofu. It could not win in a fight, and it could not even escape underwater. It was forced to run forward. In addition, its body was covered in blood and its scales were cracked. It could be said that the mysterious WYRM King was in a terrible state. The mighty scarlet cloud WYRM King had been trampled into a huge worm. Du Xiaofu did this on purpose. He did not intend to kill the scarlet cloud WYRM King with his full strength. Along the way, Du Xiaofu only rode closely on its huge back, occasionally giving it a few heavy blows. "Human, what do you want?" The mysterious WYRM King roared. As a WYRM, its ranking on the Heavenly Beast ranking was not low. At this moment, its arrogance had no choice but to wither. "Didn't you have a lot of fun chasing me back then? Now it's my turn." Du Xiaofu stood on the mysterious WYRM King's back with a smile on his face. "You got the dragon's saliva. What else do you want? Don't go too far." The mysterious WYRM King roared angrily. "Ouch! How dare you threaten me?" Du Xiaofu heard and immediately punched the mysterious WYRM King's body a few more times. "Roar!" The mysterious WYRM King cried out in pain. WYRM blood spilled everywhere. It had never been in such a sorry state in its life. At this moment, the mysterious WYRM King would never have thought that not long ago it was still arrogantly chasing this guy. Now it was being chased like a dog. It was impossible for it to be a match. Finally, the silhouette of a boundless mountain range appeared in front of the boundless water surface that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. A huge harbor appeared. Many buildings surrounded by mountains and water appeared. There were faint figures flashing around. "Roar!" A terrifying WYRM came from the water, bringing with it raging waves. It instantly crossed the harbor and disappeared into the vast mountains. What was that just now? That looked like a WYRM. Could it be the mysterious WYRM King? In the harbor, many figures trembled. "Roar!" In the mountains, the mysterious WYRM King roared, shaking the mountains. Countless monsters in the depths of the mountains trembled. Peng descends to the 9 heavens suppress. In the sky, Du Xiaofu roared. His hand seals changed, and golden light bloomed around him. The golden rune wings on his back shook violently. Carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged Peng, Du Xiaofu activated the Peng descends to the 9 heavens. It was as if the golden-winged Peng had descended. Rumble! Golden rune light burst forth like fireworks, causing the sky around the mountains to be dazzled. At this moment, the heavily injured mysterious cloud, Scarlet WIRM King, could no longer fight back. Its huge body fell from the sky onto the mountains. The ground shook and many mountains cracked. Cracks spread on the ground. Golden-winged Pung, the aura of a real golden-winged Pung. Are you a human or a beast? The mysterious WIRM King could not struggle, but its eyes were filled with shock. It could not understand. This strange youth was clearly a human, but the aura from his bloodline made the mysterious WIRM King clearly feel that this kid had the bloodline of a real golden-winged Pung. Du Xiaofu roared, "This is not a problem for you to worry about. I will ask you one last time, will you become my mount? I have the body of a mysterious cloud, Scarlet WIRM, the bloodline of a dragon. How can I become your mount?" The mysterious WIRM King resisted. It had the bloodline of a dragon and was unwilling to become a human's mount. "Since that is the case, then I will kill you. I will drink your blood, eat your flesh, peel your skin, and pull out your tendons to refine a practitioner weapon." Du Xiaofu roared and began to suppress with all his strength. The sound waves were like thunder. Shocking golden waves surged and spread out in all directions. Puchi! 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 Blood spurted out from the mysterious cloud, Scarlet WIRM King's body. Its eyes were filled with fear. It could feel Du Xiaofu's true killing intent at this moment. The mysterious WIRM King did not doubt Du Xiaofu's words at all. It felt its hair stand on end. The mysterious WIRM King had personally experienced it before. The human had drunk its blood and eaten its flesh. He would definitely not die. What a joke. Don't kill me. I will submit. I am willing to submit. I am willing to become your mount. Under the true aura of death, the mysterious WIRM King submitted. It did not want to die yet. It would have been better if you had agreed earlier. You just had to ask for it. The killing intent in Du Xiaofu's eyes gradually withdrew. The golden runes dissipated. He turned his head and looked at the sky above the river. A dozen figures were flying over. In the vast space, numerous mountains rose and fell in a circle, and they were suffused with an ancient aura. Roar! Many ferocious birds and beasts shuttled through the space. Their roars were like thunder, and they emitted a terrifying aura. Any one of these ferocious birds and beasts would be respected by tens of thousands of people outside. They would make billions of creatures tremble. At this moment, these ferocious birds and beasts had been tamed by someone. In the early morning, the morning sun rose like countless dragons, spitting out golden waterfalls. It made the majestic clouds shine. In the green mountains, the mountains were steep. The trees were lush, and the rivers were surging. There were many ancient buildings with exquisite carvings. This vast space was like a small world. No one knew how long it had existed. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of time. This is all counted as yesterday's update. The night before, I stayed up all night. That's why there are 3 updates in the afternoon. I slept until 11 at night. Then, I wrote until 6:30 in the morning. 3 updates in a row. Little Yu did not slack off on New Year's Day. Other than sleeping, he wrote. The update time is late again. I apologize to everyone, but I still shamelessly ask for flowers to thank my brothers and sisters. Chapter 737. A lone peak stood tall and green. A beautiful figure stood there. She was about 17 or 18 years old. Her green dress fluttered in the wind. Her delicate face revealed an otherworldly beauty. Her ethereal eyes twinkled like stars as she stared at a certain spot in the sky. She seemed to have been in a daze for a long time. Miss Xiaojing. A figure appeared silently behind the girl. It was an old woman in her 70s. The old woman was wearing a plain dress. She looked old, but her steps were vigorous. Under her faint eyebrows, her face was full of wrinkles. It was as if the vicissitudes of life were written on her face. Granny Ming, why are you here? The girl turned her head. Her long black hair flowed down her back. She pursed her lips and smiled. She looked otherworldly. I'm here to see Miss Xiaojing. It seems that your cultivation has improved a lot. The old woman smiled benevolently. Her wrinkled face seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life, but her eyes were deep and spirited. She said to the girl, Miss Xiaojing is indeed one of the top talents in the clan. To have such achievements at such a young age is truly rare in the world. The girl smiled coquettishly and said, Granny Ming, I said that you can call me Xiaojing. I'm not used to you calling me Mississippi. The old woman looked at the girl in front of her and smiled kindly. I'm a servant of this family. Miss Xiaojing is the miss of the clan. You can't be disrespectful. Granny Ming, in this family, who dares to treat you as a servant? Everyone in the clan respects Granny Ming. The girl's green dress fluttered. Her eyes were shining. All right, it's time to go back to the secret room. Your health is important. Nothing can happen to you. The old woman looked kindly at the girl. She seemed to have something on her mind. However, she restrained herself and pretended to ignore the girl. She smiled at the girl. Granny Ming, I want to go out for a while. Can I? The girl raised her head and looked at the old woman. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Hearing that, the old woman didn't say anything. She suppressed the ripples in her heart. Then she smiled faintly and said to the girl, You know, your body is important. Although you are born with a sovereign body, you can't leave the clan for even half a step. All these years, the clan has been trying their best to find a solution. I heard that they have already found a cure. When your body is fine, no one in the clan will stop you if you want to go out and play. After saying that, the old woman forced a smile. On her kind and wrinkled face, there was an unnoticeable sigh. All right. The girl was silent for a moment. She then nodded and smiled. Her beauty could topple countries. She then looked up at the sky and murmured, Brother, father, there will be a day when I find you. Wait for me, it won't be long. Granny Ming, then I will return to the secret chamber. Tell my mother that I will visit her in a few days. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman's beautiful figure slowly descended from the top of the mountain. She was like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Looking at the girl's back, the old woman stood quietly on top of the mountain. She didn't say anything for a long time. Her heart was filled with sadness. Then she murmured softly, What a pitiful child. After saying that, the old woman suddenly looked up and said, Come out. Chi, a silhouette appeared. There were some ripples in the air. An old man in his 50s appeared behind the old woman. The old man's temperament was extraordinary. He was very respectful to the old woman and said, Greetings, Elder Ming. Has the clan made a decision? The old woman asked softly. On her wrinkled face, there was sadness. Yes. The old man nodded and said, The clan has made a decision. If Xiaojing wants to be completely healed, there is only one way. Otherwise, Xiaojing won't be able to hold on for much longer. Ao Tong doesn't know about that method, right? The old woman said softly. She seemed to want to say something, but stopped. After that, she didn't say anything else. Of course, Ao Tong doesn't know. Xiaojing doesn't know either. This is already the last method, the old man said. The old woman was silent for a while. She turned around slightly. She seemed a little old. She looked at the old man and said, Why do you have to tell me about this? Hasn't the clan already made a decision? The old man said respectfully. Xiaojing was brought up by Elder Ming. Xiaojing even treats Elder Ming like his own grandmother. Therefore, the clan leader hopes that Elder Ming can go with him to ensure that everything goes smoothly. Sigh, the old woman sighed softly. Her gaze fell on the old man and said, What if that little guy doesn't agree? For Xiaojing, we can't lose him, the old man said. His eyes were filled with determination. The light in his eyes was like stars. His aura spread out and merged with the heaven and earth. This family is pitiful. That father and son are even more pitiful. Sigh. Ao Tong and Xiao Jing, if they know about this in the future, how will they live? The old woman's eyes seemed to be a little moist. Her body trembled slightly. The dark forest was still incomparably chaotic. But now, the chaos in the dark forest had formed a certain rule. This rule couldn't be separated from the World Alliance. Without a doubt, the World Alliance now controlled the entire dark forest. And the World Alliance had long been the #1 force in the dark forest. No one could shake it. The Dark City was still extraordinarily lively. However, it was no longer the only center of the dark forest, because in the dark forest, besides the Dark City, there was also the chaotic Demon City. With the presence of the World Society, the current prosperity of the chaotic Demon City was even greater than that of the original Dark City. Early in the morning, the chaotic Demon City was quiet. The first ray of morning light pierced through the thin fog. The dawn arrived, and the entire chaotic Demon City was enveloped in the gentle morning light. Swoosh, swoosh! In the air, in the chaotic Demon City, a dozen figures flew over. Under the morning light, they all looked extraordinary. Among the dozen of people, a purple-robed young man was in the lead. He carried a broadsword wrapped in purple cloth behind his shoulder. Beside him, a white-robed old man looked around and asked, "Junior brother, is this the World Alliance you mentioned?" "Yes, this is the World Alliance." Du Xiaofu looked at the door of the World Alliance that he hadn't seen for a long time. He felt as though he had returned to his home after a long time. After saying that, he walked towards the World Alliance. But the atmosphere seems a little different. Du Xiaofu murmured softly. After crossing millions of mountains, from the dark forest to the chaotic Demon City, although the journey seemed normal, when he carefully sensed it, it didn't seem too normal. The entire dark forest population seemed to have increased by a lot. And inside and outside the chaotic Demon City, Du Xiaofu could also feel that there was an extremely large population. At this time, the surrounding streets were already quite lively early in the morning. There was also an invisible tension in the atmosphere. "Who are you?" "The World Alliance is not to be trespassed." As Du Xiaofu walked in, several young disciples of the World Alliance, dressed in black, came forward to interrogate. It was just that when the disciples of the World Alliance looked at the dozen people in front of them, their bodies trembled for no reason. For some reason, cold sweat broke out on their backs. "Little junior brother, are you the president of the World Alliance or not? Why are there disciples who don't recognize you?" Yu Wanli immediately teased Du Xiaofu when he heard the question. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He reckoned that the World Alliance had been developing well recently. So many of them were new disciples, and he had left the World Alliance for so long, so these new disciples naturally didn't recognize him. President, when the disciples of the World Alliance heard Yu Wanli's words, they were all stunned. They knew that the president was young and was the brave god king of the Stone Dragon Empire, but they had never seen him before. They also didn't know where the president had gone. And now, judging from the old man's tone, the purple-robed youth who suddenly appeared before them seemed to be the president of the World Alliance. However, they didn't dare to be certain. They instantly looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Du Xiaofu looked at the dozen young men and asked, "Are any of the Hall Masters and Incense Masters here?" "Hall Master Hua, Hall Master Chao, and the others aren't here." The leader of the group was taken aback for a moment before replying respectfully, although he wasn't sure if this extraordinary youth in front of him was the real president. He didn't dare to offend him and was full of respect. "Not in the World Alliance?" Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered as he asked, "What about consecrated Yao Wang and Elder Ingwang? Are they here?" "Elder Ingwang isn't here either, but consecrated Yao Wang seems to be here." The young man's eyes trembled. The purple-robed youth in front of him was able to call out the names of the higher-ups of the World Alliance. It was obvious that he was the president. "Why are you all clustered here?" A coquettish voice sounded from within the World Alliance. Following that, two beautiful figures walked out. One of them was a charming woman with a lithe body that seemed to be silently enchanting. The girl beside him looked to be in her early 20s. She walked out with light steps. Her body was lithe and soft, and her long black hair was naturally draped over her waist. Her temperament was otherworldly, and she was as beautiful as a fairy that had walked out of a painting. Even the enchanting and charming girl beside her was suppressed by her beauty. At this moment, the solitary Sword King, Golden Condor King, and the others behind Du Xiaofu could not help but take a few more glances at these two beautiful women. Even though they had traveled extensively and met countless people, it was still difficult for them to see such beautiful women. Greetings, Hall Master Li and Miss Morong. The dozen or so young men from the World Alliance turned around and looked at the two beautiful women. They immediately bowed, respectfully, and didn't even dare to raise their heads. At this moment, the two women's gazes landed on the purple-robed youth in front of them. The two women's lithe bodies seemed to have been electrocuted, and their curvaceous bodies became even more perfect and alluring. Chapter 738. Looking at the resolute and familiar face, the charming woman's delicate red lips opened a few times in shock. She immediately went forward and bowed. "Greetings, President!" "President, it really is the President." The dozen or so World Society disciples saw Hall Master Li bow and their faces turned pale. They quickly bowed. "Greetings, President." This disciple didn't know it was the President. "Please forgive us. Dispense with the formalities." Du Xiaofu waved his purple-robed sleeve and smiled slightly, indicating for everyone to dispense with the formalities. Then he looked at the lithe and tender figure of the woman in front of him. Her curves were wonderful, and she had an ancient temperament. He said, "How has the association been recently?" "The society is fine. Everything is going well. However, something happened outside." The woman had an ancient temperament, like a fairy that had walked out of a painting. It was Murong Yuro. Hearing that, Du Xiaofu was relieved that the World Society would be fine. "President, why did you suddenly come back?" The charming woman stepped forward. Her pink lips were slightly pouting, as if she wanted to attract people to kiss her. She was the current hall master of the Moon Shadow Hall, Li Shui. "I came back to take a look." Du Xiaofu smiled and introduced his third senior brother, Yu Wanli, to the two women. "Let me introduce you. This is my third senior brother." "Greetings, senior." Li Shui and Murong Yuro bowed. Their expressions changed as they looked at Yu Wanli and the people behind him. That formless aura seemed to have frozen the space, causing the profound energy in their bodies to solidify. "Haha, no need to be so polite. I'm not old yet. You can just call me third senior brother Yu in the future." Yu Wanli smiled and asked Du Xiaofu, "Junior brother, which of these two is your wife?" "Both of them are so beautiful. Compared to Muhan, they aren't much better." Murong Yuro and Li Shui's faces turned red when they heard Yu Wanli's words. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly and scratched the back of his head awkwardly. He said to Wanli, "Third senior brother, you're joking." "None of them are." "Then you have to hurry up. Your other senior brothers and sisters haven't married yet. You can't learn from us. You have to make the first move on such a beautiful girl," Yu Wanli said with a smile, causing Murong Yuro and Li Shui to lower their heads in silence. Their ears were flushed red. A moment later, only Du Xiaofu, Murong Yuro, Li Shui, and a very fat youth were present in the World Society's main hall. This young man was very fat, but he was very good-looking. His fat face was somewhat handsome, and he always had a smile on his face like a smiling Buddha. He was Meng Like Eye. Du Xiaofu sat at the head of the hall with a solemn expression. When he heard from Meng Like Eye, Murong Yuyu, and Li Shui that Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger hadn't returned, the last trace of hope in his heart dissipated. The Medicine King had been in seclusion for 3 months. 3 months ago, the Medicine King went out and seemed to have obtained a lot of opportunities. He had been in seclusion ever since he returned. As for Yi Piaoling and Changguyu, they had left the dark forest 3 months ago to train in the Central Plains. It was said that the general, Ghost Child, Gua Xiaofeng, Black Hawk, and Tang Wu had already left for the Central Plains before Yi Piaoling and Changguyu. However, not long after the Medicine King went into seclusion, the Stone Dragon Empire encountered a huge crisis. The Tianhu Empire, Zhenhong Empire, and Jinchen Empire joined forces and attacked the Stone Dragon Empire at lightning speed. For a time, the Stone Dragon Empire was forced to retreat. The Stone Dragon Empire was no match for the three empires. It was said that the Tianhu Empire was stronger than the Stone Dragon Empire, not to mention the Zhenhong Empire and Jinchen Empire. The Stone Dragon Empire couldn't defeat the three empires, so they could only seek help from the world society. The Medicine King and the Eagle King had a discussion. The guild leader is the brave God King of the Stone Dragon Empire and has a close relationship with the Stone Dragon Empire. Furthermore, if the Stone Dragon Empire is destroyed, the Dark Forest will be affected. Hence, the World Society and the Celestial Beast Hall sent all of our elites to the battlefield, leaving only the Eagle King to oversee the situation. However, the Mu Clan Fort and the Myriad Cloud Pavilion didn't make any changes. If the Dark Forest is in danger, we won't even be able to resist. Li Shue's mouth was dry from all the talking. She paused for a moment to lick her dry lips and continued to speak to Du Xiaofu. However, the Stone Dragon Empire is still losing rapidly. Dozens of cities have already fallen to the three empires. In the end, the Eagle King had no choice but to go and support them. Right now, the World Society doesn't have any experts other than the Medicine King, who is in seclusion. Du Xiaofu's expression turned solemn. If he was here, he wouldn't just stand by and watch the Stone Dragon Empire being besieged. After all, he was the brave God King of the Stone Dragon Empire and had a good relationship with the Stone Dragon Empire. He also had connections with Cheng Xingnan and the North Vanquishing Monarch. What's the situation now? Du Xiaofu was very worried. The Stone Dragon Empire might not be able to withstand the three empires besieging them. The Du House, the head of the 8 houses of the Stone Dragon Empire, was now only in name. The Stone Dragon Empire had already lost a lot of strength. This was probably one of the reasons why the three empires had joined forces to besiege the Stone Dragon Empire. The Moon Shadow Hall has been paying attention to the news. We receive the latest news every 3 days. Li Xuan narrowed her eyes and said to Du Xiaofu, 3 days ago, we received news that the Tianhu Empire, the Zhenhong Empire, and the Jinchen Empire have already mobilized their kings and 6-star talisman masters. The real battle has begun, and the Stone Dragon Empire has suffered heavy losses. We should receive the latest news today, but the situation isn't optimistic. They've really mobilized their kings and 6-star talisman masters. Du Xiaofu's expression turned serious, and he frowned. The three empires had truly mobilized their kings and 6-star talisman masters. If they joined forces, the Stone Dragon Empire's kings and 6-star talisman masters wouldn't be able to resist. The consequences could be imagined. Where is the army fighting right now? After a while, Du Xiaofu asked the three of them. 3 days ago, the army fought near Enlightenment City. It's quite far from Chaos Demon City. Even a martial lord would need 2 days to reach there. If the Stone Dragon Empire can resist the allied forces of the Tianhu Empire and the other empires, they should still be near Enlightenment City. Meng's light-sized smile was replaced by a solemn expression. He said to Du Xiaofu, but if the Stone Dragon Empire is still defeated, they should be near Enlightenment City. Du Xiaofu raised his head. Golden light flickered in his clear eyes as he said, I'll head to Enlightenment City in 2 hours. Meng Laikai and Li Shui weren't surprised by Du Xiaofu's words. Morong Yura looked at Du Xiaofu and said, I'll go with you. I know the way. Perhaps it'll be faster. Du Xiaofu shook his head and said, There's no one left in Chaos Demon City. The 3 of you have to guard the city. Just tell me the location. All right. Morong Yura nodded and didn't say anything else. After a while, Li Shui and Meng Like I left. Du Xiaofu asked Morong Yurua to stay. He roughly told her about the Morong clan in Fertile Field City. Thank you. A rather complicated expression flashed through Morong Yurua's eyes when she heard that. She hesitated for a moment before the corners of her mouth curled up. She said to Du Xiaofu, "Be careful after you go to Enlightenment City. Don't try to show off too much. The Tianhu Empire and the other two empires have many experts. The Stone Dragon Empire isn't the World Assembly." "Okay, I'll be careful." Du Xiaofu nodded at Morong Yurua. Morong Yurua raised her eyes and looked at Du Xiaofu. There were faint ripples in her eyes. She said to Du Xiaofu softly, "Your elder sister Xiaoman and little Shuang are both here. I hope they are safe and sound." After a while, Du Xiaofu, Yuanli Mysterious Dragon King, Golden Condor King, Solitary Sword King, and others were all in the valley behind the World Assembly. Even the unlucky Ice Python King was among them. After Du Xiaofu chased after the Mysterious Dragon King, Yuanli didn't hold back and captured the Ice Python King, who had been severely injured by the Flame Carp King. The other 4 Martial King Realm cultivators were Li Yuanshan, Jin Pingjin, Lu Chuji, and Chui Qingqiu. Other than Li Yuanshan, who was at the Mysterious Martial King Realm, the other 3 were at the initial Martial King Realm. There were 2 6-star Talisman Masters. The 6-star initial Martial Talisman Master was called Zhuang Pingyang. He majored in Array Talisman Master and minor in Weapon Talisman Master. The 6-star Mysterious Talisman Master was called Kong Qiguang. He majored in Medicine Talisman Master and minor in Weapon Talisman Master. He was quite famous outside. In front of you, Wanli, the Stone Turtle King and the Flame Carp King, who were only the size of babies, were thrown onto the rocks of the canyon. Their fierce eyes flickered with fear. "I don't have time to ask you, so I'll only ask you once. Submit to me? Or should I directly extract your blood and refine it into essence blood, and refine your muscles, bones, and skin into spirit medicines and talisman weapons?" Du Xiaofu looked at the Stone Turtle King and the Flame Carp King, who were bound and suppressed. There was indeed no time to waste. Coldness spread through his eyes. The Flame Carp King and the Stone Turtle King looked at you, Wanli, the Mysterious Drake King, the Ice Python King, the Golden Condor King, and the Extinction Sword King. In the end, the Flame Carp King and the Stone Turtle King looked at Du Xiaofu. Seeing the indescribable coldness in his clear eyes, their expressions were complicated. In the end, they could only nod and say, "I am willing to submit." It's the second night, watch again. I'll continue to ask for fresh flowers to thank my brothers. Chapter 739. Hearing the Stone Turtle King and the Flame Carp King's words, the coldness in Du Xiaofu's eyes dissipated and a smile appeared on his face. However, this smile couldn't hide the seriousness that was hard to disperse. The Stone Dragon Empire was under siege. Big Sister, second brother, Ouyang Shuang, Eagle King, Silver-Winged Demonic Eagle, Blue Flame Red Leopard, and Subduing Tiger Mastiff were all in battle. This made Du Xiaofu worried. He wanted to subdue the Stone Turtle King and the Flame Carp King. Du Xiaofu also wanted to have more help from the Stone Turtle King and the Flame Carp King when the time came. Tisk. Yuanli released the seals on the Flame Carp King and the Stone Turtle King. The runes on the sea-suppressing Stone Turtle and the demon Flaming Carp King's bodies started to flicker. In the end, they turned into their human forms and bowed respectfully to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu waved his hand to signal the Flame Carp King and the Stone Turtle King to stand up. He then looked at everyone and said seriously, "We are all on the same side now. There are some things that I don't plan to hide. However, I have to warn you first. If anyone dares to leak anything, don't blame me for being rude." As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of light appeared between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. The misty light spread out and an ancient aura swept out. Walala! The ancient desolate space appeared and turned into a spatial door. What kind of treasure is this? Everyone was shocked, feeling the misty aura. It was definitely not an ordinary treasure. After a while, in the ancient, desolate space. In the misty space, under everyone's shocked gazes, Du Xiaofu took out many healing elixirs and gave them to the Solitary Sword King. Solitary Sword King, Chan Yuxiu, and the others. At this moment, the Solitary Sword King, Mysterious Dragon King, and the others were all injured, and their injuries weren't light. Even Chan Yuxiu and the others hadn't recovered from their injuries yet. After giving the healing elixirs to everyone, Du Xiaofu said seriously, "This is a treasure. There are many benefits in it. It will be beneficial for your cultivation. I will explain it to you all in detail another day. Now, you all should quickly heal your injuries. When the time comes, I Xiaofu Chan Yu Xiu. Yes, everyone nodded. They were very curious about this space, but they didn't ask too much. After instructing everyone, Du Xiaofu and third senior brother, Yuanli left the desolate ancient space. That treasure is extraordinary, Yuanli whispered. He could sense that the aura in the desolate ancient space was different. That's something left behind by my former sect, Du Xiaofu said to his third senior brother, Yuanli. This time we might have to ask third senior brother for help. Junior brother, you are too polite. We are fellow disciples. There is no need to be so courteous. Yuanli smiled. Whoosh whoosh. At noon, when the sun was high in the sky, two figures soared into the sky from the world assembly in the Chaos Demon City. Their bodies were wrapped in light, and they were like rainbows. After a few flashes, they disappeared into the sky. The guild master has only been back for half a day, and now he's leaving again. On the towering peak of the World Club's back mountain, Li Shui's eyes moved slightly with some ripples. Murong Yurua's bright eyes were half closed as she looked at the figure that had already disappeared into the distance with a few flashes. Murong Yurua turned to look at Li Shui and smiled. That guy looks ferocious, but in fact he is full of affection. There are too many people he cares about. He can't be worried. Li Shui retracted her gaze and looked at Murong Yurua. Her delicate red lips slightly parted and her eyes narrowed. I hope the president won't encounter any danger. Murong Yurua pursed her lips and smiled. Don't worry, nothing will happen to him. If I'm not wrong, third senior brother Yu and the people he brought are all very strong. They are even stronger than the Eagle King. The Stone Dragon Empire had been in turmoil recently. Everyone was in a state of panic. Many people began to flee the war and began to rush into the dark forest. Some people even began to cut down trees in the dark forest to build a city to avoid being affected by the flames of war. For the civilians, the flames of war were merciless. They could only hide. 3 months ago, the Tianhu Empire, Jinchen Empire, and Zhenhong Empire's armies pressed against the Stone Dragon Empire. Countless cities in the Stone Dragon Empire fell. Countless people died. Rivers of blood flowed. The Stone Dragon Empire couldn't do anything by itself. Even if the World Assembly and Celestial Beast Hall helped, they still couldn't resist. Compared to the allied armies of the 3 empires, the World Assembly and Celestial Beast Hall's full support seemed insufficient. When Du Xiaofu stepped into the Stone Dragon Empire's territory, he could feel the solemn atmosphere. Everyone was in a state of panic and uneasiness. Whoosh! Whoosh! At dusk, red clouds filled the sky. 2 figures flashed across the boundless sky. The sound of wind breaking resounded, causing spatial ripples to ripple. Then, the 2 silhouettes quickly disappeared in midair, leaving behind 2 faintly discernible oppressive auras. The 2 figures were Du Xiaofu and Yuanli. The 2 of them hurried towards Enlightenment City. After arriving at the Stone Dragon Empire's territory, the 2 of them inquired about some news along the way. Sure enough, the Stone Dragon Empire was retreating. 1/3 of the Stone Dragon Empire's territory had fallen into the hands of the Tianhu Empire and the other 2 empires. It wasn't hard to see that the Tianhu Empire and the other three empires had put in a lot of effort to take away 1/3 of the Stone Dragon Empire's territory in such a short period of time. However, according to Du Xiaofu's information, the World Assembly, Celestial Beast Hall, and many other forces and sects in the Stone Dragon Empire were still resisting the Stone Dragon Empire's army in Enlightenment City. It was said that there were already several Martial King realm battles. There were countless casualties and rivers of blood. The Stone Dragon Empire and many other forces and sects tried their best to resist the Stone Dragon Empire's army, but they barely managed to hold Enlightenment City. There were also rumors that the Tianhu Empire, Jinqian Empire, and Zhenghong Empire's true experts hadn't arrived yet. The experts were still gathering. It wouldn't be long before the real battle between the experts began. Currently, the elites and experts of the Stone Dragon Empire were all gathered in Enlightenment City. Once the Stone Dragon Empire was defeated again, the Stone Dragon Empire would no longer be able to resist the Tianhu Empire and the other three empires. They would be driven straight into the imperial capital, Dragon City. Du Xiaofu was even more worried when he heard this news. He had to speed up his journey. Enlightenment City was surrounded by mountains on three sides and plains on the other side. Enlightenment City was also the center of many big cities around it. It was one of the biggest cities in the Stone Dragon Empire other than the imperial capital, Dragon City. It had a large population and a large area. Enlightenment City was surrounded by mountains on three sides. It was built against the mountains, and the front of the city was facing the vast plains. It was nighttime. The night shrouded the city walls. The moon shone brightly in the sky, and the surroundings were shrouded by red clouds. The bright moon emitted a red glow, and the air was filled with the aura of blood. The towering city walls were more than 100 feet tall. Under the moonlight, runes were flickering on the towering city walls. Countless figures were flickering around the city walls. The defense was like an iron bucket that couldn't be crossed. There were towers and palaces on top of the city walls. Many figures were standing on top of the central palace. They were bathed in the moonlight, and the atmosphere was heavy. The blood moon is in the sky. It's a bad omen. North Vanquishing Prince looked up at the sky. His eyes, which were bright without any turbidity, were full of solemnity at this moment. Grandpa, don't worry. The Stone Dragon Empire is united. We will definitely survive this disaster. Xia Fei stood there quietly. On her beautiful face, her eyes were flickering. The night wind blew, and a few strands of her hair casually fluttered around her waist. It felt as if they were blown away by the wind. It's easier said than done. The previous battles of the three empires were just probing. I'm afraid that the next battle will be the real big one. They are purposely luring us here so that they can catch us all in one fell swoop. The plain robe on his skinny body looked like a bamboo pole carrying a cloth bag. North Vanquishing King was so skinny that his chest was sticking to his robe, which vaguely looked like strips of blinds. North Vanquishing Prince had been in the military for his entire life. He could guess the purpose of the other side. The Tianhu Empire wanted to kill all the strong cultivators of the Stone Dragon Empire in one fell swoop. They had deliberately attracted all the strong cultivators of the Stone Dragon Empire. Come on then, we'll just fight out, an old man with a resolute face shouted. It was obvious that when he was young, he was handsome and elegant. At this moment, his aura was fluctuating. He was the king of the south of the Stone Dragon Empire, Ouyangqi. He was once a disciple of Tianwu Academy. Fight to the last breath. I, Jingua, will shed my last drop of blood for the empire. An old man with an imposing aura shouted. He was the East Vanquishing King, Jingua. He used to be a student of the Tianwu Academy. We, the World Society, will never back down. On the city gate tower, a burly man in short clothes was looking at the night sky in front of him. One of his left eyes was covered with an eye patch, while the other eye was shining brightly in the night sky. It was as sharp as a big knife. The one-eyed man was the Eagle King's Gong Dao. His face was slightly pale. He had been through an unusual battle during the day and had consumed a lot of energy. The world society will fight to the last man. Let's fight it out with them. A young man dressed in a cloud robe stood tall and straight. His black hair was shoulder-length and unbound, giving him an imposing appearance. On his handsome face, his gaze was deep and sharp. He was the vice president of World Society, Du Yunlong. Beside Du Yunlong was a girl who was about the same age as him. She had a graceful figure and long, black hair that was as smooth as a waterfall was loosely tied up. Her eyes were ethereal and her face was pretty. She had an indescribable charm. She was none other than Du family's Du Xiaoman. Behind Eagle Kings Gong Dao, Du Yunlong, and Du Xiaoman were the silver-winged demonic condor, azure flame scarlet leopard, subduing tiger mastiff Hua Fankong, Chao Yu by Qi and Xiao Wenxing. This lineup made people look askance at each other, their expressions changing. Xiao Yu is going to rise this month, so there will be an update tomorrow. Xiao Yu also asked for fresh flowers to thank his brothers and sisters. Chapter 740. The reputation of the World Society and the Heavenly Beast Hall spread throughout the Stone Dragon Empire's army. If it weren't for the World Society and the Heavenly Beast Hall, the Stone Dragon Empire wouldn't have lasted until now. Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Eagle King Gong Dao, Chao Yu, Hua Fankong, and the Heavenly Beast Hall's silver-winged demonic eagle, blue flame red leopard, and subduing tiger mastiff were even more famous. They had killed countless enemies and made the Tianhu Empire's army fearful. On the city tower, beside the south guarding prince, Ouyang Qi, there was a woman in a tight dress. She had a graceful and seductive figure, slender legs, and a perfect body. In addition to her already beautiful face, the woman was simply captivating. Her eyes were jet black and bright. However, at this moment, her unapproachable temperament seemed to be a little tired. "Sister Xiaoman, is there any news about that guy?" The woman said to the young woman with ethereal eyes who was not far away from her. Swoosh! Hearing the woman's words, many people's gazes shifted, including the north guarding prince, Xia Fei, and the silver-winged demonic eagle. They all looked at Du Xiaoman. Du Xiaoman shook her head and said no news yet. After third brother went to the central region, there hasn't been any news. Hearing that, everyone sighed and felt disappointed. That young man had left behind too many miracles. If that young man was here now, he might be able to make the Tianhu Empire a nightmare. At dawn, the world fell into darkness. Even the blood moon was covered. Rumble, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky and covered the entire Enlightenment City. The ground and space trembled faintly. Everyone get ready. For our empire, we will fight to the death. In the Enlightenment City, there was a loud roar filled with profound qi that reverberated through the square. Huff, huff, hearing that. Auras fluctuated in the darkness and shot up into the sky. In the night, countless pairs of eyes shot out. Walala, outside Enlightenment City, on the vast and boundless plain, under the dark clouds, countless figures gradually appeared. The darkness before dawn gradually dissipated, revealing the countless soldiers on the plains. It was a sea of people. Their armors flickered, and their weapons flickered with runes. Their auras were sharp and murderous. Kill all those who resist. Amidst the endless sea of people, earth-shattering sounds of battle rang out from the army of shining armors. His voice was like a clap of thunder, shaking the entire Enlightenment City and causing a rumbling noise to echo out. On the city wall of Enlightenment City, countless gazes were solemn. The Stone Dragon Empire's army looked at the sea of people with solemn expressions. How could they not know that the Stone Dragon Empire couldn't contend against the three empires? They were constantly being suppressed and forced to retreat. A third of the Stone Dragon Empire's territory had fallen into the hands of the three empires. If Enlightenment City fell today, the entire Stone Dragon Empire would no longer have the power to resist. Everyone, they're here. This battle will depend on us. If we can't resist them, the empire behind us won't be able to resist them. North Vanquishing Prince looked at the dense army in the distance, and a cold aura spread out from his body. Boom! As the North Vanquishing Prince's voice faded away, numerous figures leaped into the sky and hovered in the air in the boundless square. Waves of vast and mighty auras swept through the sky and enveloped the entire area. There were no less than 30 figures in the air. Each of them had the aura of a Martial King Realm expert. Martial King Realm, so many Martial King Realm experts. It seems like the Tianhu Empire, Jinchen Empire, and Zhenghong Empire have launched an all-out attack. Eagle King Gong Dao looked forward and felt the terrifying aura spreading from the bodies of no less than 30 people. His expression suddenly turned extremely grave. 30 Martial King Realm experts. That was definitely the combined strength of the 3 empires. On the vast plain, 30 Martial King Realm experts hovered in the air. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man. He was more than 10 feet tall and wore a black robe. His huge body was like a black bear. His chest was bulging and his muscles were bulging. He was filled with explosive power. Looking at the voice coming from the top of Enlightenment City, the bear-like man thundered, "North Vanquishing Prince, your Stone Dragon Empire can't withstand a single blow. If you surrender, you'll still be the king. Why do you have to sacrifice your life for the Chung family?" Hearing the thunderous shout, North Vanquishing Prince looked at the sky and his cold aura surged. It was as if the world had suddenly entered winter. His voice was filled with profound chi as he said, "Giant Bear King, you're not enough to encroach on my Stone Dragon Empire. My Stone Dragon Empire only has soldiers who die in battle. There will never be nobles who surrender. If that's the case, then don't waste your breath." Hearing North Vanquishing Prince's words, Giant Bear King laughed instead of being angry. He waved his fist that was bigger than a clay pot and laughed dryly. Then he shouted, "Listen up, the 3 empires' army attack the city." "Attack!" The thunderous shout resounded in the sky. The 3 empires' army swarmed toward the top of the city. Waves of terrifying aura burst out, causing the wind and clouds to surge. "Set up the formation," South Vanquishing Prince Ouyang Qiu shouted. Then, countless deep shouts came from the top of the city wall. A terrifying energy surged from the city wall. Runes soared into the sky, causing the world to tremble. A huge energy light screen traversed the plain and blocked the entire Enlightenment City. It's just a last-ditch struggle. Giant Bear King attack! In the sky above the plain, beside the Giant Bear King, an old man in his 60s stared at the huge light screen outside Enlightenment City. He said coldly, "Most of their experts should have gathered. After today, there will be no more Stone Dragon Empire. Du Palace has been destroyed. North Vanquishing Prince Ye is said to be seriously injured by the cold poison. There's no one else in the Stone Dragon Empire who can fight. Let's get rid of them as soon as possible," a thin man in his 40s said. Giant Bear King smiled and said, "Hongdao Prince, Yuechin Prince, your Jinhong Empire and Jinchen Empire's army will attack from the left and right. Our Tianhu Empire's army will attack from the front. Let's break the formation first. Jinhong Empire's army, attack from the left. Jinchen Empire's army, attack from the right. Tianhu Empire's army, attack from the front." Yuechin Prince, Hongdao Prince, and Giant Bear King waved their hands and shouted, "Attack!" As the 3 shouts rang out, the densely packed army outside Enlightenment City moved in unison, erupting into earth-shattering battle cries. Runes soared into the sky and their aura exploded. Weapons were unsheathed and a murderous aura filled the sky. Rumble. The earth trembled and the mountains crumbled. The endless army, which numbered in the hundreds of millions, rushed toward Enlightenment City like a tide. A terrifying, murderous aura filled the sky. On the city tower, countless people held their weapons and waited for the battle. North Vanquishing Prince looked serious. He waved his hand and shouted, "Protect the city!" Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as North Vanquishing Prince finished his words, the runes on the light screen in front of the Enlightenment City started to twist. Then, a large number of rune crossbows were shot out. A terrifying energy spread out. These crossbows were powerful enough to penetrate an ordinary pulse spirit realm cultivator. Ah! In an instant, there were many miserable cries from the army of the three empires. A large number of people fell to the ground in an instant. Resist the crossbows and break the rune array. Within the three empires, loud shouts came out. Then countless martial lord realm cultivators and 5-star spirit talisman masters flew out and formed a circle of talisman characters to resist the arrows and attack the talisman arrays on the city walls. Bang, bang, bang! In an instant, the runes soared into the sky and the earth trembled. The rumbling energy explosion was earth-shattering and echoed in the sky. In the Enlightenment City, hundreds of millions of people looked at the sky with a serious expression. In the entire city, women and children were praying. Children were trembling. Strong young men were holding weapons and waiting on the streets. They looked up, and the atmosphere was solemn. The rune array outside the Enlightenment City shook, and the runes began to break. The city wall was on the verge of collapse. The North Vanquishing Prince, the South Vanquishing Prince, the East Vanquishing Prince, the Eagle King, Gong Dao, and the others all looked at the more than 30 people floating in the sky. They were the ones that they were truly afraid of. There were more than 30 martial kings. In a war like this, only martial king realm cultivators could decide the outcome. The total number of martial king realm cultivators in the Stone Dragon Empire was only around 10 people, but the enemy had 3 times the number. Break the array! On the plain, battle cries resounded. Among the allied forces of the 3 empires, the armies in 3 directions had reached a tacit understanding. Energy ribbons and light pillars wrapped around the runes, and like meteorites, they all fell on the light screen of the runes that traversed Enlightenment City. Bang, bang, bang! The light barrier of the rune array was already on the verge of collapse. It could no longer withstand the attacks of the experts of the 3 armies. Suddenly, it cracked and turned into countless runes that exploded in the sky. The terrifying rune energy was like a beautiful firework. The energy ripples were undulating, containing a destructive energy. Walala! The rune array was broken. The first barrier of the Enlightenment City was destroyed in less than 15 minutes. The winding city wall and the army of the Stone Dragon Empire were exposed to the 3 armies. Kill! The shouts of killing were earth-shattering. The 3 armies rushed out together, and their figures spread out in all directions. Roar! Among them there were many huge demonic beasts that appeared in the sky. Their energy filled the sky, and they fiercely rushed towards the army of the Stone Dragon Empire. Kill! The army of the Stone Dragon Empire shouted, and their figures collided with each other. Roar! On the city wall, the pale flame, red leopard roared. Then a huge wave of demonic beasts rushed out from the army of the Stone Dragon Empire. Chapter 741. Roar! The beast horde roared like an earthquake. The roar shook the heavens and earth. Gee! In the sky, ferocious beasts roared as they flapped their wings and circled around like dark clouds. The shock wave swept across like a hurricane. Roar! Within the army of demonic beasts, there was a huge yellow python hovering in the air like a huge dragon. Half of its huge body was still hidden in the clouds high up in the sky. Its whole body was emitting a cold aura that made people's hearts tremble for no reason. A lion stood tall. It was as huge as a mountain, and its aura was shocking. A huge bear stood tall. It was like a huge mountain moving horizontally. The ferocious beasts flapped their wings. Their sharp claws were enough to pierce through mountains. The ferocious beasts on the ground roared. Their fangs were terrifying, and their eyes were shining with different colored runes. The ferocious beasts roared again and again. It was like thunder that resounded in all directions. Wherever they passed, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Rumble! The terrifying beast horde surged. It shook people's soul, and their aura was terrifying. It was enough to make people's hair stand on end. The Heavenly Beast Hall's beast horde was the most dreaded army in the entire Stone Dragon Empire. Countless armies of the three great empires were buried in the mouth of this beast horde. The Heavenly Beast Hall's beast horde was the trump card of the entire Stone Dragon Empire. Rumble! The huge demonic beast army was as large as a courtyard. Their fangs were frightening, and their eyes were emitting various symbols and fierce lights. Various deafening roars and roars were deafening. Bang, bang, bang! The battle was about to start. Within the army, there were people who were sent flying as miserable cries resounded. Kill! Fight! The battle cries filled the sky. Countless bodies exploded in the battle, and blood flowed like a river. Rumble! Beams of energy whizzed past, the runes spread, and the radiance of the swords and spears soared into the sky. The battle between the two sides became intense as energy ripples spread across the land. In a short time, blood flowed like a river and wails were everywhere. In the sky, Giant Bear King, Moon King, and Hongdao King were watching the battle below with cold eyes. After that, the three of them looked at each other and came to a tacit understanding. The three of them waved their hands behind them. Immediately, nearly 30 auras surged out. The vast auras swept out, causing the world to tremble. Nearly 30 Martial King Realm cultivators unleashed their auras. Then they dove down like meteors into the army of the Stone Dragon Empire with dazzling runes. Rumble! After the 30 figures rushed into the army of the Stone Dragon Empire, many of them exploded under the pressure of the Xianqi and turned into blood mist. There were countless casualties. The Martial King Realm cultivators had already started attacking. Everyone, let's do it! As soon as Lord North Vanquishing North's voice faded, his lean body leaped into the air. Horrifying coldness spread out in the air. The Stone Dragon Empire's South Protecting King, Ouyang-Chi, is here. Those who offend the Stone Dragon Empire will be killed. The Stone Dragon Empire's East Vanquishing Prince is here. Those who invade our territory will be killed. Two figures wrapped in runes took the lead to rush out. They were none other than the Stone Dragon Empire's King of the South, Ouyang-Chi, and King of the East, Jingguo. Kill! Then the remaining kings of the Stone Dragon Empire leaped into the air. Their bodies were shrouded in multicolored light, and terrifying auras filled the air. They started attacking with all their might. At this moment, the experts of the Stone Dragon Empire rushed towards the kings of the other three empires. Kill! The King of the South, Ouyang-Chi, had a resolute look on his face as he quickly attacked. Talisman runes surged out from his hands and swept through the army of the three empires. He then attacked a king of the Tianhu Empire who was rushing over. Those who invade our territory will be paid with blood. The East Vanquishing Prince's imposing figure soared into the sky. His aura suppressed the mountains and rivers. Then he slammed his palm down. Runes soared into the sky and suppressed the mountains and rivers. A large number of the allied forces were turned into blood mist. Kill! A handsome man rushed out. He was the Lonling Prefecture's palace master, Ouyangling. His aura had already reached the initial stage of the Martial King realm. He waved his hand and attacked a king of the other side. Be careful! The Eagle King pointed his gong blade at Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, and the others beside him. As soon as he finished speaking, his body shot forward, and his claws swept through the air, tearing the allied army into pieces like ghosts. In the end, he was stopped by the enemy's king. Kill! Du Yunlong's 1,000-kill battle blade burst out with runes and rushed out. Rumble! The army was endless. There were talisman masters who set up talisman arrays that covered the sky and the sun. It was terrifying. The terrifying talisman arrays killed a large number of the allied forces in an instant. Miserable screams could be heard. Break the array! Some experts joined forces to break the array and destroy it, causing the Talisman Masters to suffer a backlash. North Vanquishing Prince, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You're getting old. The giant Bear King soared into the sky and blocked the North Vanquishing Prince. Then he launched a series of fierce attacks towards the North Vanquishing Prince. Let's deal with this old man first. The Moon King and Hongdao King moved together and besieged the North Vanquishing Prince. They wanted to kill the North Vanquishing Prince first. This was the soul of the Stone Dragon Empire's army. Roar! The roar of a beast reverberated through the heavens and earth like thunder. It was accompanied by a terrifying aura that spread across the sky. The silver-winged demonic condor took action and transformed into its huge body. It rushed out like lightning and instantly appeared behind the North Vanquishing Prince and attacked the Moon King. A complete Beast King realm silver-winged demonic condor. Damn it! The Moon King cursed. He unleashed his peak complete Martial King realm cultivation, but it was difficult to suppress the silver-winged demonic condor. Let's fight to the end. The East Vanquishing Prince took action and unleashed an aura that could suppress mountains and rivers, blocking the Hongdao King. Roar! The blue flame red leopard activated its huge body and pounced towards the allied forces. It roared and waved its claws, causing blood to splatter everywhere. It was unstoppable. Kill! The subduing tiger mastiff took action. Its body was majestic and its aura was terrifying. Wherever it passed, the allied forces were blasted apart by the sound waves. The battle between the allied forces caused the heavens and earth to boil. In the midst of the battle, ferocious birds flapped their wings and a storm swept across the sky. The ferocious beasts waved their claws, covering the heavens and earth. Large groups of people were crushed into blood mist. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. Large groups of people were crushed into pieces. The two armies collided and wails of agony could be heard. Blood was dripping and flowing like a river. Large groups of beast souls roared across the sky. The scene was like hell. Evil chi filled the sky, and mournful songs resounded through the 9 heavens. The Stone Dragon Empire army was unable to contend against the allied forces of the 3 empires. In addition, many Martial King realm experts from the 3 empires intervened, and the number of Martial Marquis realm experts multiplied. They began to lose ground. Corpses were everywhere, and countless figures fell. Let's fight to the end. Let's fight to the death. The eyes of the Stone Dragon Empire soldiers turned red, seeing their comrades fall. Their bodies trembled with excitement, and they roared angrily. Bang, bang, bang. Even so, the Stone Dragon Empire army was unable to contend against them. Large groups of people were blasted apart. Wails of agony and the smell of blood filled the air. The roars of various demonic beasts were deafening. Dozens of Martial King realm experts were fighting above the crowd. The Martial King realm experts of the Stone Dragon Empire, the silver-winged demonic condor, the blue flame-red leopard, and the subduing tiger mastiff were all surrounded and suppressed. The situation became more and more serious. Rumble, the city wall, finally collapsed. The winding and towering city wall was blasted apart. Boulders flew everywhere, and countless figures were smashed. Raise Enlightenment City to the ground. The allied forces of the 3 empires shouted. They wanted to raise Enlightenment City to the ground. Run, run. The city wall collapsed. The allied forces of the 3 empires invaded Enlightenment City. Mournful cries and wails resounded through the sky. The courtyards in the city collapsed, and the streets were blasted apart. Countless civilians were engulfed and turned into meat paste. It was a horrible sight. This is a catastrophe. God, please save us. An old man knelt down and prayed sincerely, hoping that the heavens would show mercy. Mother, demonic beasts roared. Blood splattered everywhere. A A 7 or 8-year-old girl knelt down and cried. Beside her, her mother was lying in a pool of blood. She was so scared that her body was trembling. Roar! A demonic beast from the 3 empires flew across the sky. It flapped its wings and clawed the girl with its sharp claws. Chi-Chi, a beautiful woman in tight clothes, appeared. Her sexy figure was outlined under the tight clothes. Her eyes were black and bright. Killing intent gushed out from her. She slashed the demonic beast in half with her sword. Little girl, get out of here. The beautiful woman's face was pale. Her delicate body landed beside the little girl and let the little girl leave. TSK, such a rare girl. I'll capture you first and enjoy you later. A sinister sneer was heard. A skinny old man in black clothes appeared. He was a martial king realm expert. A palm print landed on the beautiful woman in tight clothes. Buffed! The woman in tight clothes was engulfed. Blood spurted out from her mouth. She could not resist the attack. Her delicate body was instantly flung away. Shuang, watch out! A beautiful woman in a red dress dashed out quickly. She had crescent brows and bright eyes. Her gaze was solemn. The sword in her hand flashed and shrouded the old man in black. Although she's old, she's not bad. Could it be that she's a mother and a daughter? Seems like I'm quite lucky. The old man in black sneered. He did not take it seriously and attacked with his claw. The mysterious martial king realm aura burst out. The old man in black destroyed the sword light of the beautiful woman in red dress. He grabbed the long sword in her hand and slapped her shoulder with his palm. Puffed! The shoulder of the beautiful woman in red dress trembled. Blood spurted out from her mouth, and her body was instantly flung away.